Outlet Liquor is your place to buy a case. Stock up and save when you shop the lowest prices available every day at Outlet Liquor. You never have to wait for a sale. The more you buy, the more you save. Only at Outlet Liquor.
What's your outlet?
Yeah. Bills Mafia. Don Brown. Yeah. It's the Mafia, you know I'm rocking with the Bills. It's the Mafia, you know I'm rocking with the Bills. It's the Mafia, I'm with the Buffalo Bills. It's the Mafia, you know I'm rocking with the Bills. Hey, who you reppin', what's your team? Who you reppin', what's your team? You know I'm reppin' for my team. I got that talent on my team. Micah Hyde, Jordan Boyer, can you catch it? Can you? Trade day is like a mask, do not catch it.
Folks, welcome into the official Trainwreck Sports 2021 Draft live stream. Whether you're tuning in on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, or Facebook, thanks a million for being a part of our draft experience and making us a part of yours. As you know, Wake here, Meerkat there in the middle, Angelica Pickles on the right, on the top over there. Got producer Burrs. He looks like he's getting ready to get drafted. My partner in crime for the cap, Kevin Masseri, and we have a very special guest waiting in the wings. But first, I did thank you for making us a part of your draft experience. Hope you made our good friends at Amherst Ale House a part of your draft experience too. They've been serving up amazing pizza, wings, and beer since 2005. Yes, I'm going to do the same ad read I do every week on the cap. My personal favorite they have, the Pizza Tots. You guys know them. I know them. I love them. Say less. It's just the mozzarella cheese, the cup and char pepperoni. Our guest in the wings just did the chef's kiss. She's going to talk about the Pizza Tots when she gets on. I know it. Local restaurants are reopening at larger capacities, but they still need our help right now. So order from Amherst Ale House for your draft night spread, which is tonight. Sabres game night dinners, which is also tonight, and every night in between. Phone number is 716-625-7100. Enough of me talking. Won't even let the guys that are already in here talk because we do have a special guest. Sorry, Maniac. The people are sick of hearing from us, if I'm going to be honest. But someone they don't hear from a lot in the Trainwreck Productions, Robin Mundy, Buffalo fan base, does a lot of stuff for Trainwreck too. Robin, how are you doing on draft night?
I'm ready.
I mean, that's the way to say it, right?
Oh, man, I'm so ready. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, when I think of Bills Mafia, you're one of the first people I think of personally. So, I mean, it was a no-brainer for us to try to get you in here. How do you grade the Bills offseason so far?
Really good, especially for Wyoming folks. And Meerkat, the shirt is just like wild.
You like it?
I have
It's one of my
I should
favorite
put it on.
jerseys. You have to wear it tonight. It's a great draft night memory. It's still fresh in our minds.
Absolutely.
I'm just embracing it.
Absolutely. And now we have Tanner Gentry and Jake Hollister. The people in Wyoming, I have to give you the report. People here are nuts for the Bills. Nobody ever gave a damn about the Bills here. And Josh Allen was drafted, and now it's like insane. Absolutely insane. And oh my God, Maniac, that hair. I love it. Is he on mute?
He is.
I just pulled such a move to be on mute right there. But shout out to everybody tuning in, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch. Robin, it is an absolute privilege to have you here. Shout out to the whole Buffalo fan base. But of course, Wyoming must be going nuts. I mean, I think that, unless Josh Allen comes out on a horse to open the next season opener, I don't think the Bills could have gotten more dedicated to Wyoming. But I'm very excited for tonight. As you can tell by my hair and as you can tell by my screaming now that I'm off mute, it's a confident position for the Bills. It's just like last year. Last year, we were confident because we had gotten Diggs for our first-round pick. This year, we're confident because we're coming off an AFC championship run. Obviously didn't get the win, but obviously want to get back there this year, and hopefully we can get a piece that can help us get back to that, or trade back and get a piece for next year, Kev?
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're looking for. Maniac, you know I'm not trade back. You tried to sneak that. You tried to sneak that in there on me.
That's like when you pass someone the ball and hot potato at the last second, like, you know.
That was like musical chairs at Alumni Arena at halftime, and you're looking for your chair and you're behind the chairs and you're out. But no, I am team. If anything, I'm team trade up. For me, I think you're stacking the most talented players that you can. The first round grade cutoffs happen usually around 22 to 24. Bean's referenced it a couple of times. They pick 30. So it could be within their best interest to look at that range if they think the value is there, especially not trading up for a quarterback. You might be able to get in that range affordably. And the cost of a first and a third round pick is about what I'd be targeting. So to me, I want to add the most talented player you can with the future in mind, but at the same time, you need production out of this guy. And it's a big pick for the team. So, I mean, quite frankly, I just don't think you can sink it into another risky guy that needs time to develop. That's what scares me about the Gregory Rousseaus of the world.
Yeah, I love the Gregory Rousseaus of the world, and that's something we've talked about a lot on the Cap. Burrs, thank you for being here. Thank you. You look like a mixture of Peaky Blinders, a golf outing, and draft night. You managed to put all those together into one look. What are you looking for the Bills tonight?
Well, I mean, honestly, it's just like you hear the trading back, trading down, trading up, all that. I'm just more of get that best player available for our team. But if you want to trade up or trade down, I'm not against either or. The thing is, just don't get burned. Don't overpay. Just we're a good squad here, and it's been a long time since we can actually go out there into a draft. We do have needs. Every year you have needs. But you can actually just go out and pick the best player available and not reach on somebody. But, if Bean, I trust that man with my freaking life. But if he sees somebody that he's like, you know what, I love this kid, I'm falling in love with him, and I'll trade up to get him, I have faith in that. But my biggest thing is just, draft capital can be huge. And if you don't overpay, don't overpay.
Burrs, I know we all cringed when we heard that "don't get burned" statement. What are some of your memorable Bills burns from maybe GM's past?
Don't even just don't even get me started. There's so many. My rumplements. Let's forget the past. Let's focus on the future. You can't fix the past. All right. So you just sit here and know that this man that we have, and Pope McDermott, Pope of the process, and Big Baller Bean, they're looking to the future. They're not worried about the past. They're going to get it right, and I trust them. But it's just, let's be smart and not overpay. That's my big thing. The savers and all that. That scares me. It scares me. But I know that's not going to transfer over to once Bills ride. Just not overpaying. Stand pat, I'm fine with that. Just get the best player available for this team.
Robin, as you've been looking at the people in this draft, maybe seeing what people have been putting up on Twitter, is there anyone in the draft that excites you particularly?
Well, for number 30, I'm like totally lost. It could go in any direction. But I have to tell you, I am obsessed with a one technique defensive tackle. We have to get one. I don't think there's any good ones enough for the first round. But to me, in my mind, I think corner is a good, around 30 something good might fall to us. Caleb Farley, maybe, with his issues that he's got going on. And, the hard part is the medical this year. Evaluating players because their medical situation is cloudy or whatever, and you're not able to get a lot of good information. But I do like Caleb Farley, and if he fell to 30 and they stayed pat, I wouldn't cry about it.
I wouldn't cry about it at all. Caleb Farley, we've talked about it a lot on the Cap. Like if he hadn't opted out and if there weren't all the medical issues, he'd be an easy top 10 pick in any NFL draft. This is the number one corner out there. So yeah, honestly, it's a stat corner class, and it's a good year to need one if we're going to look for a silver lining in that. A big thing with the drafts, Burrs does look like he's ready for the Kentucky Derby, and that's a great segue because I know Degenerate Danger Zone talked a little bit about that earlier. Let's get into some of these draft props. I know, Burrs, you frequent the draft props quite a bit. Is there anything you were looking at for the draft tonight you wanted to hammer?
I mean, there's a few, but it's just you look at, like, you go through the Bovada site and you're looking first, second, third overall pick, all this stuff. There's so much juice. Minus 1,000, minus 2,000. I didn't like it. Nothing really stuck out to me except for, and I like to reach. I got hot takes. I go out there. I'll run a limb here. But like Maniac, that's why Maniac's laughing because he knows. I mean, look at me. I'm going on a limb here. I'm wearing a bow tie.
You look great doing it though.
Burrs literally does his best workout on a limb.
Very much so. Very much so. But I'm looking at Bovada. First running back taken, Najee Harris is minus 300. I think I'm dabbling on Travis Etienne. For some reason, I feel like someone is just falling in love with this kid, and they're going to jump up and take him. And that's plus 175.
What a bad football player. He's a bad football player.
That's my gut feeling right now. And everybody knows Burrs has been wrong before. But for some little value, without laying a lot of extra juice, that's my pick right now. And always, Burrs loves the live bet too, so stay tuned.
Ooh, that's going to be fun to follow. Meerkat, what about you? I know you frequent the bettors market quite a bit.
I'm having a lot of fun tonight with these bets. I'm going to try to play something safe, like a couple picks I really like. Players to be drafted in the first round. Jason Owe, minus 110. I know a lot of people are on him right now because of the production, things like that, but I don't see this guy slipping out of the first round as just a pure rusher, a great prospect in a questionable rush class. He's got the raw talent there. And then Terrace Marshall Jr., pretty much even money too. I like him coming off the board, being that fifth receiver. I think, that there's a bet on Bovada over under 4.5 receivers. I think 5 do go in the first round. And then Kwity Paye, first D lineman, I chalk that up as chalk right there. Chalk it up as chalk because he's got the best odds, but they're not great. Minus 125. You figure being the top guy with how he's being projected. But my risky play, I'm going with the third overall pick here. If Justin Fields isn't taken by the San Francisco 49ers because of, an issue he played through and has been medicated through all throughout his entire football career and people knew about and doctors knew about and he was fine with, and Mac Jones gets taken, I'm going to lose my mind. I don't know.
If
Justin Fields
takes third overall, I'm going to fall out of my
I'm going to lose my mind. Like, absolutely lose my mind. I'm going to drive to San Francisco and hand them a resume. I'm just be like, hey, let me get a shot next year, I guess. Like, I don't know, man. It's crazy.
Mac Jones getting
Fields, slipping stuff. I love Justin Fields at plus 500, third overall. I think he is a better quarterback in the NFL, in college, better prospect than Zach Wilson.
Even in Zach Wilson. I was playing some PlayStation to just decompress because I know I got a long night ahead of me, and I was out with some friends, and all of us were basically saying that Trey Lance and Justin Fields all better than Mac Jones. They also could be better than Zach Wilson, but Zach Wilson's just kind of the trendy guy who gains steam, and it seems like when the Jets said they're taking him second overall, everyone's believing him. Robin, with all the storylines that have been flooding, the social media sphere, Aaron Rodgers, the Bills maybe trading up, everything going on. You're blown away by Aaron Rodgers. So talk about him a little.
Oh, I'm telling you. In fact, you must have read my mind because I was going to ask you guys, what does this news mean in terms of the first round? Does it alter anything?
That's the thing, because no one really knows what to. When's the last time one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the NFL tried to force their way out of town on draft day?
And I will die.
I just don't think he's moved tonight.
Patriots.
I don't think he gets moved tonight, honestly. I think the Packers, in my mock draft, I have them taking Terrace Marshall Jr. I think they go receiver. I'm even more confident in that now. I don't think they move him tonight. I think they try to draft him a weapon. Maybe even they move up and do something crazy just to get his attention, Be like, hey, we're trying to make it work, man. Let's get you a shiny new toy, If you see that slip from Devonta Smith or something like that, maybe I don't know. I don't think he gets moved tonight, though. I really don't.
Aaron Rodgers holding the entire league hostage for the NFL draft. It's kind of like, so you go back to when he was drafted and the entire league basically passed on him. So he's basically Daenerys Targaryen. He started in Essos with nothing, and now he's literally burning down the entire NFL draft. Spoiler alert.
His timing is impeccable.
Right?
Yeah, that's not random. No, it's not.
I wonder.
Oh, and also for my bet, I got to get my play in because we got 10 minutes till the draft here.
Oh yeah.
So what I'm doing is I'm targeting the most pick'em line that's a square play. Every mock draft, or 80% of them I've seen, have Jamar Chase going to the Bengals at 5. So I am going to take Jamar Chase draft position over 6 plus 190.
Over 6. Okay.
That's interesting.
So if he goes 6, I push. So if he doesn't go to the Bengals, basically I'm in a great spot. But plus 190,
I think you push.
When it's minus 145 for the under 5.5 Meerkat, doesn't that seem like too much free money? Seems like Vegas is up to their usual tricks.
Yeah, I don't think you lose that bet. I think it's either a push or a win for you. Like I said, with the questions with the third pick, who knows if the Falcons might even move the 4th pick tonight. But if it plays out, it's going to be QB, Pitts, Sewell. If the Bengals don't draft Sewell, Joe Burrow is going to be a very unhappy man. And you saw that scar on his knee. You want to make sure he's happy coming out of this draft.
Yeah, definitely. My one play that I want to throw in there is, I know there's a lot of talk at Pitts at 4. Meerkat, in the live mock you and I did, I had Atlanta taking Pitts at 4. But Justin Fields and Trey Lance are both plus 400 to be the 4th overall pick in this draft. If Atlanta does get that offer, they can't refuse at 4, and someone trades up with them. I think even if you put like 50 on each of them, hedge your bet maybe a little bit, but since it's plus 400, they're the same, and it's just a matter of preference at that point. I love both of those at plus 400 for the 4th pick. 400.
That's what I had in my mock, was the Patriots moving up the 4 for Trey Lance, which would disgust me as a Bills fan, but as a football fan, it makes a lot of sense to me.
Doubt.
Unfortunately, yeah. That I feel like, am I wrong that this draft, it's more about what the Patriots do and what the other teams in the AFC East do, maybe more so than what the Bills do? I feel like we're more worried about that.
Honestly, yeah, you see what the picks the Dolphins have, the weapons they're going to be able to take. We're unsure what the Patriots are going to do. People think they have something up their sleeve. Who knows? But they're still in a good position to get a solid footballer. Bill Belichick's going to make a good move, hopefully, for that franchise, because after last year, they got a bit of a shell shock, without Tom Brady. And he's got to be mad with, Brady winning the Super Bowl, them not winning the AFC East, and how embarrassing that was for him. If he's a human being, he's going to try to make a splash tonight.
That's a bold assumption, thinking that he's a human being. I don't know.
He's a human being.
I was going to say right now, the Patriots, they remind me of The Undertaker after he lost his WrestleMania streak. They're still active. They're clearly not what they used to be, but they might be more dangerous than ever. Let's not forget that The Undertaker came back and crushed Brock Lesnar at Hell in a Cell. So let's just watch out for Bill Belichick. He could be up to – we were all asleep, 13 years ago when he pulled off that heist for Moss? I mean, that was out of nowhere.
What the hell are you talking about?
The Randy Moss. 2008.
No,
I just love Robin's reaction.
I feel like I just caused Robin to do a full reboot.
You did. You absolutely did.
That's what happens. We go back to the Buffalo Bills message board days. What were the draft nights like in those days, Robin? I'm trying to think back to it.
Insane. Absolutely insane. Because the threads would go up, and that was the biggest problem we had, was controlling the threads, because there was a pick, somebody would make a pick, and everybody started a new thread. So the board was a mess. It was really hard to moderate in those days, but we tried to keep people on track, and it did get insane at times. I missed that board. I was
a big board member. But
the board was like OG Twitter with moderation, so it was like even like legit better.
Yeah, I mean,
okay, I'm sorry, Kevin. I don't want to be that guy, but I'm 24. I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
So before Twitter, the Bills used to have the message.
Wait, first there was a time before Twitter.
There was
that was MySpace,
2008. 2008 existed. So 2008, which was a year that existed before Twitter, and that was probably around the peak, maybe the early 2000s there in 2005, 2006, 2007, and it was basically everyone that's on Twitter that's yelling at you now, that's yelling in my mentions today, is on the message board. So I was known as Sniper. And believe it or not,
you were Sniper?
That's me. See,
there it is. There it is.
Look at the
Robin's like, I hated that guy.
Look at the reveals, live reveals on air, on streaming feeds everywhere. But yeah, it was a big community, and people had their takes and their clicks and everything. But I mean, right now would be a huge night for the message board of people complaining and yelling and starting threads and hating people and everything else. So believe it or not, so from the message board, we actually had a fantasy football league. So I think Meerkat would enjoy this. It was called the Buffalo Bills Message Board Sim League. So what that's about is it's like this extravagant fantasy football league, but they use this really awful nerd program that this guy in his basement created this like statistical fantasy program. And it literally looks like Windows 95. I'm not kidding you. You go on there and it's just a bunch of each player scored 1 to 10. And they have a rating, and it's based on last year's stats, which makes it super weird. So when you draft a rookie like tonight, you wouldn't get this player until next season. So it's an interesting concept. And I have guys in there that I joke around with all the time that I do believe some of them are listening here tonight. So we got Larry in here, BBSFL. That is the name of the league, and it still exists to this day where they exist on Slack. Thanks to me, because the message board went down, right? So what happened when the message board went down? They didn't have anywhere to host their league. But it's really data driven. They're really into it. There's no money involved. So props, for people for sticking around that and really caring about that kind of thing for many, many, many years without any money. But the pride there is ridiculous. It all stemmed from the Buffalo Bills message board. But the rookie draft's a huge night for them because remember, they'll have rosters. It's like a dynasty draft in fantasy. They draft every position though. So you draft offensive linemen, you draft, the whole gamut, and it gets put into the computer software and it spits out simulation results.
It's really data driven and there's no money involved. And here comes the exact opposite, the 2021 NFL draft.
That's exactly right. So it just to say, like, basically Twitter took over for the message boards, and
it did. I wish that people would use their username from the board and put it on Twitter.
I just went away from being anonymous. I was just like, you know what? I don't care. I'm just going to be who I am. And, I hate people that hide behind like the egghead avatar. It just your take's not as good. No matter how good, shout out to Bruce Nolan. No matter how good your take is.
Yeah.
It's hard to do what he did. I'll be the first to admit, like, to have really good football takes. And be able to do that without telling who you are. Impressive.
Yes,
really.
I couldn't agree more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's
Bruce
extremely
impressive in the local media. Shout out Bruce if he's watching. I know he
Hey Bruce.
I messaged him to see if he could be a part of this tonight, and he couldn't. And he had a great reason. He has a tradition that every year he watches the draft with his dad, and just like
that's cool.
I love that. I absolutely love that. So shout out Bruce. He was super apologetic that he couldn't be here, and he was apologizing for spending time with his father, which just tells you how good of a guy he really is. But talking about draft traditions, talking about draft memories, Robin, I know we got to let you go soon, but I want to ask you, what is your worst NFL draft memory?
Aaron Maben.
Yeah.
You could have had Osampo.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, piggybacking off that, I was at the draft day party at the stadium because my dad always used to get tickets for that stuff through work, and when I was younger, I thought that was the coolest thing in the world. I'm like, oh, VIP, this is so sick. No, not really, but like, it's a cool event and stuff. And I was younger, and it was awesome. And I was just so excited. And we're getting ready. I'm in front of like 30 TVs. My dad's like, we're about to take a rack poke. Get really excited. I'm like, that Texas guy, and he's like, yeah. And it's Aaron Maben. I'm just like, who is that?
The super lean looking Greg Rousseau guy that with 1 year of production.
He's like, we're leaving. Right when that happened, he's like, we're leaving. No celebration.
You mean Greg Rousseau?
That's a little mean.
Okay.
That is a little mean.
Maben never played the zero.
I love the resolution of your dad to just be like, get up, we're leaving. You probably had Bill's number one foam finger, no, Daddy.
Yeah, no, just gone.
And no, you do not have to apologize to go into any Bills VIP event. If you've ever been to training camp, those VIP tents, those are boss.
Yeah, they're really
those are fun.
One of the things that I got to do when I was moderator for the message board, the guy who ran the operation was Greg Pistori. I don't know if any of you guys know him, but he rewarded us, since we didn't get paid, by letting us have a VIP entry into training camp. So I got to go into the VIP tent and whatever, and it was weird. I kind of like just going back out and being with the people because it was strange.
You're a
But
people person, that's for sure.
yeah.
And speaking of that, I know you are starting something exciting new with Mookie Hawkins, great friend of the Cap. He's
nice.
So I want you to give you the opportunity to plug that. Tell the people what you're working on, and tell the people where they can find you on Twitter.
Oh, yeah. I am really excited. Mookie and I are working on a podcast, and it's going to be through the Buffalo fan base site, sponsored by 26 Shirts. And Mookie, I love him.
He's great.
I just love him. He has got such a connection with people. When you listen to the media ask questions, whenever Mookie comes on, it's like, oh, hey, Mook, how you doing?
He's best friends with everybody. It's crazy.
Literally.
He really is. And I'm amazed at the way that he can draw people out. He asks really good questions, not just the standard stuff. So I'm hoping within the next few weeks, we have a meeting next week. We have a producer, so we're just kind of getting things together, but I'm real excited about it. And I have to tell you guys, I love the train wreck. And the caboose is going to
caboose.
I am the caboose. And I am going to continue writing for the blog. I'm excited about it, and I honestly am just really honored to share this time with you guys. Being in Wyoming, I'm so far away from the motherland. This allows me to feel like I'm close. So I appreciate you guys inviting me.
Yeah, of course. Sorry,
Thank you for being with us.
Yeah, I did not mean to get distracted from you because Maniac said Rogers update incoming, and so naturally I had to search on Twitter.
It looks like Broncos. Looks like the Broncos.
Ago, Zach Stevens, I have no idea who that is, but he said that Mark Schulreth reported that a deal.
Schulreth?
I don't know who this guy is.
Schulreth so hard.
I just spit water out of my nose.
Who is this?
We need to go to Meerkat for the live update.
All right, yeah.
Some guy, Mark Schulreth.
Mark Schulreth.
The news. Give us the news.
Pretty well connected and pretty well connected in the Denver scene.
Meerkat, you're supposed to be the live read guy for live updates. Okay,
I'm way too blind to read that.
I'm hearing Aaron Rodgers to the Broncos is close to a done deal. Still could fall through, but fingers crossed. The official update from Mark Schlereth.
The Broncos
I still can't say your last name right.
Schlereth's wired with the Broncos, but.
Gotta love a done deal that
look
can
like.
still fall through.
Bradley Chubb,
sounds like my junior
Drew Lock and 4 firsts for a 38-year-old quarterback.
That's weaker than my Bulls hot take, man. Right there, it still could fall through. Okay, interesting.
Denver.
What are they going to give up?
I'd said, what would they? Bradley Chubb, Drew Lock, and 3 firsts.
Yeah, sounds right.
Poor Drew Lock.
I feel like Chubb's might be a piece of that. Locks, obviously.
Yeah,
I mean,
Green Bay wants their pick tonight, guys. I think this. I know that there could have been hot buzz going on around this topic, but they want their pick. Quite frankly, after tonight, it becomes less valuable. So I think that it's really important that they go ahead and get their picks tonight, and I think that they'll take a deal. So I think there is some buzz to this.
I can't believe that they're going to be able to get anything back for him. I mean, the reports have been terrible. He says he's not coming back to Green Bay. You got to think that they're painting it into a corner here. By the way, the draft is clearly underway at this point. Let's get it going, folks.
Yay!
Let's go.
I wish Jacksonville would just break all the stigmas, what everyone's ever done, and just sprint up to the stage like the second the clock starts ticking.
Didn't the Texans do that with Mario Williams? They took him the day before.
They announced they were taking him. They said, this is our guy's going.
That would have been sick. I think that's a sick move. It shows confidence in your new guy. I don't get why everybody waits. Exactly like you say. If you know who it is, I would be confident in your guy.
I'll take the quarterback from Clemson next.
Yeah, like what type of smoke screen are you trying to throw? Like this, people knew 2 years ago Lawrence was going 1. Like,
Yeah.
So we got a spoiler alert in the chat. It looks like Trevor Lawrence is the pick.
Whoa.
At
are we
this
getting
point,
tipped
Is he
picks?
verified?
at this point, is that even like a spoiler? Or is that just like that thing you say, like when a 1 plays a 16 in like an NCAA game?
That 16's won before.
Well, once.
Yeah.
Trevor Lore once.
UMVC. What a team. What a story.
Go Retrievers. Go Retrievers.
Speaking of very dangerous, I know we're not supposed to plug them, but these Starbursts that are like just in the bag with no wrapper, very dangerous.
Are they paying for that ad spot, Manny? Are you even?
No, I'm saying they're dangerous. I'm not advocating for them. Very dangerous. Wouldn't do much with them. That's all I'm saying.
Everyone was saying the intro was good. Do we know what that was?
No, not at all. I have to turn around to see the TV right now until I take my break later. So
There's a lot of people there outside, and I heard update from Greg that it's not too great out there.
Yeah, I heard it's a little sloppy.
Yeah, Jeremy White said that now Cleveland gets the rap for the worst weather in the NFL after tonight because that's just how these things work. Perfect. Robin, we do have someone waiting in the wings to join us, so we'll say so long. Hope
Thank
you have
you.
a great draft night, and
Bye, Robin.
It's an honor to have you here with us.
I'll come back anytime. Thanks, guys.
Awesome.
Bye, Robin.
Thanks, Robin.
Bye.
And waiting in the wings, Jets fan, QB points, Rob Ryan. Man, are you sweating it out? Do you not know who you're going to get at quarterback right now?
Yeah, I'm kind of sweating. I don't know who it's gonna be. You know who it is. It's gonna be Zach Wilson. I'm confident in him. I feel like I'm more confident in him than I was in Sam Darnold 3 years ago. I just hope we finally have our guy. It's been way too long since the team has had a QB. I believe in the GM. I believe in the coach we have now. I just hope this is the right duo, and hopefully we can compete. We can compete sometime soon.
And like the Corey Davis, Denzel Mims, hodgepodge of receivers. How do you feel about all that too?
I like those. Those are two deep threat QBs, and as we've seen, Zach Wilson can throw deep. We saw from his pro day that he had some throws that were Patrick Mahomes like. He's been getting some comparisons to him. I'm not going to be like he's going to be like him. I'm getting like not going to be the next Mahomes, but he's getting a comparison like him. So if he can make those throws. I mean, Corey Davis and Denzel Mims are huge long threats. We have James and Crowder in the short, and then hopefully we get a running back in the draft that will hopefully help that whole offense out.
So you're saying a Trevor Lawrence, Najee Harris partnership until death do they part?
No.
Really? What?
Because we are not getting Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, right. I'm an idiot. Sorry, I've had one too many Bud Light lemonade seltzers.
It's
the what's the ABV in those?
No, Zach Wilson is their guy. the guy who posted the photo where he looks like he's 14.
Oh yeah. Congrats on your quarterback graduating high school today. It's a really big day for him.
I think that the Jets quarterback just got his permit. It's pretty huge.
What's crazy is that,
for him.
What's funny is that Sam Darnold was like 20 when he came out, and Zach Wilson's older, but he looks way younger than Darnold did 3 years ago.
He does. I agree. He's gonna be over under 3.5 months before the first like page 6 story about Wilson getting carded at a New York bar.
But he's lucky because he's not the only one that looks young in that team. I mean, Quinnen Williams looks like a baby. Like, so he'll
But
fit right
Quinnen
in.
Williams, when you talk to him for a second and a half, seems like a super like boss god guy. Like when he had his draft moment, which nobody will forget, when he sneezed and then he blessed himself. Mm-hmm. It was just like, okay, this is a guy who's on another level.
Man, it's draft night, baby. Burrs.
I always have a mix of emotions because Rob looks up at his TV, which is above his computer, and I always think like he's pissed. Like when he does it, like he's always like, ugh. Like, but he's actually just looking at the TV.
But Meerkat, I was watching earlier, and I disagree with your take that Joe Burrow will be upset if they don't take Sewell. Because if they don't take Sewell, then they get Chase. And Chase, that's his guy from LSU. So, I mean, I think he's happy either way.
So, yeah, Chase and him are guys. He's got a repertoire connection with him already. receivers not a need for Cincinnati, but like obviously Chase is such a talent that you just throw need away at that point. But I don't know. Their offensive line is terrible. His name's escaping me, but you saw that their their 2018 top pick, another tackle. They're not re-signing him. Their offensive line's in shambles. It wasn't good.
It was
before.
ugly.
It's just Burrow before the injury was on his ass all year, being rushed out of the pocket, being pressured. Just not a great situation for him. He was still putting up decent numbers, looking good. But I think if you want Joe Burrow to succeed, you have to invest in that line, which they really didn't in free agency. You have a premier pick here to take a top offensive tackle talent. I'd be surprised if they didn't do that. I know it's not as sexy as Chase. I wouldn't fault them for taking Chase, but I think it's Sewell all the way.
It is kind of crazy that like a couple months ago he was the second overall pick no matter what, and now it's possibly could be 3 QBs, possibly 4 QBs in a row. Like,
yeah, the QB boom really the past few months just exploded, especially with so many question marks.
Let's go, yeah. When's he gonna hug a player?
When's he gonna hug a player?
More like Rogers, Goodell. Am I right?
We know Goodell's going to be bringing in warm welcomes for all the guys that he's hugging tonight. We got to bring warm welcomes to the guys waiting here to join us. It's funny that they come in at the same time because they work for the same employer here. We got Jeremy White, we got Nate Geary. Man, it's a fun night here. Jared, how's your draft night going so far?
Who are you talking to me?
Whoever wants it.
Couple questions. All right, hold on. A couple questions. One, I have the same hat that Nate's wearing right now. I could put it on right now. Two, big. I mean, it's not a draft question. Nate has told me he believes I could pull off joggers as pants, and I don't think I could do it. I think I'm the old guy that can't wear joggers, and Nate says I can wear joggers.
No, joggers are a young man's clothing item. There's no doubt about that. But just because you're a dad now doesn't mean you've eclipsed.
Man. I don't know if I can do joggers.
I gotta say 2 really important things right now, Jeremy. You would pull off joggers unlike anyone else has ever seen before. I think you do so with style and grace, all in this place. And second, something you're not going to like to hear as much, and I don't want to get too off track here, but upon further review, Transit Drive-In did not buy any votes. The win is good.
The integrity committee
I won't hear it.
It was confirmed.
Wow.
The win confirmed. That's
live on Trainwreck Sports.
All I'm saying is Transit is going to live to fight another day. This might break Howard forever. So
listen, just because you didn't find proof of wrongdoing doesn't mean there was no wrongdoing. Just putting that out there.
I as someone who loves Netflix murder mysteries and conspiracy theories, I can't agrry with that anymore. So
I would like to figure out if we could recount because it sounds a lot like it was rigged.
Mm-hmm. It's not what you know; it's what you can prove.
That's right.
All I got to say is if you want to see rigged, wait till you see us put them together as a first-round matchup next year.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
As a member of the integrity committee, I can say that's not going to happen.
That's like a Nate Oates versus Bobby Hurley style matchup right there. Wow.
Oh, God.
So, frankly, I have to ask a real quick question. Maniac, what happens when Lance Leipold takes the Kansas job?
Nothing, because he's not going, Nate. There's no place like home, and that home is in Amherst, New York for UB. Let's go. You don't have to click your heels 3 times, Nate. You don't have to click them.
So I can see you're making the same.
It's not Lancis.
Listen, as a friend. Listen, this is as a friend. I'm watching you go down the same path you went down with Nate Oates, and I just don't want you to get hurt.
On the Nate Oates train.
I don't want you to get hurt.
And just to be clear, everyone who is on that Nate Oates train is still on that Nate Oates train and doesn't have any type of ill will towards him at all, and it drives me absolutely bonkers and up a wall. Probably why you brought it up. So you could sideline this entire thing. But I'm not going to let you do it. I'll tell you who is going to sideline you, Nate. I'll tell you probably why you attacked me, because you're looking in the middle of the screen. You're looking at a man who makes you feel a little inadequate. You're worried that maybe that 2021 golf game isn't as good coming out of 2020 as it was going into it, and that is producer burst.
What an introduction. You got no
Part two, kid?
claps. You just got pure silence after that introduction.
Golf
Golf
claps.
claps.
Burrs.
Kind of like awe. Have you ever heard of awe, Nate? That's what's happening.
I got some sources. I've heard Burrs shoots the same score on the golf
Oh,
course
the
he does in
Jaguars
the
are on the
bowling alley. I'm just saying.
Whoa.
You know,
I can. What you heard and what I've seen are two very, very different things, Jeremy.
yes. Let me put it this way: the flat stick after that match, it's been gone. It was broken.
Good. You should have left it in the lake with your boy, because he also went in the lake. Which
How do you know it's not
Think
down there
about
right now?
All I gotta say is that nobody has been let off the hook that bad since the 2006 Chicago Bears against Dennis Green and the Arizona Cardinals. Nate absolutely let off the hook there, but we're not gonna be let off the hook tonight with the NFL draft coverage. Wakey J.
I mean, of course we're not. Are you kidding me? This might be one of the best lineups that we've put together. Basically, everyone from the Wrecking Crew. It's basically Trainwreck Tonight 200 all over again with more guests. Like, what more could you ask for? I mean, you could ask for the Jaguars to make a pick before 8:16 p.m. That might be.
I feel like when I was growing up, the clock started at like within the first 5 minutes, not 17 minutes in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, usually.
A lot less
Over under
punctuality
before
nowadays.
11:30 for the Bills pick.
He's not even there. Come on.
Over.
Way over.
It'll
Way
be
over. My
12:15
girlfriend is gonna be
12:20.
so pissed off at me.
Jeremy, what is your draft clock as a father and as a morning radio show host? Right now?
Yeah.
Well, we'll see about that. I mean, I was just reading that Brandon Beane's talking about how he's received calls about the 30th pick from teams in front of them real quick. So
that's interesting.
My prediction, I'm telling you, they're going to move up.
They're moving up. I also agree with that. I agree with that as well.
They're going
Thank
up.
you. I've been pumping that on the show for a while.
But are they
now.
moving up for? Are they moving up for the running back?
I don't think they're moving up the running back.
Either do I.
A lot of times what these GMs will do, and I think Matty Gleb tweeted out a quote from Bean, who's talking about how teams in front have called him. So I just think when a GM plays the game like this, he's setting the expectation. Like, listen, I'm getting calls. There's
nothing I can do.
Yeah. These are good deals. I can't turn this down. And he's going up like 21 to 25. I don't know what he's going for, but I think he's going to go up. So the good news is that means I get to go to sleep at like 11 instead of 12.
Congratulations.
So listen, if they move to let's use the benchmark of 22 at Tennessee. Let's say the Bills move up to 22. Edge, corner, or wide receiver. Which one are they going with?
I think it's receiver. I do
too. I do too.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Yeah.
I think we're underestimating how much they want to fill
Who's
out
the
that
receiver
offense.
at 22 though? Is it Rashad Bateman?
Is it Elijah Moore? Elijah Moore?
Is it Terrace Marsh? Maybe
Darius Toney even? Or maybe what if Devonta Smith falls?
if Tony goes that early though, I mean that means they love him. Love him.
Yeah.
I like Rashad Bateman, and I could see Elijah, but I don't know. There in that early 20 range, you could get a JOK, you could get a Parsons, you could get a Caleb Farley to fall. They might go in with a plan, and if it's if they trade into that say 21 range when it's still in the teens, they go in with a plan, but someone falls into their lap, it makes sense. If you're getting calls, I don't mind that.
We've officially newest Bills fan. Is that what it says? That's nice.
Oh my god!
Love to see
fan.
Amazing.
He's a prop. This is not.
We are getting so much clout right now, honestly.
Big clout. Big clout.
IB, clip this.
Big clout.
Look at him.
Seriously, we might break YouTube.
He's all in on Elijah Moore. He's way into it.
Yes.
So I have to say what anyone on Twitter would say. Source?
No, I don't have a source.
Okay.
So there's 5 minutes and 52 seconds left in this first pick. The pageantry of them letting this go to zero, it's frustrating. It's frustrating.
I'll just say
I just
this.
want to say.
I can't stay too long, but can we talk about Justin Fields? And if he gets to like the 20s, the NFL is probably shut down.
They can't. I'll lose my mind. I will lose my mind.
What are you doing?
No,
I feel like with the new
shot.
structure, it can't happen. You just get a QB opportunity at such a cheap price. If he got to 10, teams would just be ringing off the charts.
Yeah.
If he's even available at 15, there's no chance.
Yeah.
Like in Rodgers' day, that was 20 to 30 million less he was paid going 24 versus 2.
Right.
Yeah, like that was a huge difference. Like teams were like, okay, we might be able to pay a guy a little less. Now it's like if they get to 11, 12, they're probably ringing off the hook.
Listen, with all these Rodgers rumors,
Yeah.
when does that trade have to happen? It has to happen within the next
30
hour.
minutes.
2 hours,
right?
Yeah,
I think it happens tonight. I think
it has
Denver
to.
gives Green Bay that pick, the 9th pick.
Because here's the thing. They're not taking quarterback if they get the 9th pick, right? We're talking about Green Bay here.
Yeah, at 9, maybe.
Are they
going to draft the highest drafted receiver of Aaron Rodgers' life?
Yeah.
Jordan Love.
That's poetic justice.
Yeah,
It really is. You can't write that.
Okay. All right, gentlemen, I gotta go.
Thank you for signing on, Daddy.
There's 2 of them.
Yeah.
I can't even count that high, so that's just mad.
All right.
I have one.
How
I don't know how you do it, man.
How many
Enjoy.
times are those famous last words in the White household? There's 2 of them.
Oh. His first camo.
Enjoy, guys.
Thanks for joining, Jeremy. Appreciate it.
Good night,
Hello,
now.
Jeremy.
That was just a great raw prospect if we've ever seen one.
3rd overall.
Trey Lance, you mean? 3rd overall?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way Justin Fields drops, right? I mean,
No, I mean,
we're about to see.
There's a
I
huge.
mean, hold on
I'm not
to your
gonna
butts.
lie. I just saw
My
Trevor
first thought,
Lawrence
obviously, we
push
think
back
about
his
Aaron
hair,
Rodgers.
and like, man, that was majestic.
he
Like, I think about
does
Aaron
have some majestic hair.
Yeah.
If Fields makes it
I
past
have.
3, he's going to start to slip. That's for sure.
like
Keep this-
I
keep
have
this
a
maniac.
memory of Brady Quinn being drafted, and I remember General Al having his, that little magazine with the mock draft, the list of who, the order of who everybody was, and he just says Brady Quinn's being drafted. I think it was the Jets. He goes, crossed it off right away, and then he dropped how far? I don't know, but it's just
Guys, I don't have the volume on for the TV for the broadcast, but question, has anyone dropped that Trevor Lawrence is a man of faith yet? Has that been dropped yet?
Oh, no.
man.
I haven't heard that.
I feel like this is an interesting point right here.
What, man of faith?
No, that the Jags turned in their card in 5 seconds.
Like, I just feel like that's
Remember when what's his face did Buffalo selects Jack Eichel, and it was like such an alpha move because it was
Tim Murray.
Yeah, I did it in like 3 seconds. Like you got to admit that was people like that move, and that's probably what Jags fans wanted to have happen. The NFL's kind of owning them here.
Like,
Yeah, it's silly.
like this is like in how people get upset at the unwritten rules of baseball. I feel like this is one of the unwritten rules of the NFL draft. That war room they're showing for the Jaguars right now, there's no war going on. They're sitting there having cupcakes. Like, what the hell?
All right, how about we have to talk about this? This is a great question. What is Sam Fran doing at 3? Like, that's the question.
Trey Lance.
Trey Lance.
Trey Lance.
Definitely Trey Lance.
It's Trey.
They're waiting 4 minutes into the clock, and they're calling Green Bay.
Oh, the pick is in.
I'm so ready for it to be Justin Fields.
Jones.
If
Trevor
Mac
Lawrence,
Jones goes
man of faith.
3 with Lance and Fields on the board, I don't know. I'm logging out. You guys, I'm sorry.
No, Meerkat, you get 1 30-minute break, and you know that. But
Yeah.
like, there's hair at stake here, right? Am I not mistaken? What are the terms of that?
Oh yeah, get with it, Meerkat.
Wait. I was kidding at first, but Greg retweeted it, and then people were like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, Greg
and I'm like, I'm like, Greg, well, thanks for blowing my cover. It was just a reply at first. People weren't going to see it, but yeah, I'm so confident the Bills aren't going to draft ETN. Not that I wouldn't hate it, not that I have a source or anything. I'm just extremely confident they're not moving up or they're not staying put to draft ETN. Not that he'd be the wrong pick or anything. It's just I'm just in my gut. I know it's not going to happen. So I said, if it happens, I'm going to be so ashamed because I've been so against it all week. I'll just shave my head right now. I don't care. Like that's just to prove how confident I am. I don't want to do it, but it's not going to happen. So we don't have to worry about it.
For your sake, I hope not. I said it on Twitter earlier. No one's allowed to cut their hair on live camera for Trainwreck until Maniac does. Right, and
you just want to snip those.
Coming soon.
Maniac, want to cut both of our hairs together?
Yeah. When do you
We
do
did
next
have a
week?
call. We did have a call for Geary to cut his hair in the chat there. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
No, I
Pete.
don't know. I'm sort of growing. I'm growing to it, but
I saw you scouting. I saw you scouting out a barber earlier today.
I am. That's a fact. Let's see.
Which are you closer
Here we
to?
go. You're
2021 NFL Draft. The Jacksonville Jaguars select Trevor Lawrence.
Let's go. The thing we all knew was going to happen at the beginning of the movie.
Speak for yourself.
Did anyone realize the sticker that Roger's wearing that says COVID-19 vaccinated?
Stop it. He's wearing his sticker.
Yes.
Wait, who is?
Roger.
I mean, I'm all about the sticker, but that's a
Lawrence.
That's a nerd move.
Wow.
My opinion on it is that
went first overall. Wow.
if you make
Gatorade getting in there.
if you make 8 figures a year, you're definitely going to think you're more important than you are.
Yeah, I mean, for sure.
I know I can relate.
No, seriously. Like I know from experience, man.
Yeah, from experience.
I mean, I will say this: if just like one person gets vaccinated because he has a sticker, he does his job. So,
Fair.
in fairness to the whole thing, like I just look at it like this.
Doing our 111.
Right, he did. He's doing his 111.
Speaking of fairness to the whole thing, even though this is probably going to be Wilson, I feel like this is really when the shenanigans begin, boys.
No,
Robert,
there's
you
no
know this.
shenanigans there.
We're just waiting on pick 3. 3 is
3. You guys were
He's
confident in
first
3.
We're not going to see a Zach Wilson voice crack right here.
The question becomes: is there a trade up to number 4?
The first
the
puck
trade
of
up
the
to number
year
4
is going to be Zach Wilson.
Trade up to
I'm not going to
I'm
be
also-
surprised if Bill makes that call to go to 4.
I find it interesting that we heard that quote from Jeremy talking about the Bills trading up and having general managers from in front of the Bills talking about the Bills trading up and seeing if they're interested in doing it. And I wonder where that starts. Like, I don't think it's Chicago at 20. I don't think it's New York at 23. Maybe it's Pittsburgh at 24. A team like that that probably needs more picks, right?
And Pittsburgh needs picks. They need a running. Well, they want a running back, and I mean, you can hope Harris or Etienne fall at 30. They're pretty confidently.
Yeah,
I saw one that Bills traded up to 22.
Tennessee, maybe I can see them working something with Indy. Maybe I mean, Indy needs edge. There's still going to be some, there's so many questions with edge. What they're going to get at 21 might not be too far off what they get at 30.
Yeah. Shout out everybody tuning in on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Facebook. We got the whole enchilada. We got the whole enchilada with this crew right now.
Think about what the trade up is, though, guys. So it would cost you, I don't think they're going to pay more than a first and a third, and that gets you to about 23. So it gets you to 23 if you look at the board. It gets you to the Jets. I don't see it happening with the Jets. Who does that leave? Pittsburgh at 24, willing to come down to 30. That's kind of what I'm thinking about right now. Is the Bills will come up to 24, 25 range with the third pick, or with their third round pick, and they're in range to get probably the corner they're looking for, or in my opinion, Travis Etienne.
See, yeah, I think I have Pittsburgh taking Newsome going corner, but everyone says they want a running back. Harris obviously fits their mold too. I mean, that makes sense to move back to 30. I actually, in my mock, I just had the Jaguars moving back, not with the Bills, with the Chiefs. But Jacksonville can easily be a team to move back here too. Really, what are they going to be looking to add at 25 that they can't add at 30 after getting Lawrence?
See, I think the Jets aren't going to be at that 23 spot, so they might be able to trade up to that 23 because I think the Jets are going to move up to get an offensive lineman somewhere in the middle, in the teens somewhere. So there might be another team at the 23rd that may be able to move down even more.
So we could see
moving up.
Guys! Breaking news.
Nathaniel.
Breaking news.
Breaking.
Did someone see the sign that was behind Kurt Warner on NFL Network that said "Big Ben for prison"? Real good sign.
I feel like this is when they had the McConaughey goat sex in the interview, and they're like, "Get that goat, get that goat."
Okay,
all right. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. It's okay.
Another important question. Bigger black sheep of the family: Trevor Lawrence's brother or Billie Eilish's brother?
Ooh, Phineas.
Arch
No,
Manning.
not Phineas. It can't be Phineas.
Option C, Arch Manning.
Which one is Phineas, Kevin? That did nothing for me.
Phineas is
Billie Eilish's brother. Yeah. He's actually talented. Trevor Lawrence's brother looks like it looks like Maniac in a couple of years.
She brings him up on stage for everything.
Like he looks awesome.
No,
He's probably one of the best looking guys in Western New York, if not Erie County, top 5.
It's okay. It's okay that you completely misinterpreted what I was saying. That's fine.
Good looking, right?
Yeah.
Maniac, do you have pom poms over there?
No, I got the car wash thing going on.
That's good enough.
That's how you have to style it before you cut it.
Hey,
Just make it easier.
Maniac! By the way, you got an in over at Outlet Liquor now that you guys are big sponsees or what?
If by in you mean Rich and his amazing team over at Outlet Liquor, then I mean, of course, yeah, we have an in.
Well, I'm just saying, I could use some bourbon after this. So
yeah, just tell him we sent you.
Just tell him Maniac sent me. Name my flavor of bourbon.
Yeah.
What do you sip on?
So listen, I would say my favorite or like my go-to if I was someplace, I really like Woodford Reserve a lot. I think it's one of my like go-to. It's like middle of the line, but Old Forester has Knob Creek's good, but Old Forester has a Prohibition style that is one of the smoothest tasting bourbons I've had. And it's like $70. It's not like super top shelf, but it's just a real solid, delicious bourbon.
Well, that Knob Creek will be part of my mint julep review for my Birds in the Rocks. Obviously, you can tell by my attire. So
I could
bourbon choice.
I could tell that you weren't in here looking good for Maniac. So
wow, you guys are like a Batman and Joker type relationship.
Hey, by the way, I have a question. How come Al didn't play my 20th episode shout out? Because it was too condescending towards Al. And did you listen to it, Maniac?
I didn't even hear it for one.
Oh, I heard it. There was no birds mentioning. That's why it was not posted.
That's probably why.
Okay. No, that makes sense. I think I mentioned something along the lines of
on 7 that opens the door and Geary makes a couple great shots, makes his putts. Yeah, we heard about it.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, I think Al cried. I think that's why it's not.
While we have you two in the same room and we have predictable action, the fans want to see it. Over 60,000 viewers last year.
So,
over 60,000 viewers. They want to see it. Tell me, so what?
I want to play at my club.
I'm down. You want to play a par 3 again and show?
No, I want to play. I want to play at my club.
All the drivers, the 5 woods, 3 woods.
I want to play at my club.
Can you get your club to let us have a 5-person?
We will do a Monday. We'll do a Monday afternoon when the club is closed, and we'll get the course.
Okay, and we get our crew out.
And I'll have them leave out a couple of golf carts.
It is Zach Wilson.
Okay.
You need early morning. Get the fog coming off the grass.
Wow, Rob is fully erect at Zach Wilson, and now he's back down. He's not fully erect anymore.
Mormon Manziel.
QB
Mormon Manziel. Oh my God, I want to be sick.
Are you worried about him, Nate? I mean,
No.
let's face it. You're going to get callers about him for the next 2 to 3 years. So
I'm worried about Zach Wilson like I'm worried about Burrs when he gets to the green with his putter. It's just all Swedish, no finish.
Dude, I love a nice, pleasant surprise when you. Oh God, just wait, kid.
He's high-fiving.
And you know what? You have to wear that hat too, Burrs. You have to wear that hat.
Hey, you pick my outfit. You pick my outfit. I'll still beat you.
So listen, I think if we do round 2, we should
put something on the line.
Well, yes, definitely something on the line. But I think we should add in an X factor.
A Burrs on the Rocks review at the turn.
Yes, I was. First of all, yes, I was thinking that. But secondly, I was thinking about if we just like loser of the hole has to take a shot, or if you lose by more than 2 strokes, you have to take a shot. Something along those lines, so that if one of us gets a little sauced up, who knows what happens? I know sometimes when I get sauced up, I get real good. Like I'll just start ripping like 30-foot birdies.
Do you know who you're talking to?
An alcoholic. I'm aware. Yeah.
I mean, have you seen me perform in bowling? I'm not all right. Bowling.
Well, first of all, that question. I thought that question started off going in a dark place of like, have you seen me perform? Is kind of where you stopped, and then there was a silence. And
you haven't seen his video work.
Obviously, I'm talking about a bowling alley. Your head's in the gutter, so get it out of the gutter. Guess what?
Yeah,
a little
bowling joke. Gutter.
Everything is going crazy. Everything's going down. You haven't seen what's happened in the last 5 to 8 months.
So are we walking, or are we going caddies this time again?
Yes, caddies. Yes.
9
and by
holes
the way,
18.
Nate, the only XXX that Burrs drops is on the bowling lanes.
Oh, I know.
Times 4.
XXX times 4, carry the 2.
That's a 300.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, guys. Joe Burrow or Zach Wilson? Who would you rather have?
Joe Burrow.
Joe
for
Burrow
sure.
every day of the week.
Even
Feel like-
after knee injury.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Are knee injuries
that
as
was a big
crazy-
scar.
Are they as crazy as they were like in the Dante Culpepper era?
No.
But still,
Some say you come back
injuries
better.
can linger forever.
I feel like
They
it's
can
kind of
linger
like
forever.
Tommy John in baseball. It used to be like terrible. Now you can like come out like you said better.
So, wow! Oh my God! Look at Zach Wilson's brothers. Oh my God, they are such douchebags.
What?
love
Zach
it.
Wilson looks like he grew up in Whoville.
Yeah, he looks like Drew Lock.
Oh my God, it's Brad, Chad.
I wanted to quickly bring up. I gotta jump here in about 2 minutes when we go to intermission here for the Sabres. But and I'll kind of jump in through the night too, guys. By the way, because once the Sabres game's on or during the third period, maybe I'll hop back on too.
Appreciate that.
But I was gonna say one of the things I wanted to say before I left was, do you guys know who has the best record in the AL right now?
I'm gonna say Kansas City.
Yeah, you're going to say Kansas City. It's real vibey and wavy up in here on this top of the AL. I don't know what you guys know about that life, but
So does San Francisco.
Yeah, Geary loves to feel royal.
Dude, that's
Ugh.
crazy. I mean, where are you going to put your April championship?
right next to my 2015 championship, bud.
All right. Fair.
Right next to it.
Well, let's face it. Deciding something in April for MLB is like deciding something like in the first 10 minutes of a Breaking Bad episode.
Ooh, you know what though? I'll tell you, Ty B just made a point that I wanna reconfirm. Is Zach Wilson is way more like Drew Lock than he is Patrick Mahomes.
Oh yeah.
He could
I
definitely be
described him-
Drew Lock.
I described him like a Johnny Manziel that thinks he's Brett Favre.
A clean version of Johnny Manziel, a PG-13 Johnny Manziel.
Yeah, extremely PG Manziel that
Disney
thinks
Channel
he's Brett
Johnny
Favre.
Manziel. Yeah.
He looks like a Disney child star, a Disney Channel child star.
So they're on the clock.
He
boys,
could
3
definitely
minutes.
be doing that Disney the ears thing.
Yeah.
You could be like, "This is Zach Wilson, and you're watching New York Jets football."
Nobody tipped this pick if they see it on Twitter. I'm avoiding Twitter. I want to see how this actually plays out.
There's no. I don't. Is there really like tips still? I thought they like kept it pretty good.
No.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there's a
People
couple
tip
people
like
who don't
crazy.
follow the rules.
I'm
Yeah,
turning
I
a
know.
blind eye. Let's turn a
There's
blind eye.
punishment for
Third
it.
eye blind.
People getting mad at them.
Wow.
And most
Can
of
you
the people
imagine-
low-key like it.
Can you imagine people getting mad at you on the internet? I couldn't.
Never.
Couldn't be me.
By the way, shout out everybody tuning in Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch. I know I sound like a
Oh my
broken record.
God.
We are over an hour into
I know
the
what the
draft
pick
show.
is. I know what the pick is.
God damn.
Rated on an
Justin
excitement
Fields.
level from 1 to 10.
If that's Mac Jones, no,
Yeah,
don't
that's
tell me that.
definitely Mac Jones.
All right,
It's
don't
not
say
Mac.
anything. Mac
Don't
Jones
say
is
it.
exciting as hell because the 49ers are idiots. Imagining
No,
wanting
I'm gonna-
Rodgers and getting Mac Jones.
Mac, if that, oh my god, if it happens,
Meerkat, you
I'm
better go get
actually-
that lawnmower 3.0 from our good friends at Manscaped. Use promo code TRAINWreck for 20% off and free shipping.
Meerkat looks like he hasn't had a solid grooming courtesy of Manscaped in about 30 months, which
Use
is
promo
when
code TRAINWreck.
Jimmy Garoppolo became the highest paid player in NFL history for the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, why do we have to keep assuming that Kyle Shanahan's an offensive genius? Like, are we going to keep thinking
He's
that?
smart. He's smart.
Sure.
I don't hate Kyle Shanahan, but some of the
I don't,
moves.
but
I'm not completely sold on this John Lynch fella. Let me tell you. All right, pick us in.
Booger. Well, here's Booger. Well, you see, if they take Mac Jones, well then they took Mac Jones, and that means he sits behind Jimmy Garoppolo. We'll play after Jimmy Garoppolo leaves.
Yeah, I don't think Mac Jones is a day one starter. I don't hate Mac Jones. I
do.
hate that people like Mac Jones more than Fields and Lance. It just I think Mac Jones is a perfectly fine career backup in the NFL. Get that Chase Daniel money, play that Matt Barkley role, but
The Jim Sorgi money. I don't trust any Alabama.
We're getting
quarterback.
Sorgi
Anything coming out of
money.
Alabama? No.
Shout out Charlie Whitehurst. I mean, clipboard Jesus. The dude just rocks great hair and makes
Nate's
Miller.
reacting to a lot over there right now. I just saw him go wow, 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 wow to himself.
Oh my god. Oh, I can't look. I'm not looking at my phone.
Meanwhile, we got the Big Ten for prison caption here.
I love
No,
that.
everybody was dying to see that. I mean,
Love-
you gotta
I love
imagine someone's very proud of themselves.
Love being
out
right,
in the
man.
fans Right now.
I'm proud of them, even if their parents aren't. So
Love being right.
They just, oh my god, come on, announce this shit. It's
Wait,
so
when you
late.
say you love being right, are you saying you wouldn't shop at Ned Flanders' Lefty store?
I would never say that.
Okay.
Who put that
at least be Lance? Like
Nate, if you're a Jets fan, are you allowed to be posting the "We Got Him" meme about Zach
If you're
Wilson?
a Jets fan, you should arguably be locked out of Twitter.
I just feel like you're not allowed to post the "We Got Him." Like he was gonna be there no matter what.
All right, boys. I was right about Trey Lance. So, all right, boys. I got to
Someone put a comment on the screen.
I'll be back soon, boys. I'll try to be back soon, anyways.
We'll see you,
That's,
Nate.
that's exciting. That's really exciting.
oh my.
We let Kanzi, we let him tip the pick. Who put that up?
That's what I'm saying. I need answers.
Who let Cons tip it? I said no
Props
tips.
to JK Jr. for getting on the stream with the tip pick.
I wanted to be.
I mean, I try to be Trey Lance. I love
everything I know. I mean, I like Trey Lance. Don't get me wrong. Trey Lance is a great football player. He's a bit of a project. Probably not your day one starter, like I was saying before. But like, it's just about Mac Jones. But Lance's ceiling is insanely high. The guy has every physical tool possible. He was a winner at North Dakota State, obviously against FCS competition. So that's a bit of a down mark on him. But like, he has every tool realistically you want in a modern day NFL quarterback. Yeah. I had him going fourth in my mock. I thought he deserved to be a top 5 pick in this. I mean, he really has a great arm. He has athleticism, and the upside is there. So, I mean, shout out to San Fran for not taking Mac Jones. This is a much better pick. It's not Justin Fields, but this is great. San Fran, you should be excited.
And shout out to them for taking Mac Jones, or not taking Mac Jones, so that Meerkat could keep his hair. The thing with Trey Lance is this maybe an overreaction to what Josh Allen did to them.
Yes,
maybe honestly, and like obviously it's so obvious, and you hate to say it, especially after the commercial, but the comms are there with Lance and Allen. Similar size, similar speed, a ton of arm talent. Lance doesn't have the absolute, brick buster of an arm Allen does, but
Jake,
he's there. He has the body.
The Allen video where he talks to Lance.
Yeah, the commercial that was hopping around, if you find that. I mean, like, you hate to make the comp, especially after that commercial. It's too easy, but this is a good pick for San Francisco. I like him a lot. He makes the right throws. He makes the right reads. Kind of breaks down under the blitz a little bit here and there. Got to work throwing on the move, definitely. And like I said, played against that FCS competition. So you're going to want to, give him a little bit of time to maybe sit behind Garoppolo or if they Rodgers, whatever the hell they do.
When was the last time that 3 QBs were taken in the first 3 picks?
I think they said, what year was it? It's been a long time.
Wasn't it not Bradford's draft?
No, it's been a while.
Yeah.
I'm talking way longer than that.
Yeah,
I think 4 would be the first. Would 4 be maybe the 60s? 4 might be the first time. I don't know if it's the first time ever.
It might be 4 though. Like this, I mean, Falcons could be looking to move out of this pick. In my mock draft had the Falcons trading back with the Patriots to Patriots getting Lance, not Fields. I really thought Fields should be the guy 3. People are really overreacting to a medical condition he's played with his whole life.
He really should go right. He should go right here. I mean,
he really should. I don't think Atlanta takes him. Not that drafting Matt Ryan's replacement is the worst move in the world. If it's Atlanta, it should be Pitts. Would it be completely shocked if it was Sewell or even Chase? I know that sounds crazy, but you hear them. They're shopping Julio. So.
Speaking of that, the Julio to the Bills rumors, or at least what Stephen A. Smith thinks we should do. Talk about that. I mean, I don't want that personally, but is there anyone here that
I mean, I'll take it. What's the cost? Like,
Yeah, maybe
That's
if
the thing,
Julio
yeah.
was gonna like convert it to like $6 million against the cap, and Bean can work some kind of magic, but not at like 15 or whatever it's gonna cost, right, Kev?
I mean, you could get me into a compensation range where I will take to talk to you guys about it. If you're talking about like fair in the salary, and you're talking about like they'd probably want a receiver back, right? They probably want like Gabe Davis back. And they probably, but I think the thing about Gabe Davis is it would help you lower your draft compensation. So you're talking about like a day 2 pick in Gabe Davis. I don't know. It gets a little interesting. It's a little interesting to me. Like,
That's a go for it move if you've ever seen one.
it's a little interesting. I mean, I'm not saying I'm doing it. It's just interesting.
No, I would absolutely hate the idea. And of course, no matter what Brandon Bean does, I'm going to chug the process juice. But like, I would really hate to trade for a receiver who's old with an expensive contract for one who's cost controlled under a day 3 draft picks deal for the next however long.
Well, that's why you would get a better rate on the compensation.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. If anything, realistically, I could see Atlanta giving a pick and Julio for someone like Gabe Davis.
I mean, yeah, don't tempt me with stuff like that. I mean, I think they're ready to win now, guys.
Yeah, I love Gabriel. Gabriel, not Gabe Davis. I love him to death, though. I think not to get into Gabriel Davis now, but this is draft night. But you saw it this year. I love Gabriel Davis. Like,
oh my God.
He's a very good receiver, and he's going to be a very.
I hated him as a draft prospect.
I was so on the train that Isaiah Hodgins was going to have a better season last year than Gabriel Davis. I loved Isaiah Hodgins' pick. That was my favorite pick last draft. And
the Falcons' pick is in.
Oh man!
So Kyle Pitts.
There's no trade. It's Pitts. If it's Sewell, like I said, don't be completely shocked. Chase, not out of the realm of possibility, but it should be Pitts.
Now, Rob Ryan, we are going to get you back into here. Sorry to cut you off, Maniac, but we'll get you back in here for the Jets stuff later. But overall, good reaction to the Zach Wilson pick. And what are you expecting for the 20s when the Jets pick?
Yeah, so I like Zach Wilson. I was always a fan of him over Fields and the other ones besides Lawrence. And for that 23rd pick, I'm thinking they may move up to get an offensive lineman, or they may stay put, get an offensive lineman, running back, or I think they go secondary is the third option. So that's what we're looking for later in the draft for that 23rd pick.
Gotcha. Well, we'll definitely get you back in here for the 23rd pick. Rest easy. We'll see you soon. Okay, buddy?
Okay.
Enjoy.
And then coming in now, Colin Tonj. Good. Is that? Wait, I've never said your last name before, actually. Is that right?
Tong.
Tong?
Yeah.
There's an E at the end.
Like the salad things.
Yes.
Pick up
King-
a warm
King
steak
Tong.
off the grill.
Yeah.
It's all right. You can go around the room
Okay,
and 0 people would get my last name right still. So it's all good.
Kevin, I've been on a podcast with you for 8 months, and I don't get it right still.
So I feel you. We'll go to Maniac. Maniac, say my last name.
Masseri.
There you go. Maniac got it.
It only took you correcting me live on air like 4 times. Like, that's pretty good. I think that I actually put that as like a footnote at the bottom of my resume.
Can Ale get it right still to this day? That's the question.
No, we don't know.
Kyle Pitts is the pick.
Thank goodness. How much speculation on this beast dropping the whole time? No chance. People were comparing him to Ebron and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
My number 2 player off on the entire board behind Trevor Lawrence.
Same here. Colin, how do you like the pick for the Falcons?
Oh, Kyle Pitts is an absolute beast. We knew that wherever he was going to go, he would make an impact. He's one of the guys that it really doesn't matter what you need. You can take him, and he's going to be a stud. Obviously, Jacksonville is kind of the only exception because they've had Lawrence set in stone since the college football season probably even started last year. But everyone else, like, I could have seen the Jets making a bonehead decision and taking Pitts, but it wouldn't necessarily be a bonehead position because whoever's throwing the ball to him, he's such a freak athlete that he's going to be able to go and get it. He's one of those guys that you can line up outside as if you want to run a 2 tight end system and have your blocking tight end or another guy stay inside and line Pitts up outside and have him run routes, because what cornerback, aside from a select few, is going to be able to guard that huge frame that he brings and that huge catch radius? So it's going to be interesting to see what the Falcons do later in the draft, or if they try and move Matt Ryan or Julio Jones, as we've heard their talks. But I mean, that offense is that Julio, Ridley, and Pitts as your three weapons. That's one of the best three receivers that you can have.
And they still have Hayden Hurst too.
So I don't even care about Hayden Hurst. No one's bringing up the point right now. The blatant disrespect to the former tight end number 2 of Atlanta, now tight end number 3, Lee Smith. What is he feeling right now seeing Kyle Pitts get drafted? I mean, Lee Smith.
You know what Lee Smith is saying? Lee Smith is saying, "I'm going to be open on those 4-yard touchdowns like never before."
He's like, I don't have to run around
Ridley, Julio, they're not going to be accounting for me.
Shout to Lee Smith, I love you.
You've just seen over the years now, obviously, having a big tight end, a receiving tight end, one that can block too, but just get open, run wide receiver routes. That's an asset in this league. You see with Kelsey and who the fuck?
Kittle.
I'm losing the names right now, but you
Kittle.
see these big like Gronk, these big
maybe
guys
like a
that
Kittle
run these routes, and those are hard guys to defend, and I see that Pitts. Being a Florida fan, you see this kid. He's got great hands. He's a hard guy to cover, and that's a thing that is a hard thing to defend in this league. Is a big physical wide receiver like tight end.
Yeah, I mean,
you can line them up out wide.
Yeah, you can line them up wide.
Not to oversimplify it, but Kev, right? It's that you can get a better matchup on a tight end versus an LB than you can in a modern day wide receiver versus safety or a CB. That's the name of the game.
Yeah, look at what happened in even the AFC Championship game with the Bills. They just couldn't come down. They couldn't figure out a way to cover Travis Kelce. Look at the Indianapolis game to a lesser extent. They just dominated with their tight end play. The Bills could not cover any of them. They were struggling all game. And it's just that tight end mismatch, and you need really strong linebacker play. You need really good safety play, and most teams don't have it right now, guys. And Pitts is going to create a ton of issues. But that team always has weapons. Can we be honest about Atlanta? They always have weapons. They need to correct the quarterback position. They need to get it under control.
Shout out Roddy White.
Seriously.
Matt Ryan is the captain of the very good fan club, not the elite fan club, not the great fan club, the captain of the very good, and that's about it, fan club.
That's right.
I always thought that they would be a great team to trade back with someone like Detroit or Carolina if they were looking to get a quarterback, because at that point you can still get one of the top pass catchers of the draft and accumulate more picks going back there. There's just so much wrong with Atlanta's roster, top to bottom, that
exactly.
It's not a one fix.
The defense is, terrible too.
They lost their one good player, Keanu Neal, in the offseason.
Well, that's why I thought they'd be a great candidate to trade back with a team and maybe in the teens that needed a quarterback, because they weren't going to take quarterback here. Yep. Do they need Pitts? I mean, not really at all. Their offensive weapons are kind of solid right now. If they don't, Calvin Ridley is incredible. And one of the less talked about very, very good football players in the NFL. And because Atlanta's just been so bad. But if they would have moved back into the teens, they could have got a great defender with how this draft's playing out. When I had them trade back, I think I had them taking Micah Parsons, who best defender in the draft. I stand by it.
Can we say we're happy he didn't go to the Dolphins? Can we just say that?
Oh my God, thank God.
It's that balance.
Definitely.
You got those great weapons on
But still, it's going to be Chase now.
It's okay.
I love him. But
I love a cornerback
play.
play.
Going to be able to play downfield with
defense
Chase.
Wins championships.
We need more ASMR on this show. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Defense. I love it when you say the defense.
It does kind of win championships.
It does kind of, and it was the Achilles heel of the Bills.
It used to be.
Yeah, right?
Back in my day, you remember the '85 Bears?
Yeah,
I
uphill both ways. The snow, box of ice.
The Bengals pick is in. Does anybody here think it's not Sewell? Does anyone think they're going Chase right now or another receiver?
No, not with Pitts off the board. No.
And now I'm saying too. Speaking of Chase, bringing him up, I think he's the pick for the Dolphins. But you're seeing people taking Jalen Waddle over Chase in mock drafts last week or so. You're seeing Jalen Waddle going above Smith and Pitts, and People are afraid of Smith's weight. I kind of get that. I still think he's the second best receiver in the draft. But
with this pick, wow.
What did you do, Kev?
Oh no, Kevin!
Don't be a
All right, Kev. Then give us some little teases. How crazy at a 1 to 10?
Is it a receiver? I gotta look at the
That's awful, guys.
That was amazing. No, that's
I loved it at first, but then it was just like.
What's going to take a bigger nosedive?
Why don't I
hear as a Jets or that song?
I mean, I should be in
Burrs finishing his Rumplemans.
Burrs finishing his Rumplemans. Love that.
That's a bigger.
I wonder when Skolarith's report is going to be coming to fruition with the Broncos trade, because that would have to happen pretty soon, right? That's not a deal you make while the clock is ticking. Like,
we can go live from Casey's, by the way, due to the new.
We very might well go live from BlackRock shortly. I'm looking at this. How would because ESPN is like live streaming the draft on their Twitter, so it's kind of interesting. It's the exact same thing as the ESPN channel itself, so it's kind of like surreal to see it just easily on my computer without having to go to some separate site, even watch ESPN. It's literally just on their Twitter. It's kind of an interesting thing. But with that said, it makes me think if the internet was producing the NFL draft, how it would be different.
Right.
And the only thing that I can think of right away is that anytime a pick was in, it would be like a McLovin gif from Superbad when he's like, it's in, and then there would be like a lightning bolt through the screen. Like ESPN doesn't really subtlety. It's just like a little like bang and the pick is in. Like they would make a big deal of it.
This pick's gonna affect your pocketbook, Maniac.
No, better not.
Oh my God!
I got it on the line. They're going for BFF. They want to make Burrow that happy.
It's gonna affect your pocketbook, my man.
It's the graphic me and Wake talked about that people were tweeting. The meme. It's the Bengals with Sewell and Joe Burrow is happy and standing up and throwing the ball with patience and time in the pocket. And then there's the Bengals with Chase and Joe Burrow is laying on his ass with his knee busted open while Chase is running downfield.
Did they pick it yet?
Yeah,
Nope,
it just
haven't even shown it yet.
ESPN just threw it up. Oh my God! It's
My
not like
stream's so late.
it's not a bad pick, but it's not.
It's not the right one.
I was gonna say it's not the right pick, but I'm not an NFL GM, so I don't want to say I'm right or something. But like,
it's just it seems
At least he's not going to the Dolphins again.
It's sexy. It's exciting. It's a franchise that needs a flashy
not going to the
pick
Dolphins?
like that.
No, if
Sewell's not fun, like Chase is. Chase is awesome. Jamar Chase is a game-breaking talent.
LSU is wide receiver 1U or whatever, but that full white suit, I don't like that. That's not
I'm an advocate though. If you're the Bengals.
I think Kyle Pitts is still the best dressed. Did you see he had those beige elbow pads on his suit? Those were nice. Those were really sharp.
He had a pretty subtle
Chase,
LSU button too.
We were just talking about Calvin Ridley. My NFL comp in my mock draft was a more explosive, a more dynamic Calvin Ridley, which is a scary thing. There's similar players, similar size, similar speed, but you watch Chase's tape, he explodes off the line of scrimmage. Like he's not like fast. He explodes when he makes a cut. It is like impactful. Like the dude is just a human missile, and his sole purpose is to track down the football. He's a great receiver. I'm jealous the Bengals have him and Joe Burrow. Not that I'm upset with Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs at all, but it's an exciting time to be a Bengals fan. That's a sexy pick for them, and they got a great duo.
Yeah, we have to say. I'll answer this question. How would we be happy if Farley dropped to the Bills?
Yeah,
I mean, yeah. At
100%.
At 30, I have no problems with that. I don't care what.
Speaking on that, like, it's not that it's under talked about, but I don't think it's a big enough point that CB2 is a major need on this team.
Yeah, of course.
It is a major need on this team. Yeah, 100%. And in today's NFL, the passing league, you need that CB2.
Oh, the Dolphins already have their pick in. I'm sorry to cut you
pick
off.
Wow, no,
is in-
shout out to the
By the
Dolphins.
way,
Hey,
Waddle.
Jaguars.
We see Waddle going here.
By the way,
I think we could see Sewell.
I think with Chase off the board, it could be Sewell.
Chase
And I
was
wanna
my
ask-
number
I wanna
3
ask a guest
overall
that we
ranked
have in the
player.
wings here. Sorry, I was going to cut you off for 2 reasons, Meerkat. We do have Kurt Halmesser. Someone talked about sexy. We're bringing sexy back to the live stream here.
Gentlemen,
Kurt,
how we doing?
The Dolphins real quick.
Kurt,
The,
1,000
the
view Kurt, right? 1,000. What did you hit? 1,000 live viewers
Yes,
on your stream.
And we actually got up to 2,000, which was even
Congrats,
crazier.
Kurt.
I mean, can't thank everybody enough. But before I get started here, I got to thank my girlfriend for this wonderful tapestry behind me. I got a nice background for recording here, so
very nice.
But yes,
Shout out to
let's
Kurt's girlfriend. Throw up Kurt's
yes,
girl. Hashtag Kurt's girlfriend on the screen.
You know,
Hey,
what?
but
I would
shout
also
out
like
for-
to thank my girlfriend for letting me use the whole basement that we have in her parents' house to do this.
Perfect.
Right now. So shout out.
Perfect. Shout out the Dolphins too for getting this pick in quick, because I was sick of waiting so long.
What? Yeah, like Jaguars. Like what the?
The
hell?
fact that it was 8 p.m. at pick 3 was a little audacious.
Yes, Jaguars have been on the clock for what, 4 months now?
Yeah, I think Shad Khan had like a timer, but it was just like a giant bottle of expensive champagne or something being poured out, and then when it reached the end, that's when he said, "Okay, now announce it."
Yes.
By the way, I gotta say in this picker mission, on behalf of all the Miley stands, F you, Kurt.
Hey man, that I will probably never have a cooler interaction. I don't think. That was so out of left field, but it was pretty awesome.
That performance, by the way, was awesome. You
It's
undersold
phenomenal.
it a little bit in that tweet.
Hey, I got to see it with about 8 people in the entire arena. I got to see it firsthand, so it was pretty cool.
That's crazy.
That's incredible.
That's so cool.
What are we thinking here for number 6? I'm saying Penei Sewell. If they're smart, they go Sewell.
Smart pick is Sewell, best player available. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked with a Jalen Waddle. I do like Smith
wouldn't
more
either.
than Waddle,
Yep.
but I wouldn't be shocked with a Waddle for the fit into their offense there. I mean,
I think Waddle or Smith.
know,
I mean, he's got the Tua connection too.
they don't,
I got
what
the
else makes
pick
sense than those
spoiled.
two here?
I
like,
did too. Yeah, I know.
Kevin.
Don't say it. Don't,
Kevin is that guy looking
Yeah, my
like that
fault.
who's like surprised that he gets 12. Oh, I
Stop
saw it.
looking at
Oh my gosh. I can't
No.
believe
It just
out. Don't scroll.
it's fully on the Twitter addiction, and I'm just
All right,
like,
so
I thought I had
since
it
we need to
covered.
stall, so Kevin doesn't talk about it and spoil for all of us, we're gonna look back at what we were just talking about with Kevin and Miley Cyrus.
Yes.
So
At
this
first,
is
I
the
thought
biggest
she was.
thing.
At first, I thought she was
all the
mad at me,
fans-
but
Of course, she loves you. She loves you right here. You're a
Well, that's-
hater converted into a fan.
I
That's
know.
the best
I am.
thing.
You should have. Hey, if you scroll through those mentions, you would not believe the amount of Miley Cyrus fans that were coming at me, and then the amount of Miley Cyrus fans that were DMing me asking for the set list of the show. And I said, please, I do not know. I'm sorry.
You could make some good
the-
money.
The
I love
reason that
Miley
they
Cyrus.
hate you is because the Miley stands would do anything for a like,
know.
anything for it, and she is just straight up acknowledging, like literally putting a pun on what you said in this tweet. Just ridiculous.
She
I-
searched
I
her
will-
name, by the way. That's underrated.
Yes, I know.
46.4 million.
And she picked me, maniac. She picked me.
Amazing.
I will
Uh-oh.
be honest. I didn't know there was this many Miley Cyrus fans still around, but shout out to them. Props to them.
Hashtag.
Right? Her new
Hashtag
music,
Kurt's
like,
girlfriend. We should have
Bro,
hashtag
you
Kurt's
heard
girlfriend.
Midnight Sky? It's a freaking banger.
It is. It's a great song. She's got me hooked ever since that show. All right, here we go. Raj is walking up.
Gotta
Sam
do the
Reinhart
Miz
ties the
quiet
game.
then. Kev, are you happy or pissed about it?
I mean,
Don't even say it. Don't even say it.
Here we go.
not gonna say it.
Wow. Okay.
I just said it. Waddle makes a lot of sense, but
Waddle,
I
baby,
like
Waddle,
Smith
baby,
more than
Waddle.
him. He just makes a lot of sense in that
Waddle
offense.
with it, Waddle with it,
Gives
Waddle
them their
with it.
special
Now,
teamer they
Detroit-
needed.
Now, Detroit's in an interesting spot because they could trade out. They could take Sewell. They could take Fields for themselves. There's a lot
I
to do.
wouldn't hate
Hey,
Fields
hey.
for them. I'd have no faith in Jared Goff. No offense
Hey.
to him. He's a good guy.
They have too much money locked up in Jared Goff. I think it'd be silly to take a quarterback because you're not gonna bench Jared Goff with the amount of money he's got tied up.
No. But yeah, and you're not Fields isn't the I feel like Fields is more of a day one starter than anyone else but Lawrence, but I
Right.
mean Everyone is
as long as the Patriots stay where they are, I don't want them getting up to get unless it's for Mac Jones. I'll allow that.
We would be remiss not to mention on this stream real quick. Sorry, Meerkat. The Sabres tied it at 2. Sam Reinhart. Yep. Big game. I mean, I know that the season's over, but you got UPL in net making consecutive starts. He could be a big part of that goalie future.
Hey, pick is in.
That on top of the UPL.
Lions pick is in
right now with wait, what? Lions pick is in.
They're quick.
Hey. Animals making some quick picks.
Shout out Miami. Shout out Detroit. These guys are on top of it.
So I had Detroit taking receiver because, like Kurt brought up, they have so much money in golf that he's not their future at quarterback. But right now, this year, he's their quarterback. And whether you like it or not, and, they lost Marvin Jones. They lost Kenny Galladay. Could this be Devonta Smith right here? 2 receivers back-to-back, teammates back-to-back?
Do they really want to roll into the season with Quentin Cephas as their number 1 wide receiver? No disrespect to Quentin, but
exactly.
I mean, come
on. No, that's Jay Hawkinson's your top target.
Right.
So what did they add on offense this season? Jamal Williams.
Yeah. See, in my mock, if I love Micah Parsons this draft.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
Let's go.
I get the off-field stuff, but he is unbelievable. And I think the Lions, if they go wide receiver here, it's not like they're going to make the playoffs. I mean, I think they need to take somebody that's going to be a cornerstone piece, like somebody like a Micah Parsons.
Yeah, Parsons my number 7 on my whole big board, number 1 defensive player. Just the way he plays football is
unbelievable.
I had more fun. Like I watched a decent amount of tape preparing for this draft and stuff, and I had so much fun watching him play football that I continued watching him past. I had enough info on him. He's a not great person off the field. He's got a lot of problems, fights, weapons, Twitter. Take away Twitter from him, please. But it's just he is a threat on the football field. He's a defensive cornerstone, like you said, like just an absolute playmaker, X factor level defender, I think.
And this draft, this wide receiver class is so deep. I mean, Detroit can get one in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round and be better than Quentin Cephas probably.
Wasn't what am I wrong? Was Galladay an early 2nd or was he a late 1st?
No, I believe he was a 2nd. I could be wrong.
Yeah, okay.
And like you say take away Twitter and you think like, oh, well, that's someone who can't stay disciplined and everything. That's what the Patriots did with Rob Gronkowski. They weren't happy with how he was using his Twitter. They took that away for sure. So they'll do that at the NFL level.
Parsons is banned from the Ohio State campus because of Twitter. Because of some select tweets.
Yeah, Galladay was a 3rd from the MAC. Don't you do the MAC?
Yeah. 3rd, okay, yeah.
That's crazy.
Yes, sir.
I would be drafting just the most expensive positions with those mid-round picks because if you hit on them, you get them for 3 to 4 years at just such a reduced rate. That's the thing you look at, not to get harped up on it because this draft is moving quickly, thank goodness, with some recent picks. But you look at, we were talking about being jealous of Burrow and Chase, even though we have Allen and Diggs. I think it was Meerkat saying it. The thing is, in 2 or 3 years, they're going to be paying those guys combined, what, like $12 million, even with their options, Kev? Like, that's going to be insane for the production that they're going to be getting out of those 2 guys. So they're going to have a really strong, what I call it with the Bills right now, a Russell Wilson window. When you're still on that rookie deal and you can kind of supplement it with places all over the roster, Bengals could be really dangerous in like 2 years, 3 years if they manage right.
Yeah, I mean that cap situation is just. I think it's what the Bills are after. Tonight. It's what can we do with the cap situation because we're gonna need to save some money. We're gonna need to get good production. That's why I don't believe they're looking to do multiple picks here. I think it's a matter of getting the best possible player tonight that they can, and that's gonna. As we talked about with Jeremy White and with Nate, is to get up maybe a few picks and to get into the range of having the ability to get a real star with a 1st-round grade. Maybe it's in the 22, 24 range. And, the salary cap plays a big role into all this, guys. It's getting the best player you can and have them locked up at 4 years plus an additional 5th-year option.
Value. That's simply
got to get it right. Value, not roster spots. It's value, not roster spots.
So are you guys afraid of Jalen Waddle now, having to face him twice a year? Does that scare you with the lack of, top end speed in the Bills secondary?
Especially now that
the
they have Will.
safeties
I
and the
think
cornerback.
with Will Fuller on the other side of him, I get kind of scared because Will Fuller is a deep threat and Waddle's got the speed too. So we'll see cornerback now kind of, in my opinion, became much bigger need for the Bills because like we talked about earlier, that number 2 corner for our team isn't anything amazing. And
we have great depth at corner,
yes,
but we don't have a CB2.
Yes, and if Will Fuller can stay off the PEDs and stay healthy, then then that could be and don't forget that they still have DeMonte Parker too. So that's 3 guys. If they want to run Fuller or Waddle out of the slot, I'm confident Teron Johnson.
Is Preston Williams still on their roster? Or did he leave this offseason too? I'm not even sure.
I don't know.
I like Preston Williams too. Miami's building up weapons for Tua. That's for sure. Hey, they're all
they're going O-line.
And Sewell, I'm surprised he made it to 7. It's a weird pick for them, but it's the best player available.
Speaking of performance enhancers, he only looks like he's on them. Welcome to the stream, Talbot. It's quite the mix here.
How's it going, guys? Going great.
What's your take so far, Ryan? Pretty much what was expected for the most part.
Yeah, well, other than this guy tap dancing on stage right now in overalls, I was not expecting to look up and see that. So, other than that, yeah, pretty predictable. At number 3, it was starting to sound more and more like Trey Lance as the day went on, as the last 2 days went on. So that was the biggest question mark so far. I heard you guys talking about Jalen Waddle. Yeah, a ton of speed there, but big win for the Bills in the fact that both Kyle Pitts and Jamar Chase went off the board for Miami. I don't know. At the end of the day, this could end up working out well for the Dolphins, but it almost seems like they got a little bit too cute going from 3 to 12, then back up. Maybe they felt like they could do no wrong with either wide receiver, and if that's the case, then this worked out the way they wanted to, but it's going to be interesting to compare Waddle's season to Chase and Pitts because they really could have had either of those players, obviously, at number 3.
Yeah, they sure could.
Well, bounce to Kirk. I was just going to say the Bills play the Falcons this year, so we will see Kyle Pitts.
We're going to see those weapons, and then we'll see obviously the Dolphins. Just real quick on the CB speed we were talking about. I would argue that the one thing that Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer have done, and I get they're getting older, but have done since they've been here, is that you're not throwing deep on the Bills. I can't remember a game except for the Indianapolis Colts game in 2018, which is like a weird game that I pulled that one out, where they got attacked deep and hit multiple times. I mean, they take that away. So it'll be very interesting to see Trey White in those matchups and obviously CB2.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think CB, I have the Bills taking an edge in my mock draft, but I think CB2, like I said, it's been talked about, but it's really, I feel like it's more of a pressing issue than is being led on to be. Teron Johnson made some great plays this year. He's great in the run support, but he's not a CB2. And, Levi Wallace, you saw him. I like Levi Wallace. I'm a Levi Wallace supporter. I still don't think he's a CB2 across from Trey White. We know
what we're getting with him. Levi Wallace, he's been good, but I don't see him getting, to the next level. I think he's kind of hit his ceiling, which is fine. He's an undrafted free agent. That's great. We got great. The Bills got great productivity from him, but I think it's about time. We've seen enough from Levi Wallace to know what you're going to get. I've had the Bills going corner at 30 for months now, so that's what I'm pulling for here, boys.
Yeah,
Kurt, give me your thoughts on a guy, and Ryan, because I know I might have brought him up in the show the other day. A guy like Tyson Campbell, who kind of like an Asante Samuel Jr., where most traditional big boards and mocks had him going kind of mid 30s, early 30s. But like a Tyson Campbell type for the Bills as a CB2. I think, he's got the body for it. He has the physical traits. Not talked about as much. Could be another type of reach guy or a trade back guy. But you guys have any thoughts on a Tyson Campbell?
Go for it, Ryan. I'll let you start.
Campbell's interesting. I actually like Stokes more. I think Stokes has the speed. I think he's the better of the two for the fit for the Bills as well. Both guys fit. It's going to be interesting, though. Obviously, you're not going to see Surtain or Horn fall down to 30, but there could still be some decent cornerbacks available because the whole talk here is there's going to be a run on offensive lineman coming up in this draft, so to speak, or supposedly. So we'll kind of wait and see if that really becomes the case. That could push a cornerback down that maybe the Bills weren't expecting. Maybe that would be a Newsome will actually be there at 30, someone that falls into their laps and maybe fits. It's a shame that Caleb Farley has all these question marks about his back, and realistically, the medicals should scare teams and probably will keep him away from Buffalo's board. But the speed's there, the athleticism, he fits all the measurables. He would be a really good fit for this defense. Cornerback 2. Then you can kind of tinker around with Dane Jackson on the inside because he has that versatility. Taron Johnson can't take the great moments away. The Pittsburgh game in the regular season, the Baltimore game in the playoffs, but he's also entering the final year of his deal in Buffalo. And realistically, is he worth big money? Probably not. And you're already going to have to be paying Josh Allen and possibly Tremaine Edmonds big money coming up here. So some guys have to go, and Taron Johnson is probably someone that will go, and you're going to replace him with someone hopefully in this draft class at some point over the next few days.
It's so funny. The Bills literally go from 5 years ago, and I know 5 years ago is a long time. Trainwreck Sports isn't even around there, but you need to hit on this draft pick to get into contention so you can beat Brady, so you have a shot at the wild card, the division for the playoffs. Now they're just so in front of the 8 ball. It's just such a crazy perspective, honestly.
Sorry, gentlemen. I don't know what was going on with the audio, but
all about you, Kurt. All about you. I got my artisanal background. I got my nice looking shirt.
Hey, Kurt, I've been there. Check out episode 200. You saw me there. Wi-Fi was bad.
It's okay. Sorry,
yeah,
guys.
Burrs was everywhere.
I'm not in my youth.
That's the key. You gotta trust the front office and Bean, the scouting staff, and they can find these guys that fit into the system that they want. These hardworking guys that can be a QB or a cornerback 1, and not overpay for guys and let these guys that go. But we have depth there, but we just need that extra cornerback 1 to go across from trade. So I trust them. I trust the process of scouting, figuring out what could fit with us and not reaching, if you will. And that's big for me because that really is probably our number 1 need.
And we're going to play a game now. We're going to play trade up or trade back for the Bills at 30. It's a game I love to play. We're going to start with Ryan.
JC Horn is the first corner off the board.
First corner off the board.
I would have not seen that coming. Sorry, I did not mean to.
No, it's fine.
Breaking, though.
No, JC Horn interruption's worth it. That's very fair.
I gotta say that if you I had obviously seen his name on draft boards, but if you told me JC Horn, that's like my 5th spelling of JC right there.
Sounds like Jay-Z. Hey, are we thinking Denver going Justin Fields here? He's still on the board. I would like to think that would be a smart move.
They're getting Rodgers, bro. Don't you read Twitter?
I don't know if I love that move for them, but
nope.
If you trade for if you put
Miller's twilight years as a Bronco,
if you put Rodgers on Denver right now, they're not winning a Super Bowl. They need a few more pieces. But if they trade for Rodgers, they need to go all in. They need to because they only have a short window to win it all.
Is that is that the Broncos' trend now? Like, let's get a quarterback that's 35 plus, that's
at the end of his career
and can win.
Yeah.
And put a few pieces around and win instead of develop and build that organization, have that depth. And not rebuild every 3 or 4 years.
But would you take that if it led to a Super Bowl? Because it did with Peyton Manning. I mean, it wasn't because of Peyton, but would you do it?
I would kill for a championship. My God, sustainability. I want a dynasty. I'm okay with it. And you know what? That's another question. You want a dynasty, or you want 1 or 2 good years with a veteran and winning a championship? What would I would love a championship, but having a dynasty with multiple championships.
I get it. Dynasties are just so hard to come by these days. Everything has to fall correctly. You need to build up around the players right. I like the whole headline at the bottom there. But, yeah, I get, though, why I'm not saying that trade's going to happen with Rodgers. But if it did, I kind of get it. You can win 1 ring in a small window, and then the fan base is happy for another 5-6 years. And then maybe you can develop someone over that course of time.
Do they still go Justin Fields and trade for Aaron Rodgers? Have a mentor?
Imagine if they got Justin Fields though. Like as an unbiased Bills fan here, just a football fan, I want the Broncos to get a quarterback that could get the most out of that receiving core because if you're going down the list of the receiving depth chart, it's deep, it's young, and it's talented. It was Sutton, Judy, Hamler, Deshaun Hamilton, Tim Patrick, like Noah Fant. They have the weapons there for a quarterback that they just need someone to get it to them. As a football guy, I want to see them get somebody who can deliver the ball to them, get the most out of them.
And I respect that. And I love the Broncos did that, especially with Peyton and now possibly with Rodgers. But for me, my belief is I want a dynasty. Like you see with Josh Allen, and you get Big Baller Bean every year, just building a piece, finding that great talent every year that fits into the process and building a dynasty. That's what I want. Believe me, I want a championship. My God, 30 years and counting. God, I need it. But I want a dynasty.
First, he's talking about a dynasty. If we got a championship, I would just be worried about
dynasty.
surviving the parade.
I'm talking about perennial being a great team. You get the Broncos. Yeah, they had that great year. They go the Super Bowl, and then Peyton retires, and then they go to that little spot of Brock Osweiler, Drew Lock, and you're like, what the hell is John Elway doing? I don't want to go through those scenarios. I don't want to be like, win now.
But don't forget though, Peyton literally had 2 bye exits in the divisional round. Around those Super Bowl years, he lost on the Flacco Hail Mary at the end to tie it up at the end of the game, and then they also lost to Andrew Luck. Yep, Jacoby Jones made us a lot of money in 2012. Made us a lot of money in 2012.
We don't have to talk.
But I'm just saying, if I told you that the Bills were in a top 2 spot for the next 3 years, because you're talking about that Denver situation, I think you would be a little rosier than you're being right now.
Honestly, my big thing is I want sustainability. I want to maybe the Sabres are rubbing off on me and not having a scouting department, the farm system, not building something up.
Kevin with the Y, that's our
Bills
guy.
have the depth. They have the great core, and I just keep going. You win for now, but don't overextend yourself to try to win today and lose yourself for next year or the year after. I mean, I'm classic speculator, classic overthinker.
No.
But I know, right? And I'm a classic guy that has a 6-foot putt and I miss it 4 feet short. So it's the way it is. But
Maniac, I just glanced over and just realized what you were wearing on your body, and I'm in love. That was phenomenal.
You mean
where'd you get that? Is that a work from
The
Del
thing is,
Reed,
I
a
would
one-of-one?
tell you if it was like chafing my nipples and everything and super uncomfortable, but it's like super comfortable, and it was only like $13. So I can't.
Was that a one-of-one from Del Reed? Did he make it specifically for you?
I don't know what happens on a printing machine when the shirt's coming out, honestly. But I do know that Haley Bean is a big fan, almost as big a fan as she is of dogs. And yeah, the Broncos have been dogs for a minute here, so it'll be interesting to see where they go with this pick in Elway.
Any ideas?
I think they have to go Fields, or we want them to go Fields, because if they don't take him and he falls to the Patriots at 15,
I'm gonna go with Slater.
Slater, I like Slater.
Juwan James is there. He has not done
Patrick
much. They need
Surtain?
a tackle. He's really good.
Their cornerback depth right now is Kyle Fuller, which is nice, but then Ronald Darby is your 2. Not inspiring.
Hey, they got 50 seconds left. They're gonna run out of time.
They're probably trying to
in the
trade
white
it.
room.
Have we ever seen a team run out of time in the first
Denver
round?
or New England?
Well, I get that, but that's not it's not how they're thinking though. So I'm thinking they might want that tackle as Slater. They might want Parsons. They need a linebacker.
I think in my mock I have them taking Slater.
My thinking by the bell here.
I did have him taking Slater.
My thinking for Denver going Fields is if you want to compete in that division with Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert and even Derek Carr, you can make an argument for. You're not going to get there with Drew Lock. I've never been a big believer in Drew Lock. I know he's had a lot of injuries, but they have every piece he could want around him. I think you toss Justin Fields into that mix. I don't think I don't think they're fighting for the division lead, but they are a lot more competitive than they are with Drew Lock.
Can we get a round of applause for the pick being in and Wake being back in the chat? Let's go.
All right, Ryan, how are you doing, man? I was so nervous I'd miss you entirely.
I am doing well, enjoying the draft so far.
Love that. Very good.
No major surprises or hijinks. I'm waiting for a CeeDee Lamb moment where a family member or somebody embarrasses themselves. Who can forget that phone moment last year?
It was so great. It was
Embarrass
so
yourself. You get Burrs on your live stream. Just wait.
Speaking of family,
I'm wearing a
Ryan,
bow tie.
I didn't know until a few months ago that you were Damon's cousin. And
Yeah.
I got my start writing back when Draft Diamonds gave me a chance when I was, just out of high school at UB as a freshman, writing when I was like 18 years old. And I've written on and off with him throughout the years. He's always given me a platform and stuff. I just want to point that out. I had no idea you guys were cousins until a few months ago. Yet I've been with Draft Diamonds and following you for like years, 6-7 years.
That's awesome. Yeah, first cousins. We grew up together, just a year or two older than me, so we spent a lot of time together growing up. Great guy.
Down in Salamanca.
Down in Salamanca.
Yep.
Ooh, Sir Kane. Good call.
There it is.
Sir Kane.
Like that. Hand up. Hand up. Ronald Darby is not a CB2.
Bad news for the cornerback room for the Bills with the 2 going there in the top 9. So
It's even worse news for Dallas at 10.
Dallas, that's what I was going to say. Dallas is screwed. They can't take a shot on Farley when needing immediate help, and it's far too early for Newsome, so they just
Michael
throw secondary out the window.
Michael Parsons, come on.
Best defender in the draft.
Best defender in the draft.
He might be. Yeah.
And we know that Jerry Jones doesn't really care too much about the off-field issues. He can handle him. So seems like a good fit to me.
It makes all too much sense.
I wish
here.
I had that same blazer right now for my Birds of the Rocks.
Okay, it's time for trade up or trade back that you all ignored.
Oh yeah, let's hear.
Yeah. Wait, what happened to that?
I mean, someone
I interrupted him, then you interrupted him. It was back to back.
I gotta give credit where credit's due. I'm really good at interrupting. So.
Okay.
So let me start it off then. I am team trade back. I think you could find someone super desperate that might not be that good this year, that wants to give you a first this year. If you can get a first next year that has any shot at being 20 or higher and you're Bean, you have to have confidence in everything you've done. You're picking from second, third, and fourth round on. I think you got to have confidence and pick up that first round. Maybe that was what he's alluding to in drafting for the future.
How far back you talking? You want another first? You're talking pretty far back.
No. I'm talking about getting somebody who's like in the second round between like 38 and 50, like someone there, like getting their second and next year's first for 30 tonight. That's
You're probably looking in the 50s to get that first back. But it's a move. I like it.
Think about you get like an 8th in 2022. Like that would be amazing.
Yeah. Kurt, what do you want?
Well, see. I'm anything but trade up unless some absolute shocking stud starts falling. I don't love the move to trade up. I'm fine with trading back. I mean, I love the how deep this class is for corners, if they trade back and they have 2 seconds, I would not. I don't know how you guys feel.
How far back?
I don't want to go too far back. Maybe
there you go.
10, but I don't know how you guys feel about wide receiver early, but I'm slowly getting okay with that.
Nate brought that up. Nate Geary earlier, yeah.
If it's the right guy, if it's the right fit, I think the Bills. I don't think they would really blink an eye because the argument for Travis Etienne at 30, it's another weapon for Josh Allen. Yeah, so receiver for a wide receiver that's getting a little bit older, so. I'm okay with it. I don't know how you guys are feeling about that.
So, Kurt, if you were to move up, say, for receiver, say Devonta, these guys are all off the board right now. Who are you moving up for? Is it Elijah Moore? Is it a Rashad Bateman?
I wouldn't move up for a wide receiver unless, maybe Devontae Smith. But even that, I don't even know.
Smith, baby.
He's not going to get a ton of playing time. I mean, they would find time for him, but. If the Joker starts falling, my guy from Notre Dame, I would be a little interested in moving up to take him.
Okay. All right. Well, bounce it. We got to bounce to Ryan. Ryan, what do you think? We won't take up too much more of your time, man. We
No,
appreciate
it's
you
all
coming
right.
on. What are you thinking? Trade up, trade back, and if back, how far? And if up, how far?
Trade back, I would say mid to late 30s. So I'm not looking for that first next year. I would, if you can get a day 2 pick though in return for that, and just move down to a little bit down in round 2, I would do that in a heartbeat. 2022 draft picks are really valuable. Ian Rappaport tweeted that some executives said they're like gold, and they are. There's more film. There's going to be more medical information, more games played, more research done. But then move down into that sweet spot in the second round. Then if you wanted to go, because who knows, maybe no running backs even go in round 1. If you want to go running back there, I'd be okay with that. If you want to go wide receiver there, no problem. Even tight end, there might be someone in that second round pick that you could say, okay, fine. At 30, I just think their options are going to be limited unless someone really falls down this board. Most teams do not have 30 first-round picks in this year's draft. Understandable, because it's a smaller group as is. So trade down. Don't go down a great distance, but go down a little bit. Then take the best player available at that spot.
Trade pick. We got to trade.
Hey, we got to trade.
Oh no!
In division trade.
That's
An
crazy.
in-division
Smith.
trade.
Hot seat.
Devontae Smith.
Jalen Hurts.
Wait,
It's
and by
gotta
the
be
way,
Devontae Smith.
we would be
Or
remiss
Rashawn
not to
Slater.
mention, I know that this draft has taken us all by
They
storm.
don't have a quarterback.
Justin Fields. Justin
shit.
Fields.
We got the drinking game.
I don't have a drink with
If
me.
there's a trade
twice.
involving
Oh,
picks,
guys.
drink twice.
Guys, I wasn't prepared for this. I don't have a drink with me. I got water.
I'll
drink
we got
your
our
card, here.
artisanal backgrounds. Go get a drink.
I got you, Ryan.
Thank
Hey,
you. I was just saying, I have my empty energy
two
drink.
They
I
traded.
don't know
They
about
traded
you
pick
guys.
84 to move up.
I don't
two
know
spots.
about you guys, but Justin Fields in an Eagles jersey would not totally.
That's what I just said.
Please
Jalen
help
Hurts,
me.
hot
That
seat
would
here.
be
If it's not Devonta
smart.
Smith, it's either they're helping Hurts or they're replacing him. I don't see much variation.
Well, the
from
NFL
that.
draft is so crazy. Like, because Hurts is obviously not an elite quarterback, but he was in a good position until 3 minutes ago when the Eagles traded for this pick, and now he can go from penthouse to outhouse.
I have breaking yet tragic news, guys. I hate to dampen the mood right now. Taylor Hall has scored a goal against the Buffalo Sabres tonight. Just now, breaking news.
Hey,
You hate
hey,
to see
I got some news too. The girlfriend got me a drink, so cheers, gentlemen. I'll
Let's
catch
go.
up here.
How many times the girlfriend got to bail you out, Kurt?
Why don't we have
shout
hashtag
out-
Kurt's
shout out
girlfriend up
Kurt's-
right now?
You know, I gotta shout out my girlfriend. She
Shout out all the girls tonight. Draft night.
got the
They're making
rumplements,
sure
got
we're
the
all
bow
taken
tie.
care of, whether they're enjoying the draft or not.
G baby,
You know?
right there.
Shout out Labatt Blue, my girlfriend.
And I got to give credit where credit's due. Shout out the Sabres media team for taking this L in stride right here.
Well,
They acknowledged it. They acknowledged how ridiculous it was. So you know what? When you do that, it's like a comedian making fun of yourself. That's when you reach that next level. So let's go. Let's go, Sabres. Hashtag CurseGF. Is that trending in Argentina right now?
Whoa, I hear it is.
That's crazy.
Don't bring up the Argentinians. I've had my Hulu, Disney Plus, ESPN account hacked by some family from Argentina. There were 7 profiles. They upgraded it. They made 7 profiles on Disney Plus. If there's
How much WandaVision do you need?
They did that to my Netflix, Wake. They made like 12 profiles and only watched the scariest, most fucked up stuff I've ever seen in my life. I was scarred. I deleted the entire account after when I
did not know there was some freaky shit on Disney Plus, to be completely honest. Like, and if ever my family's life hangs in the balance, and the goal for me is to dive through some app in another language, make it to the settings and reset the language to English, man, I'm taking care of my family. It's gonna happen. I'll make it.
Pick is in. Pick is in.
Pick is
Pick
in.
is
So
in.
is it Smith?
Pick is
They
in.
jumped the Giants to get Devontae Smith?
Is it
What?
Devontae Smith to help Hurts? Or
I'm
is it
telling you,
Justin Fields to
Devontae
replace?
Smith right now is getting that like DK Metcalf treatment where it doesn't matter what you did, it doesn't matter what you look like, we're just not going to take you.
What about Mac Jones?
He's like
If this
1/8 the weight of DK Metcalf, though.
I
He's
agree.
so small.
Yes.
Mac Jones.
But that was the thing with Metcalf. They're like, this guy moves like molasses. He's not going to be in the NFL, and then he goes out there and he's babying these DBs.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably what Devontae Smith is going to be doing on jump balls come this fall.
I think it's got to be getting help for Hurts. I don't think they jump. They don't jump the Giants and take the Cowboys spot to get Fields because the Cowboys aren't taking them, and Giants think they got their guy in Daniel Jones. I think it's got to be Smith here because I don't think Cowboys would take him, but Giants, Smith would be a good asset for Jones over in New Jersey.
But possibly, maybe a team like New England was talking to Dallas to move up to 10 and take Justin Fields. I don't know. I don't think Philadelphia is completely sold on Jalen Hurts. They just haven't. I don't know. We'll see. Rodgers taking a nice little stroll here.
Can Philly use a linebacker? If I'm not mistaken, their depth is like Sean Bradley and Alex Singleton right now, isn't it? Like,
it's not good.
not great. And Micah Parsons, JOK starts coming into the conversation in these teens. I don't think Savon Collins goes before pick 20 range, but conversations there. Pick is in. Let's see it, folks.
Can we add to that drinking game? Every time Meerkat says Micah Parsons is the best defensive player.
Oh, you'd all be blacked out. I'm grinding that into people's brains. I'm so confident in that. I love
Devontae.
Devontae, they're
getting the receiver.
I'm glad to see it.
I like it.
That's no
I like it.
He didn't.
I like Jalen Hurts. I'll be honest. I do.
Did
like
Hurts
Jalen
play
Hurts.
with Smith?
I'm not positive on that.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I respect the petty though from Dallas to let the Eagles leapfrog the Giants and move down just to kind of work with one division team to stick it to another.
Right.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
That's right. That's right.
For sure. That was that situation.
Someone says, "Please be Fields." I wonder where they're talking there because it's not the Giants.
No, and by the way,
the Eagles before.
I got to take egg on my face right now. And do it. I knew it was going to happen. Devontae Smith was the wide receiver in the national championship game against Georgia that Jalen Hurts threw the game-winning touchdown to. So I'm going to eat that. Eat that.
Okay.
A lot of mortals wouldn't. A lot of mortals wouldn't take that big of an L right now on a live stream, but I'm going to do it. And then shout out to me for being the bigger man.
So what do we think about the Giants right now?
Not Fields. The guy who commented not Fields is my old religion teacher from high school, Mr. Marcel. One of the best.
Mr. Marcel.
One of the best teachers I've ever had.
Shout out, Mr. Marcel.
Had to do.
Shout
that.
out all
Sorry,
the
guys,
teachers.
keep going.
Shout out all
the teachers and the kids. This is for the children. So
real quick trivia for the Philadelphia Eagles: is Jason Peters retired?
No, he's not. He's still playing, isn't he?
But look at the Google. It goes. People also ask what happened to Jason Peters, and what do you think the next question is?
Wait, we Maniac. I don't want to interrupt this. We have absolutely massive news.
Is he retired? Massive news. Meerkat, hit him with it.
It's more.
Wait. Are we? It's not on the TV yet. It's a Twitter thing. Am I saying it?
Twitter
Or are we holding off?
Wait, is it a draft spoiler for the next pick?
Yeah, it's not. There's something happening.
If it's not the next pick, go.
It's not the player that's being taken the next pick. The Chicago Bears have traded up to the Giants.
Quarterback.
They're going. They gotta go. Oh my
God! Hey, you see him in the background? Wait.
Get him!
QB1.
QB1.
Bring Dalton to Buffalo. Bring Dalton to Buffalo. Has any QB ever gotten a greater ovation than Andy Dalton got at that preseason game? No. Fact.
No.
Fact.
Maybe
Buffalo
Kyle Orton.
Dalton. Bring him to Buffalo on a 1-year, $2 million deal.
I love this pick or this move for Chicago. I really do.
I have them taking Mac Jones at 20. They need a quarterback. I love Andy Dalton as much as any other Buffalo fan, but he's not the answer. And that roster with a good quarterback and a few other pieces this draft can win now, I think.
Yeah, 100%. I really hope it's not Mac Jones.
This draft has got
trade up for Mac Jones.
Hey, did we do the drinking game for trade here?
Trade.
Oh my god!
right.
2 drinks.
You know what?
I don't have another beer. I got a Labatt seltzer. Shout out.
I have one over. You know what? Give me a second.
So what would be like the ultimate Yahtzee in this game? If Andre Reed was shown on screen while the Bills made a trade involving players and picks, and they said Bills Mafia made a trade.
And Andre Reed said that Trey Lance reminds him of Josh Allen.
Yes. Oh man, by the way, shout out to Trey Lance, who reminds me of our guy Josh Allen. That would be so random.
The Bears
Wait,
got
was that a
first
drink
next,
twice?
The Giants got a first next year.
Really?
Good for them. That's a great trade for the
I'm
Giants.
telling you, I'm playing every year for a first next year if I'm a GM drafting. These
Dropping
leagues
9
get
spots.
crazy.
The player picked in front of you.
Giants. I had him taking, an edge here, which is a big
Look at that
question
haul.
mark. And you give Daniel Jones another year, build up weapons. It's a good move.
You got a
It's
first
gotta be.
and a fourth next year.
That's
Fifth this year and the 20th. That's a great haul.
That's amazing.
Giants are automatic winners tonight.
Drink.
What? Why are they showing an empty couch here? Who's on that couch?
Oh yeah, do they have to like
Bills.
replace that person in the recliner like mid pick when the
Oh,
trades come in?
There's
Like
Justin Fields. Okay, he's coming in.
Yep.
I was talking about the one on the stage. Do like they
Oh,
kick a fan out when they're making a
Goodell's
trade?
chair.
Yeah,
Yeah, get out. We'll see you in 9 picks.
yeah. Seriously.
All right, pick is in.
Already?
go.
Holy shit.
Hey,
I mean, if they traded up, they knew who they were taking.
yeah, they know what they were doing.
Wow. Bears fans be happy if this is Justin Fields.
Before this pick gets in, Burrs, this will be your swan song for us tonight. Maybe you'll be back later. But any wisdom, good words, kind words to Bills Mafia, waiting in anticipation of the 1 a.m. pick.
You want some? All right. You know what? You put me in a spot here. Well, try to look good. First bow tie I've worn in 30 years. Yeah, I'm 30 years old. But
You don't look a day
overall,
over
I say-
29.
Like I say on Birds in the Rocks, you stay happy, you stay healthy, you stay thirsty, but most importantly, be good to one another. And let's go Buffalo.
Let's
And the train
go.
will never, ever stop.
Never. Thanks for your time tonight, Burrs. Man, what a way for him to go out.
Wait, is this like when Saved by the Bell had a season finale or series finale, but then there was the college years?
Probably, to be honest. He'll probably be
College
back.
years were pretty decent, honestly. If it was a Zach Morris or Slater storyline, Talbot's still trying to work in his Slater storyline here. I'm pretty sure.
That's right. That's right.
Rashawn Slater is far too good of an offensive lineman to still be on the board, but with how it's played out, it makes sense.
He's
It's
going.
no,
I mean, he's
no
going.
disrespect there.
He's
Yeah.
going soon. He's going.
We haven't talked about the fact that 30 range is basically like the Sarlacc of the draft. Like anybody who slips down, like you could be like on a good franchise. Like, I mean, it could be interesting. Things can get interesting as we get closer to midnight here, and things can get interesting as my BAC gets higher. I'll say that.
Here we go. Goodell is announcing it. I have no sound, so I'm waiting for the graphic.
Be a graphic.
Why is he still talking?
Oh, he's probably introducing
this
someone
guy.
for the team
I
who
can't-
did something amazing.
It's a guy in a chair.
Is he a man of faith? Do we drink?
Is he a man of faith?
We had the
Is it
Miami guy
Anna
on the
Faith alert?
podcast, didn't we? Didn't we, Wake? We had the Miami guy that's going to announce the pick.
Oh, yeah, he's announcing
Oh,
the day three pick.
Is someone announcing the first round pick for them? No.
What would happen if the Bills
Oh.
went to pick tonight and it was Mark Miller making the pick?
Oh, jeez.
I'd allow it.
He did because didn't he tweet like a
Great.
couple weeks ago that he was like getting off the internet forever or whatever?
That's a shame. Big
And
loss.
being tapped in, being wired into the Buffalo Beer Geek community, I can give some insight that there was a lot of stuff going in with him getting his face on Resurgence, with him wanting a ton of money, with him threatening legal action, with them coming to a resolve, and then him thinking he's some sort of like crazy celebrity and wanting to do like autograph session. I won't go further into it. But...
Oh, you can go as far into it as you want, and I apologize to the NFL draft right now, but I literally attacked.
There you go. Justin Fields. Wow.
Chicago. We did it, everyone. We did it.
Chicago, get on your
So Mac Jones to the Patriots. Let's go.
We did it, everyone. We did it.
New England.
Wow.
Mac Jones to the Patriots is the dream I never knew I had. Seriously. Give me that Saban Belichick connection.
The two teams
Justin
in our
Fields learns to play against the blitz in any sort of competent capacity and handle a blitz in the NFL, and his medical stuff, which I don't think will be an issue, stays not an issue. He's the second best quarterback out of this draft, right? If
what do
things
we
work
think,
out
guys?
for him.
Keeping him from the Patriots, Ryan?
I could actually see it be a little bit of a surprise in the Patriots pass on him. I could see Mac being on and then just let him slide. I could see him sliding pretty far. Especially if New England's going to try to maybe go and get Jimmy Garoppolo if they think he's a better option. I'm not saying that he is, but I could see New England just kind of going another route and maybe surprising us all. If they go with Mac Jones, listen, he's one of the better Alabama quarterback prospects that we've seen in a while, probably on par with a Tua. But there's limitations there. I think it's still a win if that's the quarterback that lands the Patriots, because we've seen a lot of these mock drafts where Justin Fields was there and was falling into that range. So at the end of the day, if they do go Mac Jones, it's not the worst thing in the world, but I could also see them passing on him as well.
Kurt, what do you think?
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I would much rather see Mac Jones in there than Jimmy Garoppolo. And I don't love Jimmy Garoppolo either. Mac Jones just seems like another average quarterback coming out of Alabama. I don't know. I'm not sold. I would have lost it if San Francisco would have taken him at number 3.
Mm-hmm. I'm right with you.
So I don't know, Ryan. I'm kind of with you. I would not be totally surprised if New England passes up on him. But then who would take him? Because I mean, Chicago was the other team in the 20s that we were looking at to take a quarterback. Do we possibly see a team like Washington? I mean, they got Fitzpatrick, but they need to think for the future here. If they want to take a guy like Mac Jones, I wouldn't be totally surprised. But yeah, I don't know. I'm getting the vibe maybe that Mac Jones is the one guy that starts slipping a little bit here at this point.
Well, in the live mock that Meerkat and I did, we had him falling all the way to New Orleans. So I mean, it didn't talk to me whatsoever.
And New Orleans is a team that they keep saying wants to trade up. So
wanted to get in the top 10.
Right. So.
I was going to say it'd be nice if he fell to 30, because then a quarterback needy team that wants a 5th-year option could trade back in. But with New Orleans ahead of them by a few picks, probably isn't going to happen when you look at that quarterback room. Jameis Winston, Taysom Hill, they need a QB. So I could see that fall, the slide ending there.
I'll tell you what. I'm all the way in on Mac Jones to the Patriots now that this has slowly developed as a storyline before my eyes, because I got a better chance reading Egyptian tomorrow than Mac Jones does reading a McDermott defense this year. And I know that we want long-term, but right now, all I care about is the Bills dominating this division this year, getting the 6-0 like they did last year, taking care of business to get it. And honestly, Mac Jones is not, I can say with confidence, is not the guy to do it for the Patriots this year. So if they go that somehow, I would be ecstatic.
The pick is in for the Cowboys here. Ryan, I know you got to head out. What's your prediction for this pick here?
But
I'm not. I thought for sure they were going to go cornerback, but when those two went off the board so high, I'm wondering now what their options are. I mean, defenses, they desperately need defense. Are they going to be the first team to go edge rusher? Are they going to take someone off the board that maybe catches off guard? What's their linebacker situation like? Could they use a Parsons? I don't know. This one's going to stump me a little bit because
Parsons and Slater make sense.
Yeah, they do. I just had them pegged for getting either Horn or Surtain there at their original spot, but then they both went off the board early.
Yep.
So really interesting here.
And honestly, great GMery from whoever the Dallas GM is. Like, just he went back 2 picks and he got extra capital, and no one he would have thought of taking was taken.
Right.
So, like, that was just a really that's a fantastic trade.
Dave Gettleman, yeah.
Oh, it is.
Could Dallas be making calls right now, trying to trade back? Since there's nothing they love without a pick is just switched. Yep. Okay, guess not. I don't like Slater isn't a need for them. I mean, Parsons makes sense. They have a good linebacking core.
They need defense very bad.
Yeah. I mean, is this where we see Kwity Paye go? First D lineman finally go? First edge?
Edge class is just tough this year. It is. I have a hard time believing Micah Parsons doesn't go before the first edge rusher.
It would only make sense based off of a need for a team, but you know, like we keep ignoring the fact Parsons off the field stuff is very real. It's not little things here and there. Like he's had some major incidents.
Yeah. All right, Ryan, we'll let you go after this.
Sounds good, guys.
Is he a future Hall of Famer?
Micah Parsons, if I could place a future on that somehow right now at plus 15,000, give it to me.
That would be like that casino in Vegas Vacation that does like rock, paper, scissors. Those are the kind of like futures they would have. You can just bet like Hall of Fame right when they're drafted.
I am elite at rock, paper, scissors. Not to toot my own horn. I'm not very confident in myself in many things, but I am very confident in rock, paper, scissors.
And I know you're confident that you think you can make a line. So I'm going to challenge you right now for a little spice up. We're 2 hours and 15 minutes in here. Shout out everybody, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Facebook. What line would you put right now on Trevor Lawrence, future Hall of Famer?
Ooh.
He's one of the best prospects in like decades, right? As far as like the QB scales are concerned.
He's the best prospect since Luck, I'd probably say, if not better than Luck. But that's something with Hall of Fame is so hard to get. It'd be like a like a plus 1,400 line, maybe. I'm not sure.
There it is.
First defender in the NFL draft is off the board.
I like
drink. Meerkat said it. Drink.
I'm drinking.
We shall call it the Michael Parsons Project.
Please, people, I've been hyping up Micah Parsons. He is a not good human from what I've heard and seen and stuff.
Jerry Jones doesn't care about that.
But Jerry Jones doesn't care. On the football field is what I am talking about right now with Hall of Fame talent. Watching this guy bounce around the field, attack the play, read the play, his just ability to be everywhere with his presence. He's just so violent. I mean, I love Micah Parsons. I'm so jealous right now of the Cowboys.
But also, thankfully, didn't fall to the Patriots. So we can say that.
Thank God. Thank God.
Seems like a very Bill Belichick pick, yes, if he was there.
Well, gents, thanks for having me. Had a great time. Enjoy.
See you later, Ryan. Thanks for coming
on.
See you,
Ryan. Thank you.
Later, bot.
But luckily, we're not going to lose much here. We're getting his counterpart, Matt Perino.
Oh!
Off the top rope.
What up, boys?
What's up, man? How's it going?
Matt, are you live from Cleveland?
Live from Cleveland. Got a mask up while inside. It's a little bit too chilly to go outside at this point. And there's a couple places you can go to do maskless, but it's like 3 floors down, and I'm not trying to do that walk back up again. So we're masked up.
It's all right. The hair still looks great. Don't worry, Matt.
How's the buzz there, Matt? How's it feeling? How's it looking? Semi-normal? Is life trying to come back? How are you feeling?
It's good. We can look over like a pier and see like into where all the fans are at, and it's a scene down there. Like it feels like back to normal from that perspective. And just being back in a media room is amazing. I mean, just doing this for a year, like away from it all. You know, it's doable. I mean, it's 2021, but that doesn't mean it's to be done. So it feels good to be back kind of in the mix and seeing press conferences going down live here. I haven't gone to any yet. They do one for Zach Wilson. I might pop down there just for a minute and then do the walk back up. But now it's just about like preparing for, it's been interesting the way that this thing is played out. What's going to happen with the Patriots. And then if these edge rushers continue to hang around, like I'd be very interested to see if Bean doesn't pull the trigger and try to get up into maybe that 2 to 26 range if he likes somebody.
We had Jeremy White on, and he was alluding to the fact that they were potentially in the market to trade up. Do you feel the same? Like, do you think that that's true? That is potentially in the realm of maybe trading up a first and a third to get into that 23, 24 range?
I think yes, if it's for the right guy. Like a Jalen Phillips to me is the guy. I know that there's question marks about the concussions, but I've talked to folks in the league that think that he's head and shoulders the best edge rusher in this class. I think people like Kwity Paye and think that he's going to be a good pro. But I think if you're talking about like NFL upside as a pass rusher, like a sack man, like I feel like Jalen Phillips is that dude. There's a few other guys. Like I know that there's, I think some people really like Jason Owe. I got absolutely torched for putting him in one of my mock drafts. Bills Mafia did not like that idea.
Yeah.
But I also think that they can get to a point too where, they hang out depending on how this thing plays out and just take the best player available or try to move back and get more picks. Also, if you read Peter King's Monday column, he said a GM told him that real hot spot is 35 to 80. So if he can get another pick in that range and move back like 6 to 10 spots, I think you're fine doing that as well. So I think that's what makes this fun. Could be anything. I could be sitting here in Cleveland till 1 a.m. and
get nothing.
So fun.
Tomorrow morning.
So much fun. Nothing in Cleveland on a Thursday. Take us in the room though, real quick. You were answering that question from Kevin. It looked like security almost like abducted you. What happened over there?
I'm pretty pissed, honestly, that I agreed to come on your show because
don't say that. Don't be a naughty Nancy.
Because there was a woman walking around with a tin of ice creams.
Oh,
and I didn't get one because I'm doing, this train never stops. And
I'm not gonna lie. If someone had ice cream by me right now, I'd be bouncing off this show in a second. So
I mean, this means we got to get a Perry sponsorship now and hook Perino up. Like that's the next. We got Outlet Liquor for 2 years. I think Perry's is the next logical step.
It's like the Delta cookies, man. When you miss out on those, like we feel for you.
The ice cream's probably worth $1,000, but the hair is looking priceless.
Matt, what do you think's a wild card? I mean, we talked trading up, trading back. What's a wild card if they sit back? They're like, let's make this pick, and it's something that maybe a lot of people aren't talking about. Like, what do you see receiver being an option? Like, what's your wild card? Pick here. Safety.
My wild card, even though I don't really gut feeling is they wouldn't pull the trigger on this because of the medicals, but like Landon Dickerson.
Okay.
I love that idea at 30, or even more so, like if he moves back a couple spots and takes them, like that's probably even more likely. But the upside there, like if you can get a green light from anybody in your medical team to say, I think, he's been injured, but we think we can work with him. We think we can keep him on the field. You run to the podium, dude. Like I don't want to sit here and say he's Quentin Nelson because I don't think he is, but he's pretty darn close. And I think most years he probably goes, if he's a healthy dude, top 10. And if you can get that kind of value at the top of the second round and add capital, that's kind of like a wild card. I really, from what I've heard, I had Caleb Farley go into the Jets in the second round in my mock draft. I really think he's fallen out of the first. I know a lot of people love him and he's a great player, but I think there's real concerns. Although I was listening to a Tony Pauline earlier today. They did their mock draft and he said that he was hearing that some GMs or front office people said that they didn't have an issue with the injury history. So, it's that time of year. Everybody's trying to blow smoke. I was looking at Kevin's big board for the Bills earlier today, and I thought I was gonna tweet at him and have take a couple put my finger up like this and say I don't agree with some of this, but you know what? And then when I realized I'm not gonna be that guy. Don't you hate when people do that? Put something out, and then some other guy comes in and be like, "Well, I don't know about that."
No, I love it. That's what it's for, man. What's up? What do you think? What are you feeling? What are you thinking?
No, I just thought Phillips was too high. I'm not high.
Okay.
I'm not super high on Paye. Like I know a lot of people are, and that's not from like grinding the tape either. I should definitely point that out. That's from conversations I've had with people. Like one guy told me a few weeks ago, like he thinks that Pay's just going to be a guy in the league, and so I'm a little bit hesitant to buy. I love the story. Like, dude, I watched his interview with you on ESPN.
Isn't that a Bill story though?
It is. Oh, it is.
Story.
It really is. And I love the player. I love the guy. I just, when you're hearing that, it kind of sets you back. But I will also say, like I just mentioned, the smoke. That could be smoke too, because maybe the people that I'm talking to, whoever they're involved with, whatever team they're involved with, they don't want that guy getting the shine. So who knows, man? The way that this thing goes this time of year, it's crazy. I also think Elijah Molden, and look at this. Look at this.
What's that? What is that?
Is that ice cream? Is that ice cream?
He got the ice cream after.
Oh, you got the ice cream and you're on Trainwreck. The best of both worlds.
Did they hear you? Did they hear you talking about it, saying you didn't get ice cream, and they wanted to make you feel better?
After they smacked us about the ice cream.
Oh no!
I'm sitting next to Thad Brown, and he tracked her down and brought me the ice cream. And all right, so I gotta say, like back in Buffalo, we got, I think it's the Pears Nutty Buddies. No, I can't remember the brand. I think it's Perry's. I don't know about this. This looks a little bit questionable.
The off-brand.
Yeah, it's the off-brand, or maybe it's the Cleveland brand. I don't know, but I'm pretty excited about it. It's here you go. Can you see it?
Great.
Okay, there you go. Thad Brown got Maverino ice cream. Wow. Here's the rule, though.
Matt, I thought you were a professional. You know not to read the bottom line. Come on.
Yeah, and it also says 300 calories in one of these bad boys.
Oh.
Whoa. All right, anyway, go ahead.
No, it's completely worth it.
Talk about a raw prospect, am I right?
Yeah, for sure. Matt, is there a like, is it just a weird, eerie feeling down there, or is it really like you think it's like the media is buzzing, or is it just kind of everyone's spaced across the floor?
No,
what's the setup like?
It's really relaxed, to be honest with you. Like I think first of all, everybody has to be logged into the Clear app, which basically go through all the COVID protocols and let everybody know, like you've been. I don't know if you have to put in there whether or not you've been vaccinated, but you have to do the temperature check when you come in, and I think there's a big portion of the fan base out there that big group in the stadium is all vaccinated. So there's a real sense of relaxation. Just walking around the city the last 2 days, I've noticed that there seems to be pretty relaxed too. I mean, a lot of non-maskers and stuff like that, which it is what it is. I'm glad I'm vaccinated, but it's just good to see though, man. Like all that kind of stuff aside, like I've just been dying for this, to get out and get back. Like it was a little bit of a tease, like all last season covering the games from home and then going to Kansas City. And it was a real weird vibe doing that, like traveling on the plane. I thought I had a whole row to myself, and it ended up being they were just stuffing people in the plane. And I was like, to be honest with you, I wasn't vaccinated, obviously, at the time. They didn't even have it out yet. And I was freaked out. Yeah. I mean,
I will say the airport and the airplanes themselves are an area where rules are in place, but things go crazy pretty quick based on space, versus a lot of areas.
Right.
For sure.
I just came back real quick, shortened my break by about 27 minutes because Rashawn Slater falling to the Chargers here, folks. I mean, is that a dream scenario for them or not? Like
that's incredible.
I had them picking ABT.
Justin Herbert is dancing somewhere in his living room. He's loving this.
Yeah. That is, I mean, for him to fall to 13, I know that's not a crazy slide for him or anything, but that is a great pick for the Chargers.
No doubt. Looking good. Rolling into the future. And speaking of rolling into the future, shout out Kurt Helmeser chiming in, taking some time out of his very important day to roll along this train with us. Do us a favor and stay handsome.
Of course. Of course.
Miley's biggest fan. Hashtag
I think I'd be a little
fan.
more handsome if I had that Brandon Bean shirt. You might have to send me one. But I appreciate you fellas having me on. We'll do it again. Do it again later. Maybe not the first round. I got to get some sleep maybe if the Bills trade out. But I had a lot of fun with you guys.
Thank you for joining.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Go hard.
Matt, you getting haunted by a monster over there?
No, I was talking to Josh Reed off camera.
Okay.
He was doing a little dance.
Yeah,
Little
and well, I'll tell you what, he better not be doing a dance if he doesn't invite Trainwreck Sports to the Bills media golf outing again in 2021, because I'll be doing a dance on his social media for sure. And speaking of a monster, let's get our monster in here. That's our guy, 9177. He's doing a little dance. Monster, you're liking the way things are looking through 10 plus picks here.
Yeah, my guy's still on the board. Just let him fall to me. I like
Who's your
Fields
guy?
going to the Bears. I think that's a good move for the Bears. Everybody else, I don't really care about them.
This guy
Honestly, I just wanted to come and drink beer with my fellas and see Matt Perino. He's a beautiful man. Look at Matt Perino. He knows always pat his face. Like half of your face is prettier than my whole face. You're a great guy. How you doing, buddy? How's Cleveland?
I'm good, and it's good. And I gotta say, give you one of these. That Emmanuel Sanders video you put out today was funny stuff, my friend.
Speaking of funny stuff, I'm sorry, Monster, I got to cut you off. The Jets are trading up to number 14, folks. Hold on to your butt. Our team that has made a mockery of drafting in the first round has traded up. This administration, someone call Rob Ryan because they are about to make another embarrassment. Let's go.
He absolutely called this, though. He said he thought they were going to trade up from 23 back into the upper teens or
for
so.
what?
I think he said lineman.
Is it? Okay.
So AVT, I guess. Yeah, it's Avera Tucker seems like the choice. Maybe a Darisaw if they like him.
Can Darisaw play right tackle, you think?
I think so.
Might be able to.
I think so.
I mean, maybe, yeah. I
probably
think
go
AVT's the
Vera
better
Tucker.
pick. Yeah, Vera Tucker is he's there. I mean, his length's not great. You know, he might have some trouble against like some, craftier edge rushers with, his problems, but he's just a big dude, and I mean, he's good. He processes the rush on the fly. He adjusts. I like AVT a lot.
By the way, folks, we have seen a lot of action. Sorry, don't mean to cut whoever that was up, but don't forget, trade involving picks. Let's go.
Two. Shout out Labatt Blue Seltzer.
But I call.
Are you working on the black cherry lime over there, Meerkat?
I was supposed to stop.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a huge seltzer guy. I like my White Claws and stuff every now and again. I bought this Maniac for when we did the Papa Shot of Palooza. Had it as a prop in the background the whole time. Probably got skunked. If seltzer can even get skunked, it's still incredible. I can't believe how good this is. It tastes like just a black cherry lime seltzer you get from Wegmans. I can't believe there's alcohol.
Who won that? Who won
the
that?
Papa Shot Palooza? V-Span won it.
V-Span.
What do you think the best score you could do on a Papa Shot Palooza 60 seconds is, Perino?
Probably 80.
Okay, he got 80 plus, so he would have beat you.
He broke 80 multiple times throughout.
I just want to say,
How many games? How many games did he play, though?
No, I just want to say I went against Bensky, who had the machine at his work for a whole week.
That's
so
what I'm
he got
talking
his
about.
stance down,
Yeah, that's cheating.
and he got
That's
his
cheating.
slick down, and he knew where to go. You know what I mean? He was just flicking it, and I never cheated.
Monster, I had to shoot lefty for the first time in my entire life. My right shoulder is in shambles post-surgery. I can't even swing a golf club, shoot a basketball. I didn't even practice heading into it. Didn't realize until like day of that I had to shoot lefty for this because I literally can't shoot with my right arm. And I blame that on my poor performance. I can't wait for next year. I hope Perino's in the field. Maybe a first-round matchup there. I want a monster. I want to take him down early and redeem myself.
Next year's going to be a fun year for it.
It is going to be a fun year. The field is definitely going to expand to 32. But speaking of making yourself stand out in the field, we have certain players out here hoping to, achieve their lifetime dreams of getting picked in this NFL draft. So let's bring her in. We got the agent with a license to kill, but she's not a 00. Sam Tiger in the building. Agent extraordinaire. What's going on?
Hi, guys. I'm so happy to be here with you. How is everyone?
We are all good. We got folks in Cleveland. We're living the dream, like Wake said.
Okay. I love it. Are you having fun? Is day one everything you thought it was going to be?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I
How
thought
do
we
we
going by
feel about
faster.
The chair. How do we feel about the commissioner's chair? Do we love it? Do we hate it?
I'm not a fan of the chair, to be honest. It feels kind of weird. When I first saw it, I didn't have sound going on, so I didn't know what was really happening until I started seeing it on Twitter. I was just like, what is that? Yeah.
Me too. I was messaging my intern. I was like, "What's that?" And he's like, "It's Roger Goodell's chair." I'm like, "How the hell was I supposed to know that?"
Right?
Come on.
So is the intern getting some like Goodell's chair memes going for the Tiger management account, or what's the play tonight on night one of the draft?
I gotta keep it very neutral. I can't be too funny, even though it's all in my head. He did make a very funny meme about Wilson and him looking like he was on the Bachelor prom. It was funny.
Very fair
his
take.
young face. Yeah, I was like, but we got to keep it neutral. I mean, come on, it's a professional business here, so.
Couldn't agree more. Boys, what are we looking forward to next? The pick is in for the Jets. Has anyone gotten spoiled yet? I don't want anyone to be holding back.
I haven't got spoiled.
Okay, I mean, this is big. I hope this is like really embarrassing. I hope this is like a who? A who?
No, I think it's going to be Elijah Vera Tucker.
It should be ABT. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a Harris.
Rob, what's your nervous
though.
level? 1 to 10.
What?
What's your nervous level? 1 to 10. Sorry, Meerkat.
2. I believe.
2?
I believe.
You're not a little nervous about the Jets?
I believe in the new GM we have. I believe in the new GM.
I think 2 out of 10 is a little low.
Because he had a good draft last year, and I know Salah's a good coach, so I trust these two.
All right, here we go.
The pick is in. Look at these weenies.
I mean, but you have to admit, Rob, you had faith going into last year, and you were 2-14, worse in franchise history, as it says there.
I did not have faith last year.
Don't make me pull the tweets because I will on a screen share.
AVT. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's a good pick. I like that.
Yep,
That's
it's
a
the
great
pick that makes sense there. It shows up their line. Keep Wilson safe. AVT, great pick there.
Solid.
They're already doing more to
That's like
protect
10 seconds
Zach
ahead.
Wilson than they ever did for Darnold. So,
Yeah,
I don't even know what you got
never
going
went
on with
offense
that.
twice in the first 2 picks of the draft. So
the Patriots already have their pick in. They clearly did not like what the Jaguars did earlier. Thank you.
Patriots pick a left-footed punter.
I will say that as excited as we are about Starr coming back, as kind of getting that back, CJ Mosley for the Jets is a huge deal.
Yeah, that is a big deal for them. You saw the impact he had. You saw it even in the Bills game when he.
He dominated. He was a dominant
the
force.
second he left the game, that might be the only reason we won that game was him
Mosley
leaving.
He was a 2014 draft. I mean, he's a first-round draft pick for a reason. And
Yeah.
I mean, I was shocked the Ravens let him go. Personally, I really was.
Oh, yeah.
Because I thought, he produced not necessarily like Ray Lewis. He didn't have that kind of voice that he did because CJ's very quiet. But I was shocked they let him go. So
He was a
We were
great
talking-
their defense
he's
too.
a blessing to any defense. I'll say that. So
We were talking best uniforms in the league, Sam Tiger, yesterday night. So with a little break here before next picks, you have an unbiased look across the league. What do you think are like the best 2 or 3 uniforms in the league right now?
I like
Because those Ravens all black are pretty solid.
Those are
Yeah, I like the Saints, the black and gold, the black. I like the
Mhm.
Ravens, all black. And I like the Bills red. I like the Bills red. I gotta show some love to the
Mhm.
Bills. I love when they're wearing those red because I love it. It's a lot,
Yep.
but I like it.
Speaking of a lot, but we like it. The Patriots are on the clock right now.
Oh,
Their picks are already in. They got it in immediately.
The Patriots don't like. Just to let you know, like they get into the office today around like 6 a.m. So like there's that's the thing about this. It's one of those things. They don't call agents and say we're picking you. I mean, obviously Trevor, they knew what was happening, but as it goes on, like they know. So it's very strategic. When it gets to the tomorrow, the later rounds, it gets a little crazier and it gets fun. That's when it gets fun. This is, let's see who dresses the best. Let's talk about your family and your, whatever you've done type of thing. But when it gets into the later rounds, that to me is super exciting because it's so fast. And I know from a fan perspective, it's a lot different, but a lot of players, sustainable that are mid to late round draft picks and undrafted.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And we also welcome Nate from CTW Pod. Welcome, Nate. How you doing today?
Good. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're living the dream, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the live show with lots of different things going on here. What have you thought so far of the first half of the first round?
Man. The more quarterbacks taken before the Patriots pick, the better. It's been pretty boring, to be honest, as a Bills fan. Like, man, when are we going to start getting to at least 5-10 picks away from the Bills? I guess that's what happens when you're so good. You don't pick early, and yeah, no, it'd be interesting because I mean, there's some names out there that like I'm excited that they might still be there for the Bills, but they probably won't be with 15 picks left. But one can hope.
Why doesn't Goodell have a mascot? Everybody else has a mascot. Goodell's like, fuck it. Like, what?
He's vaccinated. Look at his sticker.
You guys know the pick yet?
I don't.
Mac Jones, baby.
Does Mac Jones beat out Cam Newton for the starting job?
I think St. Francis High School product Jake Dolegala is going to beat both of them out. Let's be real here. I sat with him once, junior and senior year. He has a real inside track to be the starting quarterback there. Like, let's not forget about Jake Dolegala. Come on, household name.
So the Bills.
I'm so excited right now.
3 opponents in the division are Tua, Mac Jones, and Zach Wilson.
That dude looks
Sounds
like
pretty
Jack
good to me.
Without the goofy hair. A little bit. I can see it.
I mean, yeah, it's young. I don't know if Jones starts right away. I mean, they did re-sign Cam for a reason. Cam might have had some rough patches last year, but he started to pick up that offense a little more near the end of the season. I wouldn't be surprised if Cam starts the season as the starting quarterback, but they needed something. They needed something, and Jones is their best bet. I mean, are you going to wait for a Kyle Trask, a Kellen Mond? Those guys are, kind of nice second, third round prospects, day 2 guys, but when you're counting on your franchise, you lost Tom Brady and he wins the Super Bowl with first year without you. You need to make a move for a quarterback. I'm surprised they didn't trade up for somebody, one of the one of the top guys. But
I have to just add too. I think the Patriots, we think of it as Tom Brady, but the Patriots have been a well-oiled machine for a long time. So it's important to just kind of look at the players that they've lost that you might not. They're not the Tom Brady's, but you know what I mean. It's very important to remember that Tom Brady was out on injury and they still made the playoff. You know what I mean? With years on, like they were on, and yes, the majority of the time it was Tom Brady, but. They're a machine, and it's just finding that quarterback and finding that piece that fits. And I will say Belichick's a genius at doing that. Whether or not Bills Mafia wants to hear it, I'm sorry, I'm a bit neutral, but I do love the Bills. So
now here's why I love this, and I love it because it's kind of the opposite of what the Bills did when they brought in Mitch Trubisky as the backup. So let's say Josh Allen goes down, God forbid. Mitch Trubisky plays a similar enough style to Josh where the offense can operate the same scheme. The Patriots could have traded up for Justin Fields, for Trey Lance, someone who could at least replicate Cam Newton's mobility. With Mac Jones, let's say Cam Newton, his bones are made of glass. Every day he wakes up, he breaks his legs, he goes to bed, he breaks his arms. Like, we know it. So if Cam Newton got hurt, they have to implement the playbook.
It's a total difference. Yeah, it's like Peyton Manning and Cam Newton. Complete opposites. So
polar opposites.
I feel
and you're talking to one of the biggest Peyton Manning fans right now. She doesn't need to tell you more than once. Yeah.
Oh, love I that. Yes, I do.
That's commitment.
That was my Quincy Collins moment,
But guys, I don't want to call my shot right here, but I love this. I was saying I love it.
I love it.
I love it.
I am not a Mac Jones believer. I do not think that all of a sudden he's going to be able to make amazing decisions under pressure. I think he had, amazing schemes at Bama and everything. He was never really under pressure, yada, yada, yada. I can't wait to see it.
Cardinals pick is in.
So how short a leash
Monster with the Puff Magic Dragon.
I quit the cigarettes because I don't want to die. So I'm vaping now. I feel like an asshole because I'm one of those guys who looks at people who vape and I'm like, hey, you're kind of an asshole. But then I was like, I got to quit smoking. So now I got to vape. And it's been 3 weeks without cigarettes. So I'm a little healthier, and I guess I'm dead asshole.
Hey, we'd rather have you a healthier asshole at the end of the day.
So would my son, because I can't sing him songs at night if I'm dead.
You're just a roller coaster of a human being. That's what
I mean, let's break it down to the lowest common denominator. It is what it is.
I try and get on your ride, and then you do something like that. And it's like, well, monster, I can't get invested when you're gonna take me on that ride.
But you know what I'm saying.
I do know what you're saying, but when you take me on that ride, I'm just like, okay. But with that said, I am ecstatic to see the Mac Jones era begin.
I gotta get a beer.
Can't wait to see it. Go get a beer, mister. We are rolling along in this draft, Mr. Jackins.
What did you say? You said my name? Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what the hell the Cardinals are doing right now.
Yeah, where do you think they're going with this?
I think the Cardinals might be the team to finally take a chance on Caleb Farley.
Caleb Farley.
They lost Patrick Peterson. They need
defensive podium. So sorry, I did not realize Maniac was talking to me. I'll pay attention from now on.
Things are happening. Yeah, there's a lot of things going on.
David Collins. And I think that's such a reach. I don't get this David Collins thing.
To have the floor to give my thoughts on Aaron Rodgers.
Oh my God! Wait, can I say one thing?
Yes.
Ladies first, monster. Do you guys do this for like tomorrow and Saturday or no?
I mean, it's not planned, but like we kind of fly by the seat of our pants.
I'm ready to go.
I think it's super like you guys. I mean, this is like so like to me it's like so slow because it's boring. But you know, when it comes down to it, I mean, from like an agent perspective, tomorrow's the day that things happen. So like these are the times that we're getting calls, we're making deals. We know. I'll tell you this: we know who's going to be signed undrafted by the end of tomorrow. And that sounds wild, but it's true. And it's one of those things, if they draft, then okay, thanks. You know, obviously you got drafted. So I think there's so many misunderstood points of the business. Obviously the first day it's glamour and suits and red carpet and all that other stuff. But the second and third day, it's where the business is actually really done. And I think it's very important to note how many sustainable players come from second, third, and undrafted, and how that happens from like the back end. So, you know, if you guys want to do this tomorrow, I'm happy to hop on with you and kind of like walk you through it because this is easy. I mean, this stuff's known. I mean, it's just kind of like, okay, you're on our board, he's off. Who's the next person? But when it starts moving fast, it becomes, you know, it's one of those things where like they're making moves, they're on phone. You know, it gets very fast.
Oh yeah.
But Monster, now you can take the floor.
Well, I'm going to talk about Aaron Rodgers. I'm going to talk about Aaron Rodgers later. I always give the floor to a lady. Absolutely. Sam wanted it. You got it. That's how it should be. Okay. I was raised with a good mom. But I got to give ABC
Shout out
credit.
moms.
Shout out all the moms out there. Yeah,
Damn right. I got to give ABC credit. Do you remember last year on ESPN? You remember the draft coverage was on ESPN, right? Last year?
Yes.
Yeah,
like every year.
You remember ESPN would like, somebody get drafted, and they'd be like, "Okay, was second team All-American, scholar athlete accused of robbery." Do you remember they
Mom's
used to
a
put
crack
those stats up
addict.
there?
I do remember that. That was awful.
Yes.
I'm going to give ABC credit because I've watched every single pick waiting for that, and they didn't. Like ESPN was horrible. Mother was killed in a drive-by.
that
was bad.
ESPN would be like, this kid had 37 sacks last season, but let's talk more about how his mother was addicted to crack and went to jail. Like,
yeah, that was really bad. I don't know. That was bad. That was
sometimes journalism takes the wheel.
Stupid.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. Even when we go through the process, our players going to All-Star games and going through the draft process, some of the questions I ask, they'll be like, "Is this serious?" And I'm like, "Unfortunately, yes." Like it's weird. You know, what does mom do? What does dad do? Like. It's weird, like very intricate questions, you know, and it's kind of like, what happens if you don't have a mom or a dad, or, you know, like, what's that? It's just very, they get into it. And to me, it's kind of like, if you're in a sit down interview, that's one thing to ask. But if it's like, I don't know, Google is
they
one
get
thing, but
evasive.
actually having a conversation is another. So
Right, they get
I
evasive.
agree, it's very wrong. I don't ever advocate that for any player, and I feel for those players because it's not right.
Did your dad sell dope on a Mississippi riverboat? Like, that ain't none of your business. It's like I do with football. Like, who gives a shit?
What do we got going on now? I'm like lost after the Patriots, the Jets double trade up.
Irrationally happy about Mac Jones to the Patriots.
Dude, I can't even get over it. I feel like should I stop being so excited? But I am.
Cam
You don't
Newton
think he can beat
is
Cam?
his mentor. Like they are
can,
polar opposite quarterbacks.
Monster, I'm just happy that we're hearing like
This is great news for
Rodgers.
Cam.
We're
I
hearing
love
Watson.
Cam.
We're hearing Russell Wilson. We're hearing Watson to the Dolphins. We're hearing Russell Wilson to the Patriots. Aaron Rodgers to the Patriots. And all of a sudden, these guys got Tua, Wilson, and friggin' Jones. These guys are not better than Josh Allen. And even if they reach their ceilings, they would only be like reaching like probably what in between 2019 and 2020 Josh Allen was to me.
All right, I was going to save it, but I got to blow. Aaron Rodgers. Like, what are you talking about? You're the one who can't win the big game. Are you shitting me? This franchise has kissed your ass for 10 years. When it comes to the big game, you can't win it. Now you're disgruntled? Go sell car insurance and shut the fuck up until you can win another ring. Because you killed in the playoffs.
You can
And
blame
the franchise, for you to say that you're unhealthy or unsatisfied, is absolutely ridiculous. You can't win. They're the ones who kissed your ass. So as far as Aaron Rodgers goes, I don't give a shit where he goes. But that's an asshole move. Like, what have you done to prove you're not?
What did he do? He won the MVP last year. He won the MVP last year. They lost because they kicked a field goal and Kevin King.
Did he get a ring?
Year-old
Did
child.
they get a ring? Did they get a ring?
No, the
fail.
Stop.
Fail. That's what you play for. The ring. Fail.
That's what you coach for. Fail.
Fail.
The coach isn't the one that says he's unsatisfied.
Fail.
Well, he should be.
But he didn't.
Fail. All right, I'm done. I had to do the Andy Bernard office.
Monster, we got to get you on the cap, man. I got to fight with you more. This is
Come
gonna be
on.
good.
I've been trying to get him up to tears. I've been battling. It has been wow. I mean, you want to talk about a position battle. You want to talk about AJ Klein, Matt Milano in 2020. It's like Monster getting on the cap. Like, let's get this guy on the cap.
I'll say one thing, and then I'm gonna say Matt Milano has trained with my receiver down here in Naples. He looks good. Bills Mafia, he looks so good.
He always looks good.
Matt Milano might be the hottest Bill. Like, and I say that as a straight guy.
AJ Epinesa? Are you kidding me? That man is handsome.
Don't leave Poyer out of the discussion.
I mean, Poyer, he's got the cheekbones and stuff going on, but AJ Epinesa is a handsome gentleman.
And then Allen didn't get brought into this.
I'm sorry.
I was just saying he was working out with my receiver and Lucky Whitehead, and they, he looks good. He looks strong and strong. Yeah.
Alex Leatherwood.
I bet he looked real strong. Matt Milano, he's the most handsome man in the NFL.
Do you want me to be like Matt Milano looks like a slob? No, of course you don't want to hear that. So yeah, he looks good.
That's the Cookie Monster right there.
Matt Milano should be in his underwear somewhere selling perfume.
You just say that, Monster.
I did. He's a model. He should be modeling his jaw selling perfume. He should be like one of those Victoria's Secretions models.
He definitely is.
What did you just say?
Total underwear perfume guy.
Yeah, he should be a model selling perfume to ladies because he's a good looking guy. You guys should
he should be in cologne commercials.
His agent should get him that endorsement. I don't know. Shout out. Maybe he should get that endorsement. Maybe he doesn't want it. I don't know. All I'm saying is he looks really strong, Bills Mafia, and that's one thing to say from an agent perspective too. I will say one thing. Players wanting to come back is huge, because it's happened a lot. So we see it, they're okay. They want to move on. But when they want to come back, it's because they've built something amazing. And that's exactly what Buffalo has done. And we've seen that countless times. So it's huge.
I think is the Raiders pick actually in because like I saw on Twitter, but I'm sure.
Oh, I can tell you with experience in this area, when they have to ask if it's in, it's never a good situation.
Okay, because I was about to put the draft board up, and I'll wait a second. I don't know. Rap Sheet tweeted it out 3 minutes ago, so maybe we're all
ESPN has on their app Leatherwood as the.
Wait, yeah,
Leatherwood, yeah,
That's the thing. Yep, that's it.
Is it Leatherwood?
Yes.
Yeah, it's Leatherwood.
Yep.
Wow, that
Leave it to
is
Vegas.
I'm not saying it's a reach, but it's a classic Vegas pick. I mean,
It is a reach.
I mean, I'm not.
Gruden going after the guy with good potential, good character.
Darisal's on the board. I mean, there's still guys I like more than Leatherwood. I mean, Dylan Radons.
I'm looking.
Do I dare ask who you guys want? Monster, go first.
Who do I want? What?
Who do you want the Bills to pick?
You know I want the Bills to pick. I said it like 4 times. I don't want Etney.
I'm sorry. I was just half listening. So
Who don't you want, Monster?
I don't want Etney.
Yeah, me either. I've never heard of the guy.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the little guy. You know what I'm talking about.
ETN.
You know who I want? I want Najee. I want the next prototypical Derrick Henry. I want the battering ram. I don't want another Devin Singletary.
That's fair. No, that's fair.
What's
I mean,
wrong?
like,
You're not down for Singletary in the long run?
No. It's not. I said it before. If we go for a running back this year, that means we're going to commit more to it than we did last year. Because last year we had a top passing offense, so the running game we could never really get going. So you can't fault Devin Singletary for that. So if we focus a little more on the run game and we don't draft a running back, then Singletary is going to have to carry that load, which he looks phenomenal from what I've seen on social media with his workout regimen. So I think that Singletary is going to have a bounce back year, even if we don't draft a running back. I just think that we just need to implement the run game a little bit more to give him a chance to show what he's got.
For sure. No, I mean, I don't disagree with that one bit. And I think Singletary is a star. He's from FAU. I mean, he's fantastic. His agent's one of my best friends, so I'm a little biased. But, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I definitely agree with that.
See, half asshole, half football guy. I could talk a little sports. It's in there. Jalen Phillips. I don't mind that pick either to Miami. Let's go.
And that's the thing. They get the first edge rusher off the board in an edge rusher class that you probably – am I safe to say that you don't want to necessarily take the first one off the board?
You don't want to take the first one off the board, but as a Bills fan, this is extremely, extremely encouraging to see Jalen Phillips, the first one off the board, at 18. I mean,
that's a reach, bro.
It is a bit of a reach, I think.
I had him going 11 to the Giants before, the Giants got a present in their lap. But it's a bit of a reach for Phillips himself. But for the edge rusher class, which is super talented, but has a lot of question marks, especially with translating to the NFL this year. For the 18, it's a good news for the Bills because right now, if you're the Bills, you're hoping to get your CB2 at 30. If you're not moving, you're hoping to get your CB2 there or the best available edge. I had them getting Azeez Ojulari. This makes that look even better at this point. But if a Kwity Paye falls or something like that, you have to take. I mean, just these type of guys. Jalen Phillips is nice. I still think Rousseau is going to end up being a better pro, even though I have a ton of question marks about Rousseau.
Let's talk about Rousseau while Kevin's not here.
Yeah. So we can't just. I mean, Rousseau, you saw it. We brought it up before when we talked about him. All of his production was from a zero tech spot, which he's an edge rusher. He's a 4-3 defensive end. That's just not what you want. He's never going to play the zero tech in the NFL unless you do something weird and move him along the line, make him into a DeForest Buckner or something like that. But I don't see the Bills forcing him into that. So. I don't know if the Bills even looked at him, if he's not on their board. And, he sat out last year. Jalen Phillips took his number and then took his spot and took his production over. So it makes sense Phillips goes before him. But Rousseau is the type of guy that if you want a raw edge prospect who can really turn into a solid edge setter, contain type of guy that can get the rush, I think Rousseau's your best bet at taking a dart throw here. But if you get someone like Aziz or Kwity Paye to follow the Bills, and Caleb Farley's gone, and you don't want to reach out of Asante Samuel Jr. or someone like that, then it makes a lot of sense, and it fares well for the Bills right now.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
I've been here 33 minutes. Who's this Cullen guy? He hasn't said a word. Is this the intern?
Josh, don't, monster. You can't do that to him. He's a little more soft-spoken. He's made his point every 3 to 5 minutes. He's not cutting off everybody every 2 seconds like I am. Thank goodness Colin's not doing that. Thank goodness Colin's not cutting everybody off like me, because this stream would have a huge problem. But no, he's our knowledgeable insider. He's evolved from an intern to a full-time member of Trainwreck Sports. Last I heard.
Congratulations.
Last I heard. So,
But
yeah, I know.
Mirka, you're
I can't
speaking
make
of
the intern shit no more.
What are we speaking?
You said a throw of the dartboard, just bringing it up here. Rangers are up 4-1.
Are the Rangers up 4-1? Oh,
Yep,
no.
top 8.
The dart
Can
is
take the floor really quick?
you can in a second.
Jerry Hughes contract. What's going on with that?
This is probably his last hurrah as a Bill this year.
Are you guys cool with that?
No, I don't want him to leave ever. It's
Yeah,
like
I
Kyle
love
Williams.
Jerry Hughes. Yeah, exactly. Jerry Hughes is a guy that it's hard to rank these because there's not a ton of them and a ton of successful ones. But Jerry Hughes for Kelvin Shepard, when all is said and done, might be one of the best player-for-player trades in NFL history. Even though Hughes wasn't an absolute superstar, not a household name type of guy, but obviously, people that pay really attention to football know who Hughes is, especially Bills fans. And Hughes is great, and I keep bringing up Aziz Ojulari reminds me a ton of Hughes. He's a type of guy where you might want to force him to be. Yeah, you might want to force him to be a stand-up outside linebacker like Indy did originally to Hughes. He gets into the right system. He gets time to develop a bit, work on his pass rushing moves and stuff. And, I just see so many shades of Jerry Hughes and Aziz Ojulari, and that's what makes me love him, because I love Jerry Hughes and I want to see him be a Bill I think he could be productive for at least 1 or 2 more years.
You know who we're missing on this show is Aaron Williams.
I was going to ask you, Sam.
Send him a text right now.
Yeah, so tell him Meerkat's on. Me and Aaron used to go to Encore together, and then we've played PUBG together a lot. We play Xbox together and stuff.
For a couple hours the other day. I texted him tonight, and he didn't respond, but I can see what he's doing.
No, there's no pressure. There's no pressure. But it will be exciting. It will be exciting.
Next time it would have been super fun. Yeah, because.
Yeah, Aaron's a good guy. He's a really good guy.
He is. Obviously, one of the most fun we've ever had. I would say, what were we just talking about though? The Jerry Hughes trade. What I would say, Meerkat, is that trade, the direct equivalent. How about this? The Daniel Briere for Chris Gratton trade. That's where I feel like it is in Sabres history. It's exactly almost the same.
That makes a lot of sense. And the pick is in for Washington. They take Jamin Davis, linebacker from Kentucky. It's not a bad pick.
No,
I had them going linebacker, but I had them going. You have JOK on the board. Zavon Collins did go a little early. They needed a linebacker. I thought it was going to be JOK. I thought they were going to rectify themselves for ruining. Sorry, his name's escaping me right now. Another safety linebacker hybrid out of USC a few years ago. They did the same thing, similar to JOK. Ruined him with how they did it. I
thought that JOK could be a good Luke Kuechly 2.0 for Ron Rivera on a new team.
Yeah, definitely. And now, I mean, Jamin Davis, he's kind of a more raw guy. He's a bit limited in what he can do, but he's not an awful pick there. And what do we know? So maybe Washington was really high on him, but JOK on the board and Washington not going him is surprising to me. I'm not going to lie.
I got a funny Aaron Williams story if you want to hear it.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's
Unleash.
hear it. Actually, Monster, do you mind if I ask you to hold off on that real quick? Is that all right?
You're gonna bring in the Mafia Maharaja.
Yeah, you know exactly who I'm
Come on,
bringing in.
baby.
When you think of Bills Mafia, we think of one person in particular for sure, and that's Del Reed, 26 shirts. Del, I didn't know you were going to be here, so I'm a little starstruck right now. How's it going tonight, man?
Yo, I bumped Monster. What's going on, boys?
You know, nothing but enjoying the draft night. It's taken a little longer than I would have liked, but I mean, you know, that's the tale of the evening, it seems, right?
Yeah, always. Hey, real quick, congratulations, you guys, on the deal with Outlet Liquor. That's awesome. Congrats. I know those things are hard to come by and tough to negotiate and put together, so good job.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Thank
That
you.
means the world. And you know, coming from someone else who, you know, we're doing a lot of stuff with 26 shirts too. So I'm sure that had a little role to play in there. So thanks for having faith in Trainwreck Sports. I think we can all. I speak for everyone here when I say thanks for believing in us like everybody else does. So thank you.
Yeah, super easy. I always tell Zach every time I run into him, you guys do awesome work.
I'm back.
Oh, thank goodness.
She's back. We got Del. We are rolling into the last third of this draft wake.
No.
I mean, we're finally here. I mean, we're 2/3 of the way into the draft, and it's 10:40. So I know my girlfriend's going to be going to sleep soon, which means I'm going to have to start whispering into the microphone doing ASMR for all the draft picks. So maybe I could just be like, the Buffalo Bills take at pick number 30. Like
It is going to be manipulative.
But you know, it's I don't know, Del. What's your take on the draft this year? And I feel like it's been kind of boring, to be honest.
They're always boring until the Bills pick. Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, there's a part of me. I thought about what I've been struggling with, and this is completely personal and boring, but I was thinking about going to the draft, and now I really wish I did. Like, I'm fully vaxxed. I could have got a cool sticker. Could have been there. Like, apparently there's a ton of Bills fans there. I dropped the ball there. So that's what I've been thinking about. But no, I love the fact that, you know, the Pats basically had to take whoever was left for them, that little offensive lineman guy. So that was pretty cool. So I'm liking the way that it's all shaken out overall. You know, Zach Wilson, looking forward to playing against him and, you know, being whatever the other team was that the High School Musical basketball team had to play, you know. So I feel like Zach Wilson walked right out of a High School Musical. He looks so young.
I said he looked like he came out of Whoville.
Out of Whoville? Yeah. No, I mean, I'm just really excited to see, you know, what Bean is going to do here. And of course, it'll probably be April 30th by the time that happens. But I'm looking forward to it.
It's so long. The draft is so long. It's 11 seconds of them announcing the pick and then 17 minutes of commercials and highlights. Like, please find a way to speed this up. I'm old. I'm going to die soon. Like, can we just cut to it? Like, there's got to be a more efficient way. Streamline the process. Just make it a little faster, please.
Yeah. Well, you know, commercials. They got to work those in. They got to stretch it out as long as possible. So.
Just any way the NFL can pump revenue. That's what the machine does.
Speaking of pumping revenue, you can print shirts, but being in print for more than a decade takes some skill. So let's get him in here.
More than a decade.
I said more than a decade. Let's go. Get him in here. Literally, the trolls are flocking to this live stream right now. Where is Sully at? Where can we get him?
Where's Sully?
Dude, I covered college football almost 50 years ago.
I didn't want to date you that bad. If I said over 50 years ago, you'd be like, thanks for dating me.
If dude's complaining about being old, I literally might die during the draft tonight.
If I wanted you to complain, Sully, I would ask you about the Red Sox score right now.
They had a nice little run early in the year. I'm happy with the Red Sox.
Yep. Nice little run, and then they're going to fade away, right? They're donezo this year. No chance.
The Yankees are improving. So what do you want from me? You want my take?
I want whatever you'll give.
I don't pay attention. I don't know any of these guys except how does Alabama ever lose? They should be in the NFL. I mean, it's like half the guys are from Alabama. Nick Saban is some genius. Why doesn't he go back to the NFL and try to win where he couldn't just recruit the whole country? God, he sickens me. And half these Alabama guys don't turn out to be as great as people think. But I can understand the fear about Mac Jones, that he'll turn into the next Brady.
People are who the hell is fearful of that?
Okay, we busted out the champagne when the
I said Jones will beat out Cam Newton. I said it. Jones will beat out Cam Newton. Jones will work harder. Jones likes the system more. Cam Newton's all about himself, and he's kind of an egotistical dick. Mac Jones is going to beat out Cam Newton. Book it.
I mean, it's something.
Jerry, you're a gambling man. Over under 26 touchdowns from the Patriots QB this year.
Oh, under. You're counting running.
Then I got nothing to worry about. If the Patriots QB is not generating 2 touchdowns a game, they're not scoring another 2 on the ground. So they're scoring less than 24 a game. The Bills, where they were in 2020, got nothing to worry about then.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised to hear me, of all people, say I wouldn't be too worried about the division this year. I think.
Let's go! Jerry's in for the division.
Let's go! Hey, market.
I mean, when they're trading up, are you really sitting there? Oh my God, the Jets are doing something brilliant. And guess what? My most lingering memory of the division last year is that Tua wouldn't throw the ball more than 10 yards. I mean, it's like people are forgetting that I thought he was a bust last year, and I don't care who they surround him with. And they've had some nice drafts, but if he's just average, what are you worrying about there? And yeah, I don't think Mac Jones is, to me, just an Alabama system quarterback. I really don't think the experts know as much as they want us to believe when it comes to some of these guys. Or Cyrus Quanjo, he was from Alabama.
I'm saying Tua Tugboat, because I can't say Tagovailoa or whatever his name is. Tua Tugboat's not going to challenge Josh Allen for the division. I'm not worried about Tua Tugboat.
And just last pick in, we just got Kadarius Toney going to the Giants. A bit of a reach there. I mean, Giants traded back to 20. Yeah, I mean, I have them taking Kwity Paye at 11. He's still on the
Harris
board.
is still on the board.
They passed for a receiver after signing Kenny Golladay, a few other pieces. I mean,
Harris
Giants are all in on Daniel Jones, it looks like, guys.
That's the expert analysis right there, Meerkat, is that this is the year to figure out whether Daniel Jones is the guy or not. You got Saquon Barkley in that situation. Get him some more receivers. Figure out whether Daniel Jones is your guy or you got to get another QB next year.
Exactly.
These highlights that I was going to say, these highlights that ESPN are showing, he tackled in the NFL. That's the only difference this guy's going to have to deal with. Like, dude, nobody's touching this kid. It's incredible.
Yeah,
there were some routes. There were some routes last year where he was creating 10 to 15 yards of separation. It just looked so stupid. Like they would throw to him and it would look like nobody was even on him.
Yeah.
I hope the Colts draft Wentz replacement when he gets injured. That's who the Colts should draft right here.
The intern is telling me right now viewership is up 700% since Jerry joined the stream. So that's pretty huge. I'm not gonna lie. Shout out the trolls of Jerry Sullivan wanting to get in here.
Do not underestimate the haters out there that still pay attention to me. Like I think I told this one before. It's like that movie Fatal Attraction.
Of course.
Where she boils the bunny on the stove, and she says, "I will not be ignored. I'm the guy boiling your team on the stove." So look, but here I am being optimistic. I will say this though, and I looked this up. Last year's divisional round, youngest quarterbacks ever in that round: Allen, Jackson. Who else is in there? Mayfield and Mahomes. And the position continues to get younger. It's exciting in the AFC right now offensively. The Chargers add a lineman to go with Herbert. Even if you think Tua can play, but I think teams are trying to keep up with the Bills and the Chiefs in the conference. They think they have to outscore them. So I think the Bills should have to help out their defense. What do you guys think? I think they should go for the edge rusher if they could get one.
Real quick,
Jerry.
Before we go position, Jerry, did you think 3 to 4 years ago or even 2 years ago that the Bills would be a team that other teams in the conference were chasing after?
Offensively, no. I mean, after 17 years, where they literally threw the fewest passes in football, I did not expect this, but it's nice. And they also have the old man of the division now, right?
Allen.
Yeah, Allen is the
He's
oldest
a vet. He's a vet.
Starters, yeah. Wow. That makes
Speaking of old men, Sully, what's your opinion on Aaron Rodgers?
I think he's been really good on Jeopardy. I've been surprised. I put him right there with Katie Couric, but I think he's a little too in love with himself.
Right, a guy who chokes in the playoffs being disgruntled with a franchise who kissed his butt. Yeah.
We're talking about the guy who mailed the Christmas presents his family mailed him back because he refused to see them on Christmas. And they sent him presents to show him their love, and he mailed them back without opening them.
That's weird. That's like stuff. Like what? Like who does that? Like that's just
from his mother and father. I mean, he's a weird dude. He's an incredible quarterback. He's funny. Good Jeopardy host, I guess.
Christmas gift and he sends it back. He's not getting another one for the rest of his life. Like who does? Like that's just weird. Can you imagine that? Like, oh, I don't want your Christmas gift because I'm Aaron Rodgers. Like I'm your father.
I'm with Tyler Dunn. I don't think he sent any presents to Tyler Dunn, and I'm with Tyler's a buddy of mine, and he exposed him in a story, and so I'm with Tyler. Not
Hashtag with Tyler.
Shout out Ty Dunn. That was incredible reporting. What was that, like 2019? That story came out, and Rodgers straight up acknowledged him. Jerry, I got a quick question for you. Not to go off topic from the draft. I just want to test your memory real quick. Do you remember speaking at the father-son breakfast at St. Anthony's Church circa 2002? Because my father, Paul Lemire, reached out to you to get you to talk at that breakfast. You talked there. I thought it was the coolest thing in the world. I got you to autograph my church leaflet from the day. I'm not sure, but just want to test your knowledge to see if you even remember that story.
I believe I brought my son. If it's the breakfast I'm thinking of.
Yeah, the father-son breakfast in Lackawanna, St. Anthony's.
Yeah, I did it.
Yeah, there you go. I just wanted to bring that up real quick and see if you remember. Yeah, my dad was so excited he got you to speak because some of the other dads there were like, "Oh, you won't get him" or something. And you came and it was so cool. I got your autograph. I thought it was the coolest thing in the world. I still have it somewhere.
I have Dell. How about Dell the night we were on a panel together? They got us, back, before you even knew me or liked me, and I was about to answer a question. There was this big thunder and lightning outside, and it was all quiet. And I looked up and I go, even he hates me. I thought it was a
yeah, that was at the Curtis Hotel, right? That was good. That was good time.
Am I going too fast for the group here or what?
No, not at all.
You can run me anytime. By the way,
why would we ever want to do that?
Yeah, Jerry, can I get a haircut next week?
Jerry, you missed it. He had the
we'll be
pigtails
back
going before. He looked like Cindy Lou Who.
You back in the tower for baseball?
Yeah. Are you gonna come hang out with us in the tower?
That would require an invitation. I'll be there.
Of course. Well, the invitation is always open to you. If we get in, of course you're in. My question for you right now to put you on the hot seat is, what if you come cut my hair next week at the end of the Sabres season?
I'll be there.
Okay, I'll let you know the date and time. You're gonna come chop some hair next week, I think.
I would rather watch a sack full of puppies drowned while on fire than watch baseball. But if Sully's gonna be there, I want to be there and drink a beer with him. That's it.
Fire? No, let's not get past this. What did you just say?
Got a knapsack full of puppies drowning while on fire.
Let's not get hung up on the details.
Wouldn't water put out the fire?
The point is, I'll tolerate baseball to drink a beer with Sully. That's my point.
That's my point.
There we go. Yeah, sometimes you gotta get the point across. Quiddy pay goes to the Colts. Are we worried?
That's a great pick. I had the Colts taking an edge rusher, but I had Quiddy Pay gone at 11. So in my opinion, that's a great pick for the
You're
Colts.
loving that value there, Meerkat.
Yeah, that's great value. My 15th overall player on the draft board. I mean, I think he is the most
Wait, is Quiddy Pay going to the Giants or the Colts?
Oh, I messed up. I messed up the draft.
It's okay. It's okay.
The intern's messed up. The intern's messed up.
Because I don't care if he's going to the Giants.
Come on,
I do
Wade.
care more if he's going to a
No,
team
yeah.
that they played in the
I'm
playoffs.
so sorry. I know.
Hey, no. We're not gonna. Nobody needs to apologize for this being a
No,
train
I'm
wreck.
stupid.
Because that's exactly what we do. This train never stops. We're all about it. We're rocking and rolling. Shout out to everybody tuning in on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Facebook. Shout out Dell, Monster, Sully, the whole crew.
Is it next year's draft in Vegas?
I drive ratings. I know the ratings are going to plummet, but you got to.
Is that?
Can I just?
If you were about to be voted off in Survivor, would that be what you like? Like I drive ratings.
Can I just say that 2020 was so much fun to follow Sully on Twitter, especially. It was really fun to see, and I mean this, Jerry. It's been so much fun the past couple of years now. You doing the complete like inverse heel turn and everybody still seems to hate you, but like if they're paying attention to your tweets, you're actually like complimenting the Bills like left and right, like every opportunity you get. I think it's great. I've been enjoying it, and yeah, I think people just are just used to hating you, which is I guess I'm sure you think fine, but I love it.
Now and then too, just to mix it up, right?
Yeah, you got to keep us on our toes. I respect that.
Now and then, I don't want people to get the wrong idea. Hey, look, they're good. When they were in the playoffs, when they missed the playoffs for 17 years in a row, I ripped them, and then they're good, and I say nice things. I don't care. I don't have a personal. I like it when they're good. Go back and you guys are too young for that. When they were in the Super Bowl,
A little bit.
God, practically giving them hum jobs.
I'm a lot like Sully. I take a lot of flack for what I do.
When they're winning.
Could you imagine if we got back to hum jobs, guys? That would be like awesome. I can't wait. I can't wait for hum jobs for the next decade for this Bills team.
You gotta have thick skin. Like I said, my character's a lot like Sully. I take a lot of smack for what I do, but you know what? John Cena said it best. Half the arena's booing you, half of them's cheering for you, but nobody's talking about the other guy. They're all paying attention to you.
As long as they're making noise.
That's it. As long as they're reacting.
So we got Tennessee. Has anybody been spoiled yet on this stream?
Not yet. I've been going through Titans fan Twitter because that's honestly where you can get the most.
Are they buying a draft pick right now? Are they Titans fan Twitter buying a draft pick?
Titans
Rashad
fans,
Bateman?
They're saying they want Elijah Moore a lot. Apparently, that's the Titans fan trendy pick here. And I wouldn't hate. I mean,
Davis there.
I thought about
exactly.
that. Receiver makes a ton of sense. I have Rashad Bateman personally, who
Who's
I
their
like
number 2 now
more,
besides AJ Brown?
Either makes sense.
Adam Humphries, is he still there?
It's Humphries is the 2, and then their third. It gets bad, and their tight end depth after losing John, who I believe Adam Ferksker is
Anthony Ferksker. Remember the
Anthony,
name.
not Adam. Sorry, not Adam. Anthony A. Ferksker is their tight end 1.
Yeah, they pay Josh Reynolds a lot of money. I know that.
Oh, they did give
that
Josh
is that's the receiver 2 heading.
Bye,
into
Jerry.
Josh Reynolds coming off a solid year.
No.
But good night, Jerry.
I literally shot a private message. Hey, Jerry, feel free to bow out whenever. And he bowed out
just leave?
seconds later.
This is the old Irish goodbye.
He's one of a kind.
Like if it was 8 seconds later, it wouldn't have been nearly as funny. But it's almost like he literally just saw it and like shut off his phone.
It's fantastic.
Rumor has it that
I just gotta say though,
attempting to trade down. Sorry, Del, go.
No, man, I'm just talking about Jerry. I just gotta say, like, I've gotten to know him the past few years, and he's like one of the nicest people I've ever met. I hated him for so long.
There is
But the same way I was until I actually heard about him and got to know him other than little stuff on Twitter. I thought, this guy is grumpy.
I would say there is nobody who is farther from their Twitter persona to their in-person persona,
yes,
in Buffalo media than Jerry Sullivan. I would say it, and I would say it to his face. Like literally, like he's one of the most fun people to hang out with, be around with that I've seen. And yeah, before I met him on Twitter, I wanted to like choke slam this guy. Like I'm not even pulling any punches. Like I couldn't stand this guy.
For a
And then I
long
met
time,
him, and
I
his
was
life
blocked
changed.
by Jerry Sullivan on Twitter, and he unblocked me, and I DM'd him, and I thanked him for the second chance. But it's funny, when I was in Houston for the playoff game 2 years ago, I was talking with my friends, and I said, you know, this is fun, this is awesome. I'm worried about Kansas City next week, though, if we beat Houston. And then I was in a crowd of people walking into the stadium when I said that, and the entire crowd, like 100-some people, started calling me Jerry Sullivan because I was being too negative. It was so funny.
no.
I think it could
It
be.
hurt.
I think it could be Farley.
Well, I mean, the man
That's
has a
what-
legacy. The man will have a
He
legacy.
does have a legacy.
Farley makes sense. They lost. God, I'm blanking on names
Butler?
tonight.
Did
Adoree
Kev get
Jackson.
spoiled?
Adoree Jackson, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, they lost Adoree Jackson in free agency. I like him a lot.
And they brought in Kevin Johnson. That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's the replacement for Adoree.
I met Sully years ago at one of the WGR roasts, and I said, hey, Sully, I said, my name's Monster. I'm a big fan. He goes, oh, you're a good-looking kid. Keep doing what you're doing. And he kept walking. I'm like, what does that mean? It was super positive, and I'm like, what? That was the first time I met Sully, and that was the last time I met Sully.
Great generic thing to say to anybody who's younger than you. You're a great kid. Keep doing what you're doing. As long as they're literally not in the middle of committing a crime, pretty good statement.
Right. He's like, get pucks in deep.
Singletary and Moss, their yards before contact last year were awful. The offense was not built to be a rushing attack like it was previous years. That we saw the passing game absolutely thrive. We had the receiver with the 6th most yards in a season in NFL history with Diggs, which is, if you would have told me that 2 years ago, let alone a year ago, I would not have believed you. And, you know, it just took a complete cultural shift. So that's why I don't see us not adding a running back this draft. I don't think it's the wrong move if we draft ETN. It's just, I think CB2 and an edge to, you know, potentially replace Jerry Hughes, and with the rotation we have, is such a need. And there is such a weird kind of depth, especially at that 30 range. I'd be surprised if they don't go with it.
Listen, Del, for the record, what's going on? Meerkat said he would shave his head if we drafted Etienne in the first round.
Just out of shame, like not out of some publicity stunt or anything, like just out of absolute shame for how wrong.
How about you, Del? What do you think about running back? What's your opinion?
Yeah.
I love the idea of doubling on this offense. They scored 501 points last year, 50 more points than what the Chiefs scored the year prior, which was like, oh my gosh, the Chiefs scored 451 points. I love the idea. I love it. So, I mean, you can't really take away from what was just said about, you know, CB2 and an edge rusher. Like, obviously, those are huge needs, or they're going to be huge needs in the next year or two, especially with edge. What it comes down to really is like, just keep it real. Like, whatever Bean does, man, he's earned my respect. He's earned my trust.
Exactly.
Dude, he could draft a quarterback, and I'd be like, all right, I guess he knows what he's doing. I hope he doesn't, but like, I really.
Kyle Trask
he's really.
Kyle Trask to Buffalo. Del first.
My thing is this.
There you go.
All right, my thing is this. If you're serious about a running game, you've drafted third-round running backs. You've drafted Singletary. You've drafted Moss later rounds. No. You want a guy that changes the game. You draft him in the first couple rounds. That's where you get the game changers. You're not going to fill me on. Now, the thing between E.T. or whatever and Najee Harris is this. It's Henry and Kumara. I don't want Kumara. I want somebody that's going to pound it. I want somebody that's going to give it up the middle. That's what I want.
Josh Allen and Zach Moss do that.
We can get a cornerback in the second round that they're going to figure out. They've been great at picking in the later rounds. We can pick a cornerback out of the second or third round, and they'll be just as competitive. But if you want that game changer at running back, you're not going to find him in the later rounds. You've got to draft him in the early rounds. That's where the game changers are.
One exception to that.
Run game.
You can get Jared Patterson probably a little later, and he's going to make a big impact no matter where he goes.
He's not going to be Harris.
No, of course
How do you
not.
know that, though?
That's what we want.
Like in all reality, though, I saw a stat the other day where the top 10 running backs last year, there were 4 second rounders, a first rounder, and everyone else was a third or later.
Thank you, Ty B. Thank you.
Yeah,
I agree with that statement too.
Mm,
And like the running back is just such a polarizing topic, and it's extremely exciting, especially because if we're going to talk about what we talked about with potential trade up scenarios earlier, this is the spot where the Bills said that they might trade up in this 21 to 25 range. Minnesota already traded back once. Going through Vikings Twitter, a lot of the podcasters over there are saying they should trade back again because the board is looking so good for the Vikings. I don't know if
honestly.
the pick. Oh, actually, I just see a tweet now from Chad Graff, who's actually verified, so that might be a thing. That the Vikings are making a pick. So,
okay, so I don't want to get ahead of myself, but we were talking about this range with the Bills trading up, and this being the range to trade up, especially in the next few picks. JOK
is still
on
there.
the board.
Yeah,
I mean,
no joke. This is gonna sound like the other day I tweeted something and someone said, "Oh, I thought of this before," and I was like, "Oh, well, why didn't you tweet it then, you dumbass?" And so like I had this in a mock draft that I didn't publish. I had the Bills trading up to Pittsburgh to take JOK, and it's like, "Oh, why didn't you put it out there, you dumbass?" I'm the dumbass. That's why I didn't do it. So just want to clear that up.
Nothing is better on the internet than being a dumbass. Honestly.
I mean, it's why I'm on a podcast, right?
So do we think if they trade up for, say, CB2, do they have to get up to 24, 25 to get Newsome, or is he still going to be there at 30?
With him and Asante Samuel Jr. both still out there.
Yeah, you wait it out because
you wait that out.
Yeah,
I
if
think
Newsome falls, if Newsome's slipping, so that's the thing with ASJ though. Asante Samuel Jr. I don't think he's a first-round pick in most people's opinion. I think he's an extremely early second-round pick, but when you're in that 30 range, you're picking for kind of luxury, but you're also addressing a need. That's why ASJ is such a popular pick to the Bills. And Joe Marino first put this in my head about a week, maybe 5-6 days ago. I was listening to his podcast. Then I started really diving into his film because he's a guy I didn't look at too much before. Tyson Campbell's a very similar guy to that. He's a guy who should go to that 30 to 40 range, but I think fits that CB2 mold so much better. And we just got Darisaw to the Vikings. That makes sense. They needed offensive line talent. But yeah, it's just one of those things where he makes a ton of sense, and I could see Tyson Campbell kind of being that shock factor pick.
Mm-hmm. And Dell had to hop out for a sec. So obviously, thank you for Dell that's tuning in.
Thank you, Dell.
And thank you for him for obviously partnering up with us at Trainwreck Sports. I mean, like just being able to help impact a company that already does so much impactful work in the community.
To hell with Dell. To hell with Dell. He told me he was going to print 300 draft shirts right now. He goes, I'm out of the stream. Now.
He's ready to pick the final thing he designs.
That's Buffalo's bad boy right there. Del Reed. Everybody doesn't know it. He's the biggest villain in Buffalo. Everybody doesn't know it. But we'll get him one day. Shout out to Del for coming on. This is it, boys. I got to be honest. I got a premonition type feeling that the Bills are going to trade down. Give me credit. Give me credit a little bit right now that I was kind of zoning in on that Patriots Mac Jones vibe pretty early. I will be honest, we've all been making predictions all night, but I was zoning in on that. And let me tell you, this draft board is pretty scrambled right now. Mm-hmm. It feels like people are kind of grabbing at everything. I feel like there's a lot of value out there. And if I'm Bean, and we all know Bean likes to work the phones, I'm calling everybody with a 40 overall pick tomorrow to 52, seeing if you want to get up. And, to be honest, guys, I might not even need a second-round pick back tomorrow if I'm getting a first next year at this point. Just to take a first next year.
Pittsburgh's on the clock.
Next year's a goal.
So you're saying
this is the pick.
This is probably Najee Harris or a trade up for the Bills we're thinking here.
At least
I am.
Blake, I was literally tweeting it as you were saying it that this is the perfect spot to just trade up for JOK right here because Pittsburgh at 30, I pretty much guarantee they have their shot at Harris or Etienne, either of the running backs, even though Pittsburgh wants a 230-pound running back. And that is Harris.
Look at who's there. Okay, so after
like
Pittsburgh
Rashad Mendenhall.
As pick is in.
Pick is in. Okay, so I think it will be Harris. Jacksonville is James Robinson.
I just think Pittsburgh needs.
Wait, it got refreshed and now it's counting down again. Pick is not in. I don't think.
Colin, damn it, Colin.
Look at my phone. It's counting down.
Pick is in.
It did say pick is in. I looked away at you guys, looked back over, and it wasn't in.
I just think the Steelers need more value out of that pick than a running back. I think that they have more weak spots that need to be addressed in the first round than running back.
Not
you
even though they lost Connor.
Bills though, like it's. I also think they shouldn't take a running back just because of how offensive line is. If they do take one, it should be Harris because he doesn't need as much space as Etienne needs. But I mean, well, who's out there on offensive line? Let's pull up. I was gonna try and edit this in between picks here. But offensive linemen that are still out there: Tevin Jenkins, I have at 25 on my big board.
Yeah.
Darisaw just got taken. So Tevin Jenkins could be a pick for the Steelers. But
Jenkins is the only first round grade I think either of us have left. I mean, there's
You're
some
right.
guys who could slip. You know, Dylan Radun's another FCS guy, North Dakota State.
You got Eckenberg on there as well. He's
Eichenberg could be an interesting one.
Eichenberg, people are all over with him. And then, Wake, you text me about it. Walker Little's who you need to watch out for, guys. Walker Little was going to be a top 15 pick if he didn't get hurt.
They're going to fucking take Harris.
Now pick is in, according to my phone.
All right.
It is.
I'm watching it. Goodell's speaking it. I don't have volume.
Yeah.
Gotta wait for the graphic. Najee Harris, I am sorry, Monster. He is off the board.
Oh man, Monster!
Another 130-pound running back to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Who cares about having a cornerback? Who cares about defense? You're gonna run Big Ben out there with that offense again next year and hope to win 11 meaningless games.
Big Ben's 184 years old. The guy walks around with stanchions taped to him and fucking ice packs. The dude can barely walk or spell his name anymore. He
His
shits
best
every
friend's
time
his
the
walking
microwave
boot.
goes off. I can't stand
Big Ben
it.
for
He's
prison.
old. They need to address that.
Big Ben for prison.
God
That's
damn
a bad
it.
pick. That's a bad pick.
I like the pick. I'm not gonna lie.
It makes sense. Look
at his face.
It
He's
makes
not
sense.
happy.
I don't think Najee Harris is a better pro than James Conner. I could be extremely wrong. I'm very bad at evaluating running backs. Hand up. But
God damn it.
I mean, I know Monster loved him to the Bills. I'm sorry, Monster.
No, you're not.
It just I'm not at all because I didn't want us taking a running back.
I know you didn't, asshole.
I thought Pittsburgh was going to really go corner, get Greg Newsome. He's still on the board. It's a great value for them. But hey, I'm happy Greg Newsome might have a chance to be available at 30, boys and girls. Get ready.
Awesome.
I like Greg Newsome a hell of a lot more than Asante Samuel Jr. and his big nickel capabilities because the big nickel is extremely overrated.
Big Nick energy. That you know what they say.
Yeah, Meerkat and I both. I have Newsome at 19th in my big board. Meerkat has him at 20. So him still being there right now would be an absolute steal for the Bills.
JOK and Newsome, if either of those
still
slip,
there,
I am going to freak out.
I'll do backflips. I gotta say, I gotta move my computer real quick because my girlfriend and I'm in the bedroom right now. She's got to go to sleep because she has a work meeting at 8 in the morning. And I'm kind of doing a disservice right now, so I got to go move my computer.
We'll go to the bedroom, knock on the door.
I have a work meeting at 8:30. I have a work meeting at 8:30. So what?
Yeah, your boyfriend's not
Wait,
keeping
am I
you up,
done?
though.
Wait, am I done in 30 minutes though? Am I done?
I'll be back in 3 minutes.
Oh, well, you go do whatever you want.
Are you
I'm having a
taking a
great
break?
time. I'm not having any break.
I got my break with the internet fiasco earlier, so I'm okay.
I need to hop
Shut
out of
up,
the
Fiascos.
Oh.
Shut up. Wait, I'm okay,
Fiascos.
and then he leaves. Shut up, Fiascos.
Yeah,
but
oh,
a little fake out. But this is where it gets spicy, guys. Any of these teams could trade
Things
back
are
and get
getting
some
spicy.
capital, and we're about to see some names that aren't so familiar to everybody. That's my vibe. Coley, you got any wild cards over these next 7 to 8 picks that we might see? Maybe some guys that were projected second, even maybe late second, early thirds that we could potentially see. We don't typically see thirds, but maybe seconds.
Let's go, you former intern prick.
All right, whoever's the intern running this, get Monster out of here. Some forcibly get him out of here. He's being too negative right now. Just because Najee Harris gone doesn't mean you got to take it out on me, all right? Yeah, see ya, Monster. We'll see ya. No, all love.
You gotta get it. You gotta get it right now. You gotta get it. He's back. You gotta get it.
I think there's a lot of value left that we weren't really expecting to see in terms of edge and corners. And so over the next few picks, I don't know if we're going to see a lot of second and third round guys taken now because there's still so much high value in guys that we were expecting to go in the top 15, top 20. And here we are at pick 25. And what the heck? What's his name?
Well, what is your script malfunctioning?
Yeah, I lost it on my phone here. Hold on.
Damn it, Coley.
Oh, yeah, okay. JOK, he's still out there. He's projected. I mean, Wake just said he had him. Yeah. The Bills trading up to 24 to get him, but he was projected to go top 17, top 10 in a lot of drafts. Not top 10, top 15.
JOK is 16 on my big board right now. Yeah.
So,
incredible.
Fucking Cowboys shirt on.
No, it's Cowboys versus Bills Super Bowl shirt.
Okay.
One thing with the Jags right now, just to comment on what's going on. Oh, Maniac is gone. Hello, folks. Well, Jags are on the clock. Pick is not in. It's 3 minutes left to go. They're taking their time. I'd imagine that they go with a Christian Barmore here. He's a guy I've loved to them. I've had them take him at 25. I've had them trade back and still take him around like the 30 range and different projections. But Christian Barmore makes a lot of sense. They need D-line help. Their top D-lineman is like Rob Roy Anderson or something like that. Some guy who's just not good and you've never heard of. And, there's a lot of good players, though, like JOK being on the board. Trevon Moehrig, he's a guy I kept saying it could be an absolute shock pick, the Bills Mafia, for the Bills at 30 if available, because Brandon Beane made it clear. They're thinking future. Could be a smokescreen, but he said that multiple times, how they're looking ahead, how it's a bit of a luxury pick. And, maybe you want to think about the future. Micah Hyde's getting up there. Jordan Poyer. Maybe you want to get rid of that Rachel Bush influence and all that bullshit.
What?
I mean,
No.
Dean Harlow.
Whoa! He's just saying people might be too focused on her Instagram posts.
Yeah, exactly.
And get distracted from working out.
And plus, we lost Dean Marlowe, who you saw have a ton of playing time. I love Jaquan Johnson, but as a special, more than a special teamer, I don't know if they trust him at the NFL level, even though I stand for him. Trevon Moehrig is the absolute best safety in this class. He is a great, great football player, and the only reason he is valued so low is because he's a safety, and people are undervaluing him because he's not some absolute playmaker type like a Honey Badger, even though I guess you could say JOK is a safety, kinda, but he's a linebacker. Moehrig, though, makes a lot of sense. We'll see how this board plays out. Things are getting exciting for the Bills. There's a lot of good players available, guys.
Rachel Bush and her booty are essential to Bills Mafia. Don't downplay it.
Absolutely, and this is exactly why I hopped in here. I saw Monster was losing it a little bit after Najee fell off the board, so I had to make sure if he doesn't like the pick that we make sure
listen,
we talk him up
before Monster goes.
Ty B, hold me around my head.
Exactly on the button. That was a big moment for you, Monster, and you've been a little emotional since it happened.
Scratch.
All right, Ty B's rubbing my head. Rub my head, Ty B. I feel bad.
No.
Okay, let me get you.
Yeah, rub my head.
Let me get you.
It'll be all right. Najee's not coming to
guys,
Buffalo,
this
but
is big.
we're gonna get someone who's good. He might not start right away, Monster, but it's okay. You have to trust the process.
I do. And like I said, I'm okay with whoever Bean picks because everybody that he's picked pretty much has kind of worked out.
TB. Ty B, you've been a little bit on the outside from this live draft. Everyone's saying that they're submitting the picks and then it's coming in 5 or 6 minutes later. Is that what's happening for everybody?
It always does.
Oh, that's just brutal.
Yeah, it's just because of the TV production.
I'm saying
it always pops up that the pick is in, and then it takes like 5 minutes till Goodell gets out there because
the second the pick is in on the TV, it's out on Twitter. But we're avoiding the timelines tonight. Other than the major breaking trade.
Yeah, technically it is like it goes into the wire, so like all the reporters see it.
Next year's draft is in Vegas, right?
I believe so because they got skunked out of the.
Start planning.
Yeah.
Because
let's go.
It was supposed to be there.
This whole crew should be there.
Well, I already got confirmation with Mookie Hawkins. I do a show with Mookie from Bill's Beat on Rise Up Mookie already told me next year I'm
Hey,
with him.
Meerkat just froze on my screen. He's going crazy. I don't know what happened.
Boys. I
Meerkat.
think for the first time all night, for the first time all night, I got a spoiler.
Not to the Bills. Let's go, folks. Let's
Oh,
go.
Meerkat's
It's
not shaving his head. He's happy.
My hair is
The
in
first.
hair.
Wait, Najee Harris got taken? Who took Najee Harris?
Najee Harris took the Steelers.
Etienne.
Oh, that's what I
next
meant.
pick.
I'm sorry. I'm everywhere right now.
Off the
What the fuck are we gonna do now?
Wow.
He made
Who?
the pick, and he made the pick off.
Trade
What are we
back.
gonna do?
Trade back.
Jaguars.
Who are we
Trade
targeting
back.
now?
Let's go.
Someone tell me so I don't have to Google it. Who did he
They
go?
got
He went to
they
the
got
Jaguars.
Acme and they got. Oh
Wow.
my god.
They're keeping Lawrence and Etienne together.
Yep.
Oh my
That's
god.
incredible.
That's amazing.
And Urban Meyer, who was probably across the field from them at one point, like
And Tim
2 years ago.
Tebow. Tim Tebow, too.
Urban
don't
Meyer's
forget.
like this right now.
Yeah. He's like,
Tight end.
recruiting them, but now I can draft them.
Wow.
How was this
I'm
not
so
a
relieved.
storyline ahead of now? Like, how did no one
Yo,
think?
so what the fuck? They're both gone. Like, what is Bean gonna do right now? What's our plan? Who's our next pick? Like, I can't
Pick a
believe
cornerback.
that Lawrence and Etienne are together. Like, it's like, yeah.
Asante Samuel.
That's a problem. Like, holy shit. Like, look at Nick Saban. Look at his face. Look at Nick Saban's face. He's just like, like I'm gonna stick it up your ass. Like, look at him.
Now, Richie Stevenson is asking someone to explain why the Jags took ETN. I want someone to explain why this wasn't a storyline before right now. Like,
This makes no sense.
with
Other
the
than the
second
pairing,
pick?
Because it
him
makes
being
no
a weapon.
sense. That's
So James
why you
Robinson was
can't explain
absolutely
it.
incredible and is on a what? Like a
Rookie of the
6th round
year.
But
rookie
also,
deal right now?
we've
Like,
seen the undrafted, the late round running back flare out after 1 year. Like Raheem Mostert looked like he was going to take the NFL by storm, and then he just turned out to be just another guy. So, I mean, like having, and also James Robinson is also the between the tackles thumper. He can just boulder through the defenders. Etienne's the guy who needs the space.
Who we take now?
I love that pick for Jacksonville. Oh my god, I love
Well,
that.
fuck Jacksonville. We're not Jacksonville fans.
No, but I think no matter what happened tonight, the Bills were going to go best player available.
I gotta be
Yeah.
honest. My night started shitty when I came in, and Maniac didn't have his fucking pigtails in no more.
Let me tell you something right now. Let me tell you something
I
right
just
now.
want to let you know I was gonna let you have it for the pigtails. I
This
had a whole
draft-
speech. I was gonna let you have it.
Oh,
Well, thank you, Monster. This draft started 3 hours and 22 minutes ago.
We've
Right
been online
now-
for almost 4 hours.
This draft is kind of like gambling. You're rolling the dice here. Okay, we've been live for 3:46. So these GMs have been primed in their minds for over 5, 6, 7 plus hours right now, at least. Maybe even going into the AM if you want to go crazy.
Mm-hmm.
If you're Bean right now, you could probably find someone with how active he has on the phones to make a crazy decision.
Sorry.
That's all I'm saying is
100%.
right now, you get that gambling mentality. You get that, especially with how top heavy they've talked about how this draft is. Maybe so we're looking at the big board right here. Maybe you get a New York Giants who are super desperate. This is the year we're finding out about Daniel Jones. You get a first round pick from them next year. Imagine like a 6 and 10. And all of a sudden you have an 11th overall pick next year plus whatever you got. All of a sudden, I'm telling you, that is such an advantage for a GM like Bean who has proven savvy about taking advantage of these rookie contracts. And, even the Brown and Beasley deals themselves, they were very well constructed to a lot in the couple first years here and then a decision to be made. What's going on, Monster?
Like they showed Travis Etienne's fucking little card, and it said, "Oh, his grandma threw passes to him in the yard." And then they're like, "Oh, in his campus fridge, he kept beans and shit." Like what? Like what the fuck kind of stats are those? Like what are you?
This is a guy. This is a guy. This is a guy talk.
This is a guy. This is a guy, everyone.
He's a guy.
I didn't add in there. Does that count as a heartbreaking storyline? The fact that he had beans in his fridge?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
heartbreaking storyline should be in.
Why were beans
over
in the fridge
Allen
and not
next
in
one.
the cupboard? That's the real question.
That's
Yeah,
right.
they-
Just like
were
the Buffalo
beans-
bracket, we get better every year.
They have to know that non-perishable items exist. Like, have they ever done a canned food drive? Like, that's why they accept the cans. They're non-perishable.
Just a real quick
No.
shout out to everybody tuning in Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch. I know this is like the 6th time probably I've said this tonight, and
Minimum.
this team right now, because this is no doubt the longest stream in Trainwreck sports history. Like,
I am exhausted. I went upstairs. I saw my girlfriend's brother, and he was like, "Hey, how's the night going?" And I was like, "It's going like really well. We've had a lot of like consistent viewers. A lot of cool people have joined.
Who is it?
I'm tired as shit. Like,
Who is it?
my
Wait,
girlfriend's brother.
bring him down. Put him on camera. I want to talk to him.
if you're
He's
being,
working. He's working.
if you're
late right
being, you probably do all your computing first.
What is this Browns fan
And then-
with a pumpkin head?
If you're being, you take a nap until like 10 or 11 p.m. tonight, and then you wake up then and like you make your decisions. Because fresh off that nap, great decision making.
I gotta get a Trainwreck hat.
Yeah, why don't you have one?
I don't know.
Meet me up tomorrow and come get one, you fool.
All right. I gotta put it on the fucking dome piece.
That's how we
Yeah.
make business happen here.
Yeah, that's how we do it. It's like, oh, you don't have one? We're getting you one.
I mean, Wake, do you see them going like some sort of cornerback secondary option now if they stay at 30? Because there's some good names still there.
Yeah, so I'll pull up my big board for this. My old teacher, he's been tuning in this entire time.
Ooh.
Shout out Mr. Marcel for still being here.
Let's
Lunster
go.
is extremely dumb.
What's
Shout out
up,
teachers.
Mr.
They just tried to get that like lightning in a bottle from last year, and it's just not playing at all.
Brown's pick is in, by the way.
But so if we're looking at who
Big
I have
pick.
here, and I don't have all of this crossed out, but in the secondary, I would love to add Asante Samuel Jr. I feel like the Browns are going to go with Greg Newsome.
They just did. Yep.
They did?
Yeah.
Okay. He's currently my second highest player on the board behind Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Between Asante Samuel, him, and Trayvon Moehrig, I like either of those to add to the secondary. I mean, Hyde and Poyer are fantastic, but they're not here forever. I think if you can get one of their predecessors or get one of the people who's going to replace them eventually in here now, learn from them. I mean, Trayvon Moehrig, he's the number one safety in this class for a reason. If you can get him at 30 without moving up, that's a fantastic thing.
Wait, to make it a little quicker here, out of the first two columns, who's still left?
So here we have Owasu Koromoa at 14. He's still left.
Okay.
Greg Newsome just went at 19. And so Owusu Koromoa is the only one.
Okay,
from
the
first
only
two
guy
columns.
left. And then out of the third column here,
Ajulari's still available too.
because this is
Ajulari, you're right, Colin. Thank you.
because where we are is
Ajulari.
these top 3 rows or 3 columns. I'm sorry, of prospects. So
Yes, and
that
so you
might
can see at
really lining
the
up
bottom
here.
of the screen. Take away Newsome at 19. I'll fix the Chiron there.
Gotcha.
But Ojulari, Bateman, Moehrig is the safety at 23 there for me. And I know actually Meerkat's even higher on Moehrig. He has him at 19. So Meerkat, if he's there at 30, do you want to see the Bills take that safety?
Yeah, I mean, I was just talking about him. He is an absolute luxury pick, like I was saying.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
You're looking down the field. Micah Hyde's extended. Jordan Poyer's still here.
I need more beers.
Dean Marlowe. That's what I just did, Monster. Sorry, I was gone for a minute there, guys. But yeah, you saw Dean Marlowe played a lot of snaps for the Bills last year. Like having a third safety, a guy who can come in different packages, play different roles, is a big thing for the Bills. And that's why if you have Moehrig or JOK available, who is more of that linebacker kind of safety hybrid, I mean, you got to be salivating. I know it's not the biggest need. I've been harping on CB2 this entire live stream. I have Azeez Ojulari to the Bills. I think edge is a huge need. I think they're going to be looking at edge at 30, honestly, over CB if the right guy's there, which you got a GR, you got an Ojulari falling there, a few other guys, Joe Tryon, which people have been hyping up heavy lately.
Yeah.
But, safety can't be ignored. Saying we are looking to the future is, could just be him saying bullshit to the media.
I'm going to get beer. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
All right, we'll see you, Monster.
back in the private
I'll be
chat.
back in 10 minutes.
But Moehrig is awesome. Like seriously, he is a great football player. He covers sideline to sideline.
He's so fast.
He accelerates. He is the best playing really deep, which is not necessarily which we need, and then moving up the field. But he plays, like you said, very fast. He can move sideline to sideline. Very instinctual football player. I mean, him or JOK falling. I know Morig's not a sexy pick, not an immediate hole filler on this roster.
But we don't need a lot of those. That's
No,
the thing.
We really don't. That's the
kinda like
luxury of picking at
JOK.
30.
Yeah, it's kind of like JOK because it's a little bit more of a
Exactly.
Swiss Army
So,
knife. Like you
I
can
think he
build
could
him
come
to
in and be
be
that third guy. Yeah.
Yeah, like a big nickel / outside linebacker and passing downs.
He
Like,
reminds
can
me a
do
lot of Derwin James, a bigger
Exactly.
Derwin James.
Can you
Yeah.
bring
Bigger
him
Derwin-
down
that's a
in
great
certain
comp.
packages as like a blitzing third safety, stuff like that? Like I think you absolutely can. He has a little bit more athleticism than your average linebacker, a little bit smaller, but I mean, do you believe he can develop the coverage skills to be able to help you in the games that you lost? And, like you think about it against the Chiefs there in the AFC Championship, you got absolutely crushed by Kelsey. You need someone to help with that because, I mean, the tight ends from the Colts even beat up on him. So it was an issue. You need to get some help there. JOK could be that guy if you believe his coverage skills are going to be there.
Ravens pick is apparently in, and we'll know that as soon as everybody
So,
else goes there. But go ahead.
I had Morig to the Ravens in my mock. I mean, not like he's the biggest need, like I've been saying. He's just an interesting guy. He fits the Ravens. I could also really see this being Jason Owa. I mean, they lost a ton of pass rush this season with
Matthew Judon. I can't believe they let him go.
Ngakwe. Yeah, it's just a ton of sacks they lost on that defensive front. People are super down on Owa because of his production in college. Look at his advanced stats. It's kind of like a Jerry Hughes thing. People are like, Jerry Hughes doesn't have 15 sacks a year. He's not a good starting defensive end. But you look at his actual QB hurries, his pressures, stats like that really matter. I mean, Owa reminds me of like a Bruce Irvin type almost, where he's going to be a pure rush attacker on defense. Like he is going to be a chess piece that you just use for rushing. You can move all around. Could see the Ravens going that. Morig makes a lot of sense for them too. Maybe a receiver. Why not? Or Rashad Bateman. People love Elijah Moore.
What about replacing Orlando Brown?
Yeah, I mean,
Tevin
Tevin Jenkins still being on the board is a bit surprising here.
Yeah.
I know they traded for Orlando Brown, who you just brought up for the Ravens, losing him. But I mean, if Tevin Jenkins is available at 32, the Chiefs should, or at 31, the Chiefs should be all over that.
He could be a starting left tackle day one, and he's better for run protection than pass protection, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken, and that fits into
not
what the
to
Ravens
sound
think.
like a complete asshole, but like, and this is being years ago. I hate to even bring this up. That's why I say it, but like. They took Eric Fisher first overall not very long ago. I like Tevin Jenkins more as an NFL offensive lineman than Eric Fisher. So,
and
that would
gentlemen,
be awesome.
Do not mean to interject, but we are talking about protection. We got Ty B talking about coverage. One of the gentlemen with the best sports coverage in all of Western New York for the past 2-3 decades. Shout him out, Mr. Paul Peck, Bullseye himself. Mr. Peck, thank you for joining us tonight.
What's up, boys? You guys look like you're having fun.
Oh, we are rocking and rolling. We are down to the last, 5 picks of this 2021 first round, and it's like a little roller coaster here, Paul.
Yeah, that's what the draft is. Awesome. I've been a fan of this draft going back to when I was a teenager, and it's one of my favorite nights of the year just because there's so much intrigue and guessing and second guessing and man, is this going to happen? Is that going to happen? Who's going to be there? It's fun. It's a fun night, and I think it's been a fun, particularly tonight. With all the quarterback stuff early and the Patriots getting Mac Jones. There's been some interesting stuff.
Yeah, interesting stuff, especially with the Ravens taking a wide receiver.
Yep.
What? I mean,
they've taken a lot of receivers lately, haven't they?
Yeah, signing Sammy Watkins, who we all know, obviously. I mean, Paul, break it down for us, I guess. Like, what do you think about the Ravens adding another maybe number one receiver for Lamar Jackson?
Well, they took the Hollywood Brown kid last year, and he wasn't great. And I think they're always looking for you've got to make Lamar Jackson more of a quarterback. I think to some degree the league has figured out a little bit of the running part of Lamar Jackson last year. He's got to be a better quarterback, and there's no way to make him a better quarterback than to get him better weapons that can catch his passes, particularly if they're not always where they need to be. So I get it. I get the Ravens looking to upgrade at wide receiver.
And Paul, a franchise QB in the NFL, that's like a Charizard. You hold on to that. You don't mess around. So with that said, you draft a guy here in the first round that you know you have 4 years of contract control over. You're not going to have to pay more than like $4 million guaranteed per year for the next 4 years, while you inevitably, likely, give Jackson a similar contract to what Allen's going to get.
Yeah, I mean, he and Josh Allen are both going to be in that $40 million neighborhood, whether it kicks in this year or whether it kicks in, after the 5th-year option coming up next year. Both those teams will get creative in doing that. But I think you're seeing a lot of decisions that are going to be made, if they haven't already been tonight, by teams that know they're in a tight cap. They got to pay quarterbacks. You got to rely on these early picks to be really important players for you, because there's too much of a history of paying those quarterbacks big money and never really being able to build the kind of roster that you want to build. And that's going to be the challenge for the Bills, to be very honest with you, is once you give Josh that money, it's going to be a challenge to get the right pieces around him to be able to keep winning.
No doubt about it. Hey, just real quick, I don't mean to cut anybody off. I'm sorry about that. Paul, we've seen all night the NFL picks have been submitted quickly, and then they take 5 to 6 minutes. You're actually great for this because you're constantly working behind the scenes with television broadcasts and everything. I mean, how much of this is the NFL juicing this for every, drop?
All of it.
And
Yeah.
So
don't even finish the question.
Well, I just wanted
It could
to
be
make
done in
I didn't
an
want-
hour.
I didn't want there anything lost in translation. Maybe you got to get a commercial in here or there, but you're telling me that 80% plus of the delay from keeping this a 2-hour event is the NFL.
No question. I mean, how many times do you see that pick is in and it takes 5 minutes before they announce it, before the commissioner comes up there? They want to give the networks the opportunity to have 6, 7, 8 minutes in between picks, to spend 4 minutes responding to the previous pick, spending a couple minutes setting up the next one. You got to get remember, they didn't take a lot of commercial breaks in the first 10 picks. They're coming hard now on the commercial breaks. That's just how it works. But yeah, remember, this is a TV show. Remember, what are we watching? There's no action. We're watching a guy at a podium read names. Now that all the picks are out of the green room, there is absolutely no action whatsoever. So now it straight becomes a studio television broadcast, which means you've got to cover for NFL Network and ESPN to be able to do what they want to do on the analysis side.
Yep, the E comes before S.
Yeah, no question. So, and they're getting in their charity mentions and all that other kind of stuff. So, it's going to even get a little bit worse through the next 2 days, because the emphasis on the picks is 80% of it now. As you guys know from watching, particularly on Saturday, the emphasis on the picks is going to be 20%. And it's going to be, talking about teams and what they did Friday. And I think that sometimes frustrates, particularly for UB fans that are going to be kind of hanging to see what happens with their guys, because the likelihood most of them are going to go, if at all, on Saturday. You're going to have to be picking that stuff off the ticker and less off the actual picks coming up on the screen.
Yeah, Paul, that brings up a great point here. We got a couple UB names to look out for. Who do you think goes first here, Jarrett or Kuntz? Because we've seen a lot of buzz lately on Malcolm. He had a great season. He's one of the best guys at getting off blocks and being able to make plays near the line of scrimmage, tons of tackles for loss. And we all know what Jarrett did, putting up record numbers in the backfield.
You made good points there. It's Kuntz all the way, and it has more to do with the position that he plays than anything else. I've been pleasantly surprised to see Mel Kiper at some point say Malcolm could go as high as the middle of the second round. That sounds a little bit high, but he's a pass rusher. Pass rushers go. There's just not enough of them. Every team is looking for them. The problem that's going to hurt Jared is all the production is awesome and amazing. We know what a great kid he is, but there's a ton of running backs. They're everywhere. Every team's got them. There's 20 of them that might go in this draft. And Jarrett's size, I think, is going to hurt him a little bit as far as where he gets drafted as well, too, despite the production. So no doubt in my mind, Malcolm Kuntz probably, I wouldn't be shocked if he's a third-round pick, which means you might hear his name tomorrow. Or maybe Mel Kiper's on to something, and there are teams that would be willing to take him as high as the second rounder. But, again, you got to remember, guys, that the draft over history is sometimes much more about the position and the potential than it is the production, which is why it's corners, left tackles, pass rushers. The quarterbacks go, and I would suspect there probably might be one quarterback taken tomorrow, maybe two. When we were waiting for Tyree to come out a couple years ago, I really did an in-depth dive into how the NFL drafted quarterbacks. And what history tells you is if they think that you're starting material, you're going to the first round. The position's too valuable. If they don't think you're starting material, you're likely not going to the fourth or the fifth round because teams will not use a second or third round pick on a guy who will not contribute to them this year. So I'm telling you, you watch. Maybe one or two go tomorrow, but the bulk of the Kellen Monds and the Kyle Trasks and all those second level guys, the guy from Stanford, are likely fourth, fifth, sixth round picks.
Speaking of likely fourth or fifth, sixth round picks, Peyton Turner?
Yeah,
What? Going to the
There's that first name that I haven't really heard.
It's a guy who's been absolutely blowing up draft boards. I mean,
really,
people were liking him to the Bills at 30
in our top 50.
No, he's not a guy I had in my top. He's just outside my top 50. He's a 50 or 60 guy personally for me, but he's a guy who's been blowing up draft boards. I mean, had a great pro day. People are loving him, especially the past week. It seems like a hype pick, but maybe a pick that people were starting to hear things from actual inner NFL circles.
I think they were watching Zach Wilson film and watching him sack him.
Yeah, maybe that could have
Jeez,
been
he tossed him.
You saw a few local people actually project Peyton Turner to the Bills at 30 as a possibility. So it's not crazy, but I can't believe they aren't giving a weapon.
And so the Packers, a wide receiver, right? It's got.
I think this has
wide
to be
receiver,
Terrace
corner?
Marshall Jr. or I mean
a running back.
It could be a corner. I really like Terrace Marshall Jr. as a fit in their offense. They haven't drafted a first-round receiver since forever.
How about Elijah Moore here for the Packers?
So I'd say the top. I'd say the top
makes
two
sense.
are Elijah Moore or Terrace Marshall. Give Rodgers a weapon. Build this draft around him. Make him
Give him a
happy
reason to
because
stay.
they didn't trade him tonight. They didn't. So I don't think he
That's
ends up
telling.
going even after the comments. Yeah, because they're losing on the value. I know people are saying 2021 picks are what you really want right now, but still, them not moving him tonight is really telling to me. If they had a receiver here, I could see them saying, "Hey, Aaron, we're trying to do this for you now. We're sorry."
Yeah. I can't believe Owasu Koromoa is still there, and I could see him going to the Packers, but also, like that's a wet dream for me, and I'm awake right now. Like that, I can't believe he's still there. Him, Morig, this is shaping up. Tevin Jenkins, Rousseau, Asante Samuel, Eichenberg. This is the perfect scenario for Bean to trade back right now.
Yeah, I mean. This is kind of
or just best player available.
Or best player available. Yes.
At JOK and Morig, I keep saying it, not the most commonly projected picks of the Bills, probably because JOK, most people said would be gone by now. And Morig, I keep talking about him, but we got some options right now, guys. There are some quality football players available for the Bills at 30.
Options.
I want you guys to consider, though, those two guys that you just mentioned. The Bills have just spent a lot of money investing in those positions, re-signing Poyer, Milano. I mean, neither of those positions make any sense to me whatsoever. A linebacker makes no sense to me. You're going to pick up Edmonds' option, fifth-year option. You just paid Milano a lot of money. You only play two linebackers most of the time anyway. To me, for the Bills, this – if you can't trade out of there, I think you're taking a corner or maybe it's the Rousseau kid from Miami as an edge rusher. And I wouldn't a tackle I wouldn't be opposed to that for the Bills here either.
Yeah, with a Tevin Jenkins on the board, I mean, you can get a really solid tackle prospect right there. Is that Eric Stokes going to Green Bay? So, I mean,
what
guys,
I think I saw, yeah.
Buffalo is on the board. Paul makes great points. A
A lot of
JOK
great
and a Mo Rig are luxury picks. Exactly. There's a lot of money invested in those positions. JOK, more of a hybrid, more of a guy you can put in multiple spots, I guess, makes sense. Mo Rig would be an absolute luxury looking to the future, being dropped that hand. But I love Ojulari here. Him falling into our laps.
So who's the best player on the board right now?
JOK.
I have JOK for
player.
sure, but Paul is absolutely right.
The Bills are officially on the clock per my
drinks. Wait, finish your drinks. It's a finish your drinks for everyone. Paul, do you have a drink?
I don't.
Well, you got to finish it if you did.
All right, done.
Paul, give us a bullseye for the Bills being on the clock.
Bullseye!
Let's
go.
That only felt like a 4-yard touchdown already up 14.
Yeah, well,
that's all I'm going to say. But that's all I'm going to say.
It's off
We got 5 minutes.
That was Jarrett's sixth of the day.
Definitely Jarrett's sixth of the day. That was amazing.
So there's another corner that goes. So I don't know what's left at the corner position for them.
Sante Samuel Jr.
Think about Sante Samuel.
Tyson Campbell's name.
I think there's a big hole at corner. I'm not in love with Wallace or Jackson or unless they're going to sign Richard Sherman. There's a hole for a guy who could come in and start right there. And I think that's the only position you're talking about. If you weren't going to if ETN wasn't going to be on the board, and unless there's another running back, I don't think there is. You draft a Samuel or a corner right now, that guy might be able to come in and start for you and help make you better. I don't know that I see any other position right now where somebody does that.
You know what else is worse than a cornerback who won't come in and start is when you go to get beer and you get stuck behind the lotto lady who's got to play 8,700 quick picks. It's like, what are you going to do with $40 million at 130 years old? Like, I got to stand here. Like, my beer's getting warm. Like, I just don't like it at all.
Absolutely.
No, Paul's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. So,
absolutely. Kev.
Let's see what we do. We're on the clock right now, and this is what we've waited all night for. Like I said,
I want to see what Kev's got after Monster. Kev, what do you got here? We saw your big board. You had ETN at the top for the Bills, but he's gone. So how do you feel?
Nobody spoil, by the way. Nobody spoil us.
No, we can't do that.
I will kill you.
I feel pretty good about knowing that the two running backs.
Even if it gets announced on your stream, give it 5 seconds just because it delays.
Hell yeah.
I mean, I still feel pretty good about where the running backs went. It showed the proof that they were worth it, and it showed that the Bills could have been interested. They didn't have an opportunity. Didn't feel like trading out for him. But you look at the board, and I give JOK there as well as the top available. I'm with Paul. I don't know where it fits, but big nickel, safety, linebacker, the hybrid ability to maybe play some special teams. There is some value there for them to take him this
He's
late.
the type of guy you get on the field no matter where he is.
That's
I
right.
feel like because he's so versatile. Leslie Frazier could have a lot of fun with him. Where Mo Rig is a traditional safety, and as a value in the immediate future makes a lot less sense.
This circle wagons.
I'm all in on Ojulari, guys. This is who I mocked to us in my mock draft, who I've been on for a while since I took him for the Bills in my Madden Sim draft when Madden 21 came out 8 months ago. I've been on this guy.
First round picks last 4 years. Trey White.
He reminds me so much of Jerry
220. Here we go.
Oh my fuck!
I'm gonna say it real quick.
Why are they milking it down? Why are they milking it down?
I
think it should be a trade.
We got to. I'm hoping for a trade so hard. We got a quick moment here. Quick shout out to Paul Peck, who was on some of the original episodes of Trainwreck tonight.
Yes.
Did some UB Bulls interviews with me when they're getting on the road for Penn State. Could have been doing a million other things. He's doing time with me. So shout out to Paul Peck and for joining the stream real quick.
Paul Peck's awesome. Shout out to Paul Peck.
Thanks, guys.
I never met him, but shout out to Paul Peck. He's a legend.
Thanks,
finish your drinks for Paul Peck. Yeah.
All right. Finish
Paul
I
Peck.
just started mine. I'm not finished.
Going to the bottom for Paul Peck.
Paul, I gotta say, a few years ago, I was doing an internship and I attended one of the Hall of Fame induction ceremonies for the Sports Hall of Fame. And the table that I was sitting with, everybody we were having a ball with you being the MC for the evening. It was a couple years ago, so it's an honor just to be here with you. I've had too many Bud Light seltzers. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Appreciate that. Thanks a lot, man. Yeah, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. You guys. You guys are awesome. You do a great job. Love what you guys are doing. Even if I can't resist throwing a few shots at Maniac and Shoop every once in a while. So
no, that's the best
right.
part.
We love you.
That's why we keep bringing you back.
On the internet, if you're not shooting, you're not trying. And boys and gents and folks and everyone tuning in.
Here we go.
The pick is in. No spoilers. No spoilers, but the pick is in. Is this it? If anyone knows it's a trade, let me know. But I'm waiting for the pick is in right now.
Okay, boys, we are live. I'm recording myself because I might lose my mind right now. I might be. I don't know.
Here we go. We might be giving birth to a new Buffalo Bill right now.
Meerkat gonna shit on himself. Be careful.
Come on, do the right thing.
I'm gonna be
make
sick.
sense. Just make fucking sense.
Do it, Bean.
Come on, please be Rousseau. I really want Rousseau. Please be
Brandon Bean is so handsome.
Flash to another team.
Please be Rousseau.
Flash to another team. Flash to another team.
Come on. Why are they just showing them the reward?
Flash to like the Washington football team. Flash to like the Washington football team.
We're showing Owa.
If it's Jason Owa, I don't even know. I don't.
Come on, big baller Bean.
I won't have.
Jason
Owa's
Owa
the Penn
from
State.
Penn State.
He's my Bruce Irvin. Oh, who's this guy in the cowboy hat?
Hey, no talk unless you see it officially. Don't be doing any speculative to spoil it. Let's go.
So
I know. I think everybody's in a holy better. Paul, what are the ESPN executives saying right now? Are they just going nuts?
Well, Jake's happy.
What?
Shut up, Meerkat, you prick.
What?
Can we say it? Can we say it?
I like this pick.
Shut up, Meerkat, you prick.
Shout out for all the Rousseau fans.
Let's go!
I told you, Gregory Rousseau. He's gonna be a first round pick.
Let him spoil it for me.
Oh my!
Jake, your girlfriend has a meeting in the morning.
I don't love it, but I love it. I love it.
Okay,
I like it.
Go watch his highlights. Go watch his highlights from 2019 when he had 15
let's watch his 2019.
Oh my
It
god,
was incredible.
McDermott and Co. wants to get that rotation going on. The newest Buffalo Bill, Gregory Rousseau.
Oh my.
Wow. Wow. 6'6", 5'8". Can't teach that.
And you can't teach that.
How you do?
He's incredibly fast. He tried to put on a lot of weight.
That
We'll see
rotation.
how
He
that
wants
works
that
out for him.
rotation
Oh my God.
of 6 to 8 guys that he can get on that D line, right? That's the answer. Kev, thoughts?
Not my favorite pick. I'll be honest. I think they've already sunk a project last year in AJ Epinesa. It's a raw ability player here. He had a terrible pro day.
It's because they tried to put weight on him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't take.
I didn't tell him to
pro
put weight
days,
on him, but
like the best
not my
pro
favorite
day in
pick.
NFL history didn't work out. So I mean, I don't. Oh my god,
you guys are really bummed, huh?
I'm ecstatic.
I'm not bummed. I knew that Meerkat wanted this guy big time.
Yeah, me and Meerkat were huge on him.
Here's what I'll say to you guys. Here's what I'll say to you guys. A couple little things, a couple pieces of perspective. Right? We talk about when you're at the bottom of the first round like this, you're going to draft positions that everybody needs, right? Value positions: corner, tackle, pass rusher. When you're at the bottom of the first round, the 30th pick, it's not going to be a perfect prospect. If he was, he'd be in the top 10. There are going to be holes in his game. So what I think the Bills are doing here is what we all talked about. You got to groom somebody behind Jerry Hughes, who isn't likely going to be here next year. The guy's tall, speedy, fast, didn't play last year. That's a little bit of a knock against him. But again, that's why you're getting him at 30. So, and the other point is he's a completely different defensive end than Epinesa is. So, I know you mentioned the name there. Epinesa is a hold the edge, sturdy, 6 sacks a year defensive end. You're drafting Russo to try to be a 12 sacks a year pass rush defensive end, bring him in on third downs. That's all you're going to ask him to do. So that's the only point I have to you guys is remember they're picking 30th, right?
Yeah.
They're not picking 4th. You're picking 30th. Your odds are less of him hitting, but you're taking a guy with incredible athletic ability at a position that everybody needs, and you're going to hope that it's going to pay off. Epinesa, on the flip side, was a guy who you kind of knew who he was. He wasn't going to be a 10-sack-a-year guy. What he was at Iowa is what he's likely going to be in the NFL. You're taking this guy because you're hoping that year of 15 sacks 2 years ago is what he has the potential to do in the NFL.
And to me, Paul, this is all about getting back to that 2019 rotation where you can have 6 to 8 guys that you just have constantly coming in and out of the game. Last year, again, anyone can jump in on this, it felt like they were kind of missing that. It felt like to get pressure, they kind of had to blitz. They had to get a little bit more aggressive. Where in 2019 with the Jordan Phillips, with the Shaq Lawsons, of course, obviously with the stars who they'll be getting back this year, it felt like they had to get a little bit more desperate on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah. Like, I listen to Paul Peck talk and make his points, and I'm just like, how great are you? I agree with what you say. Like, you make a job as a fellow podcaster very easy. Like, I agree with your picks. Like, I agree with your opinion.
You don't have to agree with it. I'm just trying to lay it out there. You know,
I agree with it.
I don't get emotional about this stuff.
Like,
I try to analyze it and not get too emotional about it. And I didn't come into it loving him or hating him. I came in going, man, that guy 2 years ago was a beast. Nobody could stop him. He led the country in sacks. You're like, okay, that doesn't always mean he's going to be a great NFL player, but I'll take my chances at 6'6" and 270 or what he is. And a guy who playing for Miami had 15 sacks. You know, that to me, that's a good bet. So that's all I'm saying is, you know, you don't have to love him. You don't have to like him. You could have wanted the Georgia kid or whatever. That's okay. That's fine. We're not going to answer the question as to whether this was the right pick or not for 3 years anyway. So, but, you know, again, at this point in the draft, you're rolling the dice on a lot of physical skills and a really nice glimpse of production. You know, whether that turns out to be or not, who knows, but it's a good place to start.
Paul Peck could sell me ketchup popsicles while I'm wearing white gloves. That's all I'm saying. Paul Peck could just sell me. Like, ketchup gloves, ketchup popsicles, white gloves. Paul Peck could sell me.
He can sell you Kool-Aid mix if you're the Kool-Aid man.
So I know I just went crazy because this is a guy I have been harping on. People are saying, no way this guy is going in the first round. I've been saying he's not a guy immediately hyped up as being the top option for the Bills. I would personally prefer Ojulari as an edge here, but he's my number 2 behind Ojulari for what was available. I've been saying he is going to be a first-round pick based off his talent alone. Yeah, he had those 15.5 sacks in 2019. Absolutely massive production. You have to look at it, though, where pretty much all of that production came from a zero-tech spot where he's not going to be lining up in the interior of that defensive line with both of his hands on the ground in this Bills defense. He's just not. We're not going to convert him into try to make him a DeForest Buckner or anything like that. He's just not that type of player. He is an edge, so we're going to have to see how he actually translates to the NFL on the outside with his production. But in terms of raw ability, physicality, upside, this is the type of guy you wanted. Exactly what Brandon Beede said. We're going to be looking to the future. It turns out it wasn't a smokescreen. This is a great pick for the Buffalo Bills. I mean, probably off of a few people's boards, but he is a tenacious player. He's got a motor. He's extremely, I hate to use this word because everyone uses it now, slippery, very slippery. But like I said, that production coming from the zero tech, playing a nose tackle, which with his frame isn't going to be possible all in the NFL, is a little concerning. But he's a guy, you see him convert speed into power. This is something that is the biggest thing with GR. He turns speed into power, which you want to see out of an NFL defensive end. You don't want just pure speed. You don't want just pure power. He can turn his speed into power, convert that in the point of attack with his moves. Taking 2020 off definitely hurt him. I think if that guy played last year, you know, he would have kept his number. He would have kept his spot over Jalen Phillips. You saw what Jalen Phillips did. He went above him in this draft. But he is still just an incredibly raw, but such a high ceiling edge prospect for this Buffalo Bills defense.
You said it right. Burst into technique. That's what he has. Burst off the line into technique once he engages.
Yep.
That's what makes him a good pass rusher. So we couldn't get our running backs like I wanted. We couldn't get Harris, but I'm okay with this pick. Like
you watching this clip right here. You watching this clip right here. He's out on the edge guarding a running back.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't mind it. Like I said, I don't think Tremaine Edmonds is a middle linebacker. Honestly, I think Edmonds on the outside with somebody in the middle that could play the middle. He's a Hall of Famer. Maybe. I don't think Edmonds is a middle linebacker. But to add this piece to our defensive line, if they can just coach him and do what we've done with the prospects we've had, I think this will be a very good piece because we need that pass rusher.
Meanwhile, what do we got, guys? The pick is in.
Jason away.
Yeah, fuck the Ravens.
Quote the Ravens.
Wait.
Is Jason Owe the guy that had zero
Paul
sacks?
Raver Monster?
Did the Ravens just trade up?
That was me.
No,
they had Jason.
That was for.
I thought it was okay. We're
KC
good.
pick, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a dominant highlight reel.
No,
I get it.
Yeah. I had Owe going to the Ravens at pick 27 there, so I think he's a great fit for the defense. Like we said, when the Ravens were originally on the clock, you lost Judon, you lost a ton. I think you lost 16 and a half sacks to free agents this year.
I thought the Ravens were going to draft another wide receiver they're not going to use.
Rashad Bateman is another guy I like to them.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest right now. With all due respect to AJ Epinesa, I was never impressed with his physique. The first thing when I look at this guy's highlight reel, he looks long as hell, dude. He looks long.
Yeah. Oh, he's lengthy. He's got great length, but he doesn't really have like the pass rushing attack repertoire you'd hope for somebody with those type of long arms. He doesn't utilize those, even though, like I said, he turns his speed into power when he is pass rushing. He needs to develop a pass rushing attack, a consistent attack he can use, a few moves to his repertoire. He's a project. He's raw, but his ceiling is... I can't reach that high. You know, he's the type of guy we don't need him to come in and be a starter. It's a luxury developmental pick. He's your Jerry Hughes replacement in a year or two. You saw what they did with Epinesa last year. They eased him in. People were like, oh, this Epinesa guy's not playing the first half of the season, or he sucks. And you've seen the end of the year start to get more snaps, start to actually use his length, his power, get into it, adjust to the league, and then people are like, oh, this guy's making some noise. I think Gregory Rousseau is a very similar guy. I think he might see the field a little less than, an Epinesa did last season, but he's an exciting, very raw, but very high upside edge. And it's the type of pick you almost expected the Bills to make here because they don't need somebody to come in and start anywhere immediately other than CB2. With how this draft is playing out, you might be able to get a very solid CB2 tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm more happy they got a guy with proven production in Rousseau with over 15 and a half sacks over the course of his season. Whereas you look at Jason Owa, who had 0 sacks last season.
So, but I know I keep saying you have to take Rousseau's stuff with a grain of salt because Rousseau's
IB was talking there, Monster.
Was from the zero tech, like nose tackle spot. It's a weird spot. He played in college. It works in college for sure when you're running that rotation on the defensive line, putting people in weird spots. But he is a defensive end in the NFL. So we need to see how he does consistently off of the edge and not working against the interior of the line.
Oh, we drafted Epinesa, and I'm like, when did Roman Reigns quit WWE? Like, look at this guy. Looks like Roman Reigns. Like, Epinesa is a beautiful, beautiful man. So, but I got hope. Like you said, it takes a little bit of time. There's adjustments. Guys are bigger. Guys are faster. It's going to take time for Epinesa to adjust to the NFL speed. I think this year's a good part of it, and I think next year is going to be even a bigger part of it. So I think Epinesa will be good. I just gotta say, when he was drafted, I was like, it's Roman Reigns. I kind of like it. Let's spear some assholes.
And we just saw the final pick of the first round come in with another heavy riser DN edge guy like a Peyton Turner, a heavy riser in the last few days heading into the draft. I like Tryon a lot more than I like Peyton Turner. I actually had Tryon 34th on my draft board. I thought Bucks were going to go defensive line here. I personally thought it was going to be like a Levi Onwuzurike there, D tackle to shore up with some age coming up outside of Vita Vea on that line. But, it's a luxury pick. They return every single starter from a Super Bowl winning team, which is unprecedented. It's a solid pick. You saw them almost pretty much win this Super Bowl, their playoff run, off of their pass rush. Why not add more of it?
For
shame. Summed it up any better.
Seriously, could not have said it better. Any myself. Shout out to everybody tuning in for all the train wreck coverage. I don't think we've ever done a 3+ hour stream, much less a 4+ hour.
4.5.
4.5 hour stream. This is what it took, though. The Bills franchise is growing. Huge shout out to our guest, Paul Peck, for joining along for the road. And shout out to our other guests as well. Kurt Helmisser, Sam Tiger, Del Reed, Ryan Talbot, Matt Perino. What do we got? Producer Burrs. We got Gary, and we got someone else I can't see, but that's all we got.
Don't
and of
forget
course, Sully. Well done, Coley.
Jeremy White,
Jeremy White, Kevin, Meerkat, Robin.
Jeremy White, the newest Bills fan.
Why?
I couldn't read Robin as well as the newest Bills fan prospect with Jeremy, Ty B, and I guess a little shout out to me. But it's about this train never
Big
stopping.
shout out to you.
It
You don't
continues
take
to
enough
roll.
credit.
It will never stop.
Wake 2. Don't forget
You don't
about
take
Wake.
enough credit, man.
You think we're not going to shout out Wake, the
I don't
organizer?
know. It sounded like you were just going to end it
creator,
there.
the
It sounded like
creator
you
of
were done.
everything?
No,
No,
Wake and
because it
Maniac,
doesn't
you
happen
guys
from
deserve
behind the
a shout
scenes.
out.
You see this? You see this right here? You see this crowd of this podcast? Wake, the neuron of that, with Kevin Masseri being, of course, the spine, because it never stops with that Bills coverage, just like it never stops with any of this Trainwreck Sports coverage, because whenever you're watching a Trainwreck Sports stream, whenever you're watching any of that Bills, Sabres, anything, gambling, yada, yada, anything, it is always a good night now.